It's no problem, because I park in their visitor parking thing for the hotel, and I'm good, but that's an expensive weekend. And the Hyatt, even with discounts, they're still like $200 a night.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm so glad that I have a house here. I just drive home 20 minutes. But I didn't get it until like after.
Okay. Don't say anything that will embarrass the company. The stream is live. Don't have to touch it again.
Unless is there anything I can do for you today, right now?
I got to move it anyway.
Yeah, Philip's gonna be here at 1, and then I think Kelly's doing the panels right now. So Cody will have to check. Kelly's doing that panel right now. And Cody will have to check it. But yeah,
All right.
so far so good.
What are we going to have? Scotch tape.
It's not just scotch. Scotch.
Scotch. How's your weekend been so far, John?
Pardon?
How's your weekend been so far?
Busy, but not too bad.
Yeah, I saw Brandon and Nicole this morning. I was like, good luck, guys. You're going to need it. I heard Brandon's feet were apparently hurting so bad that yesterday he was limping, and somebody gave him some medicine. And I was like, dude, I cannot believe it.
You know,
It's that's why I wear boots.
I wear Origins.
Boots of Northern Slippery helped my
More Origins?
Yep. I have every year, and I actually paid $150 to be able to put down 40. Because after the first year, I was like,
Wow.
Well, the guy that owns the Comic-Con that they do here in March.
Who's actually a vendor upstairs for
Yeah, he's a vendor upstairs.
Yeah.
And he's also got the most expensive stuff. He brings in like $15,000, $20,000. But anyway.
He's got signed memorabilia that's like got like 25 pictures on it, and I'm like, what the?
Yeah. Well, he had stuff in his box that was $700-800.
I know. Jared's got a $120 Jurassic Park original one sheet that I want so bad, and I'm like, Jared, don't flash it in front of me, dude. Like you can't. Like.
Well, something I'm not gonna buy it, but it was an issue of Batman number 15 from 1940, whatever.
Oh
No
man.
cover on it, still $700. So I mean,
So that's such a good.
well, yeah, there's lots of great, but he's got a whole bunch of that stuff.
His
There.
collection is stupid,
Yeah.
and I mean that in the best way
But
possible.
I've talked to him about you can invest in that like commodities, like gold or coffee or.
That's why
stock.
that's why I buy toys and collectibles and just sit.
Yeah.
It's
So
great.
I just, you know, I
That's why
put in an
gambling.
extra 20 grand right now. to spend on it.
Yeah, that's why gambling is investments in toys. That's all I do. I'm like, because I've been to Vegas once. I spent $2 on a slot, and I went, that's why I don't gamble. That is exactly why I don't gamble.
Well, it's like,
I do it just in a different way.
yeah, well, it's like going to horse races. I mean, you go to be entertained, not to make money. You know, you get the food and you maybe get lucky on a couple of horses or win a long shot or something, have a good day. But, you know, if you break it even, you're doing good. So, because that's what I'm doing next Saturday. For the Kings.
That'll be here. I think at like 3. So, had some stuff going on this morning, but he's like, yeah, I'll be there. So, sweet.
Cool. So you're +1?
He always does. Dad and I always do Saturday. That's just a thing that we've done now. Is like we do Saturday together.
Well, good.
So I'm sure he'll spend a little money here and there. But the first year that I took him was 20, actually 21, and he spent more money than I did. He spent over like $100, and I may have spent like $40-50.
Well, if you're there's a lot of stuff going on.
Get down there, but doesn't go.
I know. Thankfully, my dad is not into like the autographs and stuff, so he doesn't spend his money there. Because otherwise, my parents did that, yeah,
Yeah, they'd have to take out another mortgage.
well, my sister and I wouldn't have any money for us when they pass away. So.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
Hey.
Hey.
What's up, man? How's it going?
Good to see you.
Oh, it looks like we got moved some things around since yesterday.
Ready to go.
All right.
John, I don't know if you heard, but supposedly just today alone should be 30,000 people.
Wow. I knew it was shooting sold out.
Yeah, they said. Somebody said it. They were like, "Yeah, I think so." Today alone is basically what the entire attendance of last year was.
Wow.
Yeah, in one day.
That's mind-boggling.
I told Brandon and Nicole this morning. I said,
I don't know what the numbers, but I know they were estimating probably 33,000.
last year was 30,000.
Yeah.
And this year they're saying between 35 and 45.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, let's have that. I was like, let's have that third floor, please.
It's gonna be crazy.
I'm like, let's have that third floor, please.
Oh, your event will be live streaming.
Cool. Did I just put it right in front of the camera?
No, actually, no.
Fantastic.
This is your camera, you should be good. Yep.
Yeah, I got a chance to talk with Nicole and Brandon before they were at SWAT this morning, and I was like, I'm so proud of you guys.
Yeah.
I am
So you heard
amazed.
that?
What's that?
Yeah, someone said, they're looking over 30,000 people, maybe here today.
Yeah.
Just today alone is
That's
30,000. They're
Yeah.
saying the overall attendance should be like close between 35 to 45, and I believe that. Because Brandon just chooses the most ridiculous groups, and I'm like, oh,
Well, and there's that concert going on tonight, Jeff Dunham is gonna be over at Rubber Ranch.
jeez.
So probably about 5 o'clock this evening, this place is gonna be absolutely.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be wild.
It was funny seeing, you know what's funny was last night seeing all the people from that gala or whatever event coming up the stairs and like freaking out over the Stranger Things Demogorgon and the set. And they were like running up and
Yeah.
taking pictures. And I'm like, you guys should come next year.
Okay, you're Jeff? Yep. Excellent. And you're talking about true crimes, myths, and legends?
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, strictly speaking, it's 12:30, but we can start early if you want. I'm good. It's whatever you want to do.
We'll give it a little bit, because I know there's a whole bunch more people that were coming down here, so we'll see.
Well, it may take a minute to wade through the lines.
Yeah,
'Cause I was up here before I came down there. Up there, I'm sure you can see it. I mean, it's starting to pack in pretty good.
It's
I know next year they'll have more floor space next year.
that's gonna be
Because they're gonna take the level downstairs, and then the one on the other side of the hall there, where they're just doing photo ops there this year, I think they're taking the whole thing,
They've
because
got
there's
to.
a big ballroom over there.
They've got to do it.
Wow.
They've got to do it at this point.
Yeah, well, they've already signed it.
Oh, have they?
Apparently, it's already a done deal.
Okay.
You know the dates.
Off the top of my head, I don't know those dates yet, but clearly they've got them, or else they wouldn't do it. But it's probably, honestly, it's gonna be about the same weekend as far as the calendar goes.
I was gonna say, is
Probably
it the third weekend?
one or two weekends before Halloween.
Yeah.
Without knowing for sure, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's either, it'll be, you said it's the third weekend?
I think, well,
So
this year's the third weekend,
weekend's
so I'm assuming.
17th through the 19th, or the weekend after that, the 24th through the 26th.
Because last year, I think
One of those two.
last year was the 20th through the 22nd.
Yeah,
So it seems to be the third weekend, at least these last 3 years. It
yeah,
seems to be
well,
the
it's a
third
good
weekend.
weekend to do it, it's right before Halloween, and everyone has a blast.
Well, I have buddies from San Antonio that are really worried because they're like, we have a show back home and we really want to do this show again.
Yeah.
But we're not
My
sure.
wife doesn't like to come out on Saturdays just because it's so crazy. So, and if they have 30,000 people out there today, it's going to be crazy.
Oh, it's gonna be something.
I heard they're trying to get Rubber
All
Ranch
right.
They should.
Okay, so, for folks, this is Jeff Ignatowski, did I get close? Yep. Who's going to speak on Beyond the Headlines, True Crimes, Myths, and Legends. Unfortunately, I'm not in that position.
All right, we're gonna wait a few minutes. We'll wait a little bit. There it is. I noticed this last night when I was here doing my buddy's presentation. This side of the room, there's a huge echo. I don't know if you guys can hear it that way, but like as I'm up here, it like bounces around over there. It's crazy. It's very strange. Like if I right here, it's good. There's no echo, but right in that cove, it's very strange.
Unfortunately, I don't have the button to lower the ceiling at. They haven't given me access to that, so. What? It's a good place to hide from the crowds if you like, and he's going to give a great lecture, so, on true crime. Maybe some things you don't know.
All right. How's everybody doing? You having fun up there? Getting through the lines, fighting through some people?
Did that yesterday.
Did it take y'all 2 hours to get in here today? That's good. Yes. I heard everybody was struggling yesterday with all the bullshit outside. What's that?
Pick up your patty Thursday.
Exactly. Yep.
Jeff, have you not seen the live?
What is it?
Have you not seen the live?
No, I did see a picture somebody had taken and posted. It's like wrapped around the end of the Hyatt now. That's wild.
When I did it this morning, they had it wrapped by the stairs, and it started to come back.
Holy shit.
There were a lot of people, and that's will call. That wasn't weekend. The weekend stretched. Weekend stretched on the other side by the docks, and then started to snake its way back up towards. It's crazy.
Golly.
I mean, like I said, 30,000 people is potentially just one day.
Yeah, that's wild, man. But, you know, that's what happens. You come to the largest horror convention in the country. There's a whole bunch of people here.
Speaking of which, I found out from my buddies that Texas Frightmare only has about 20,000 people a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, take that.
Yep. Yeah, that is, I think, number 2. You know, Horror Hound, I think, gets about 4,000 people that come through.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And Days of the Dead is kind of mid.
Yeah, Days of the Dead,
It's really mid in my
no competition. And I thought that they were competition for Horror Hound, and I vended Days of the Dead. And now, the new owners I really like. They're really great, George and everybody. But yeah, they don't run as good. Like, the show is not run well. It's like the way that they have like vendors set up and the guests and celebrities and stuff. Like, last time I was in Indianapolis, they had everybody like in separate rooms. So everybody went to the celebrity room and never came and saw any of the vendors. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, it was crazy. It was a scary weekend. Not because the movies were scary. Scary because I didn't make any money that weekend. It was rough. But let me see. Let me check the time. All right, we got a couple more minutes. We can. Okay. People still standing outside like, hey, we're supposed to go see that at 12:30. They put me on earlier today. Or at least I'll make every excuse I can. Because the last 2 years, the room has been packed out legit. So maybe I fucked it up last year. It's possible. You never know. I was, where was I at? I was up at, last weekend, I was in Milwaukee, up in Wisconsin. And of course, the land of Dahmer up there. And I was hanging out at Shaker's Cigar Bar. A buddy of mine, Bob Weiss, owns it. And he has been there since before Dahmer was caught, right? He used to serve Dahmer gin and tonics. He would come in there and he would not let the women serve him because he only wanted a guy to serve him. So Bob had to teach the dishwashers how to make gin and tonics so that because he got tired of serving Dahmer because he would come in there all the time. Dahmer never did like abduct anybody from there or pick up any of the men from that location, but he certainly did at different clubs down the street. But I was there, and of course Bob was feeding me drinks, and we're hanging out there at Shaker's, and there was a point to this story that I didn't already make, and I don't remember what that point was now. Anyway, it was there in my head. I'll remember it in about 5 minutes, and then right in the middle, we talk about some other shit. All of a sudden, we get some more Dahmer stuff. 2 years ago, while I was doing my very, very first talk here at Scarefest, this is now 3 years in a row, I did a talk on serial killer psychology. And I went into the room, and the guy, I think it was Nick, who does all of the special effects he did for the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, right? And he's doing all the stuff, and I walk in, and he walks up to me as we're like crossing each other on the stage. He said, "Did you see that woman?" I said, "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What woman?" He was like, "You must have passed her." I was like, "What happened?" Apparently, he said "fuck" one too many times during his presentation, and she got up and started screaming at him and walked out. So I walked in there. Were you at that presentation when I stood up there and I told everybody like I'm working on setting up all my shit? And I said, "Hey, just so y'all know, We're going to talk about rape and sodomy and all kinds of stuff. If you are uncomfortable, I'm also going to say fuck a whole lot. If you don't like it, you should probably leave now. So there is my disclaimer. If you haven't already been able to tell, I am just who I am. I can't help that. So we apparently had a guy come up to the booth very end of the day yesterday. And I was not there. I was down here helping out a buddy of mine do his presentation. And one of my friends was watching my booth up there. And I guess he got really upset that I had some Delphi stuff on my table. And he didn't like it and told her that he hoped she wasn't going to go to hell. I'm like, where the hell are you at? You're Scarefest, right? A whole bunch of shit up in here that is questionable at best. But it's okay, because y'all will join me. It'll be fun. We'll have a good time now. All right, so I guess we're going to get started here. They shut the doors, and I only got so much time. So that's me. End of presentation. See y'all later. No. I have my book that just came out, which is largely what we'll talk about. True crime, myths, legends, and no. That's my podcast. That's the second one there. The book is Beyond the Headlines, True Crimes, Myths, and Legends. Yes, they're similar, I know, because one came from the other. But we'll talk a bunch about the book today. The talk is American Mythology, the Rise of the Serial Killer. I have a belief that in the culture in which we live in, we have done a really great job of raising these cultural icons up, like Dahmer, Bundy, as well as Ghostface and Michael Myers and Jason as these cultural icons. And I believe that because we look at those people in a certain way, it changes the perspective of how we relate to life. And so that's kind of the idea of this whole thing and the book. So for those of you that don't know me, I worked for 12 years in the Department of Juvenile Justice here in Kentucky, which I don't often get to say when I do talks because I'm not often in Kentucky doing it. But yeah, I worked right here. I used to go to Frankfurt all the time, and I was on the SMART team down there. I started out as a youth worker, ended up being a counselor, and got a lot of my early psychological training from working with kids. So I did that for 12 years. 4 of those years I worked in a children's home in direct care, where I had a whole bunch of badass kids running around doing all kinds of nasty shit to people. And they would often get removed from their home for various different reasons, whether it was sexual abuse or the house was in disrepair or whatever, and they would come and stay with us for a certain amount of time. During that job, I worked third shift, and I was for sure the asshole that kept everybody in line, because that's just who I am. Later on, I worked for corrections. I forgot. I put new stuff in here about me, and I forgot about that one. Like a lot of those kids, I also struggled when I was a kid. My mom was very, very abusive, trying to kill me a number of times, which is how I got around to that, right? I grew up in the middle of it, and I had maybe a little soft spot for kids that have gone through a similar thing that I did, not meaning that I was ever super, I guess, identified with them. But I understood that there was a lot of discipline that needed to happen, and most of them did not get that. So I felt like I should be the guy to give that, which didn't always make them love me. Except since I worked third shift, at night, a lot of times the kids would come to me and tell me all kinds of things and all kinds of horrible stories and stuff. And it was the moment I got to actually sit down and process things with them, which was really cool. So a lot of those kids, even though I was kind of the asshole during the day, you got to follow the rules and do all the things, at nighttime we would get to talk and to really get to the heart of things, which really changed that. So anyway, I created the best-selling true crime card game, Killers the Card Game. It is upstairs. Buy a copy. It is great. It is probably the most fucked up thing here. Honestly, it is fantastic. I love going to, I'm in Indy all the time for Gen Con, and it's amazing because like everybody else got dragons and cats and shit in their games, and I had Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer. So, yeah, what do I say? I can't say anything. I also authored the best-selling book, which we'll talk about, Beyond the Headlines, True Crimes, Myths, and Legends. It is a series of books. The first one being Serial Killers, where I cover 10 different serial killers. We talk about 3 myths and a legend about each one. The same format will be for all 4 of the books currently. I am currently writing criminals now, then I will write cults and religions, and then the 4th one is going to be on assassinations. Maybe because of our current events in all of our lives, that I was like, hey, you know, great, I should talk about all that. So I can find 10 assassination attempts. We'll talk about, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. There we go, that was the other one I was thinking of. But we'll talk about all kinds of stuff in that book. And then I'm the host of True Crime, Myths, Legends, and More, where we talk about alternative theories to all of the true crime stuff that we're all talking about all the time anyway. Or you guys wouldn't be sitting here because you wouldn't listen to me about true crime if you weren't into it. So, but yeah, that is brand new. We've been out about 3 weeks. So go and subscribe because I need subscribers. It's crazy. All right, enough of that. Myths. So in the book, and I've talked some shit for this, the American definition of a myth is very negative. That is not what the word actually means, right? The word myth is actually taken from the word mythos, right, in Greek, which just means a story. It is not positive or negative. It is just a story about someone or something. So that is the format that I use for the book. I try to stay as ambiguous as possible because I also have another belief. I believe that most of us in our culture have lost our critical thinking skills and we don't actually think about things. We just take people's word for it and we never look any deeper than that. And I think it is really important to look deeper because all of those podcasts and all of the documentaries are all from that person's perspective, right? The only person's perspective that matters is yours, right? So you figure it out. You go and do the research, and then you decide what is true and what is not. I think it is really important. Now, you can take experts' advice because they looked at the actual documents, but take it for what it is. Make up your own mind. We're all people, right? We all have a brain. We need to use it. It's important as things keep getting crazier and crazier, and we lose that, and it's a shame. So myths are a popular belief that has grown up around something or someone. Legends are a traditional story, sometimes popularly regarded as historical, but unauthenticated, right? So you may not be able to figure out if it's true or not, but they're stories about people. Sometimes they're big and large and crazy, but they're all stories. A mythology is a collection or study of myths from a particular religious or cultural tradition. So those are the definitions we're using, so remember those. But mythology, we'll get into this. Ancient mythology. Anybody know what that is? You can yell it out. That is the Knights of the Round Table, the Arthurian legends, right? Something that is we've all read about it, we've all seen the movies and stuff, but it's not true. Like, there may have been a King Arthur, right? There may have been a Lancelot, but there was probably no Round Table, there was probably no Excalibur, right? There are a lot of stories that rose up around that in ancient times to give them a reason for doing what they were doing, right? And that was the whole point there. All right, King Arthur, that one up there, anybody got that one?
Is that Robin Hood?
Yes, it's Robin Hood, right? Again, another story that we wanted to tell because the rich people had too much shit and they were wanting somebody to rob the rich people and give it to the poor people. I got to tell you, we are far from that now, right? Because they are robbing the shit out of us. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. But yeah, Robin Hood up there. And then there, that one's a little bit harder. That is the Greek pantheon, right? Zeus and all of the different stories. I always get my Roman and Greek mythology confused because there's about 700 in each, and I never remember which one is in which. So I won't go and name a whole bunch because I don't want to get it wrong. But yeah, So you have that. And those stories were all stories that they had decided were true, right? These legends that gave them meaning, right? We have this God up there that tells us what to do and takes care of our crops and does all of these things so that we have a belief system. So that, hey, if we pray to this God, they'll come and help us. And, were they praying to anybody? Probably not. But it's fascinating that you watch that throughout history. You also have your creation myths. You got the Big Bang Theory, right? Of how the world was created from this great bang that shot all of this material out there, and then all of a sudden we show up some 6 billion years later or whatever. If you believe that. Then you have creationism, that God came down and created things, whether it is in 6 literal days or 6,000 years or whatever. I know lots of people that believe all kinds of things in there. And then the last one that you have is the theory of evolution, right? That we all evolved from something else, that we came from maybe birds or apes or who knows. They come up with different theories. But the one thing I want you to understand is that they are all theories. We don't know what the truth is. We have beliefs about what they are, and we get to choose what to believe. But they're all theories. We don't know. There's no hard evidence for any of them. I've done a lot of studying on evolution and creationism, consequently. I pastored for 12 years, which is why I ended up standing up and talking in front of people for a long time. And it's fascinating that you see lots of evolution that happens. People up north grow thicker hair because it's cold, right? So they have to evolutionary adapt to the environment that they're living. It happens. People have thicker skin, more fat deposits on their body because it's colder. People that live down south don't have as much of that. But that is far different from an ape turning into a man. That we have very little evidence for, which is this interspecies change or this trans-species change. We don't see that in our culture, or there'd be 8 men out there right now walking around, and we could hang out and chill with them, and hopefully not be playing with the apes, because that would be bad. They would still whoop our ass. All right, American mythology. We have a few things. We're talking about ancient history and all that stuff. In our own culture, we got ghosts, right? The paranormal. There's a lot of that here, which is really cool. I do a bunch of paranormal investigations. I for sure think that there are things that we can't explain out there. Do I think that there are always what we believe they are, or Zach Baggins tells us they are? No, right? There are not demons in every single house coming to get you down the street. It's just not true. But it makes for great TV, and people buy that shit all the time. But the paranormal is something in our own current cultural mythology that is a big thing. Then you have cryptids. Sorry, I used West Virginia because they got a bunch. But you got Mothman down there, and the Grafton Monster. Flatwoods is down there. They got a whole bunch in West Virginia. That could be because they drink all that goddamn moonshine down there. But there's something they're seeing in the woods. I've been down to Mothman a whole bunch of times. I think it's fascinating. I don't know how much I believe in old Mothman, but people do, right? And it changes their worldview when you look into all this stuff and you're looking at it. All right, it's what? There we go. And then you have religion. Religion is a huge one when you're talking about mythology and people's belief systems in this country. People are really, really driven by what they believe about God or about whoever, and but that's been around for all time, right? We have a belief system, and we look at that and use it. And then we have some people up there. Anybody got those? Who's the first one there? What was it? Yeah, it's Ted Bundy, right? And then the middle one? Yeah, it's Dahmer. And then the last one? Yeah, there's Gacy there. So these guys have become very, very much, if you haven't watched Dahmer the Monster series. If you don't believe that he has become a cultural icon, fucking watch that show, right? There are people that they love it. I mean, I have friends of mine that follow all my stuff that would try to marry Dahmer, even though Dahmer was gay and was not interested in women, and it is crazy. Like, there's some of those people that I know, I'm just like, I think there's no hope for you. Like, I love you, you're great, but man, that's a little bit too far. But there is this whole widespread idea in our culture, and these people now play a big part of it, because the number one most popular thing on streaming services is true crime, right? It is huge in our culture. It affects how we view the world around us. And I think that there are good things about it and bad things, right? It is good to be aware. It is good to have an understanding. It is good to laugh at yourself and have fun with it. It is bad to go in the corner, jerk off, and act really weird and go kill people. That is bad. Don't do that. That's bad, right? We don't want any of that. But it is important that we look at all these things, because if we don't have better forensics, if we don't have better methods of catching these people, we never do, right? And it is only because people have been interested in the all of the science behind it that we have gotten as good as we are now, which is why you see the reduction in serial killers in this country, right? In the last several years, most of them have been killing for a long time and have just gotten caught, right? There are very few that are currently starting, even though I will suppose that serial killers don't have to kill anybody to be qualified, right? So I'll explain that more later. All right, true crime. All right, historical figures. Why do we remember people? Anybody know who that is?
Susan Smith.
Nope. That is Kathy Kleiner. Now Kathy Kleiner Rubin. She was one of the Bundy survivors at the Chi Omega House. I talked to Kathy fairly regularly. Obviously, that is a picture from back then, probably before he almost killed her. He actually went in and he killed a girl in the room across from her, went over and killed another girl in a room next to hers, and then went into her room and beat her, thought he had killed her, went to the next room, and then beat another girl, and that's when the lights came on outside because somebody had called the police, and he jumped out the window and got out of it. Luckily, Kathy and another girl survived, right? So that is Kathy Kleiner Rubin. She just put out a book, too, about her life and about that she has survived more than Bundy. She's actually survived cancer twice. I almost died from that. Incredible person. I want to end up having her on the podcast. She's awesome. This guy, anybody know who that is? Nope. That is Tony Hughes. That's one of Dahmer's victims, right? If you watch the show, the Monster Show, that is the guy that Dahmer had a relationship with. And in real life, we don't know how much of a relationship they actually had. They played it out for the show, probably more than what it actually was in real life. But that one episode, episode 6, I had a friend of mine hit me up and she said, she didn't hit me up. She was posting on Facebook. She's a psychologist, and she was like, if you're watching the Dahmer show and you need to talk to anybody, you need to get in. And I was like, that's bullshit. And I'm like, I don't feel that way about anything. I'll watch whatever. It doesn't affect me at all. I watched episode 6, and I fucking bawled like a little kid on the couch. And I immediately messaged her, and I said, honey, you were right. I was wrong. I need to talk. But it could have been that my name is also Jeff. So it's Jeff's name. And then he sits down and he plays a card game with this guy. And I'm like, or he made that game. I'm like, hold on a second. This is weird. Like, I made a game. Like, do I need to kill people now? No. It was a very strange moment for me. But I did. I called her up and I apologized. All right. Anybody know who that is? So this is I believe his name is Tony too, Anthony Antonucci. He was a Gacy survivor, right? He is the one that Gacy put the cuffs on him, and he got out of the cuffs, and he put the cuffs on Gacy and wrestled him down to the ground. And Gacy looked at him and said, "You're the only one that's ever got out." And then he left the house, right? He didn't say anything to anybody because he didn't realize that comment meant that he put more people in handcuffs and killed them. He had no idea, but Anthony Antonucci is one of the guys that got wet. Anybody know who that is? Yeah, you all know who that is, right? OJ. The only guys that we all know that he did it, right? Even though there's some good evidence that it was probably his son that did it, and it wasn't OJ himself, which is interesting. I'm hoping to do an interview about that at some point because I'd be interested to see the facts around that because I don't know them. I've always believed that OJ did it. I think it was horseshit that he got off, but you know, our American court system is what it is. But it's fascinating that we don't know anybody else up there. Well, we all know who OJ is, right? So the question is, why is it that we don't remember the victims in all of these cases, but we remember the guys that do the crimes? Now, in our culture, they say that you remember the bad things 13 times more than you remember good things. It's why you can go do something good and then you do something bad and it fucking wrecks your entire life, right? Because people will remember that. They remember all the bad stuff. People don't want to often look at the good stuff. So we have all these people up here. And really, the people that we should remember, and I did not include the victims in the card game because I thought it was inappropriate. The killers and the stories behind them, I think are important to investigate and to know. I think the victims themselves shouldn't have any part in that. I think we should know their names, though. I think we should know who they are. And I'll be perfectly honest with you, I don't know the names of all of Dahmer's victims or Bundy's victims, even myself, right? And I study this stuff all the time. But I know some of them. And I think it's important to know those people because ultimately they're the people that matter in all of this and their families. So we need to remember people for more than just the shitty things that have happened to them. And remember the good things that they've done and the successes that they've had. I mentioned Delphi earlier. Abby Williams and Liberty German, who were killed there at Delphi. We still don't know who killed them. Richard Allen is currently on trial for it. We don't know if he did it. And I would suppose that he didn't. I don't think that he actually committed the crimes. I don't think there's very much evidence. I think that there is a lot of evidence for some other people that did it, that also confessed to the crime. But we'll see what happens in the trial. The trial was started 4 days ago. So here in the next coming weeks, we'll know for sure if they have any real evidence. But the last thing that I heard is that there was a hair that was wrapped around Liberty's hand. I think, it was might have been Abby. Anyway, one of them was wrapped around their hand, which meant that she grabbed somebody's hair during this whole thing, and they were both stabbed to death. So there was a hair found in her hand, and it was not Richard Allen's hair. So either Richard Allen didn't do it, or he was one of more than several people that were there that did it. I don't know. I don't know the answer. So far, the only thing that they have is a unspent shell casing that was found either underneath or around one of the bodies that they have tied to a gun that he had in his house. But none of the girls were shot. It's an open park. It's a walking trail, right? Anybody could have done that. Anybody could have left a bullet. They could have been fucking around out there, and they could have been playing around or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what the case is. But they're also saying that the science that they've used to tie that bullet to the crime scene is also junk science. So I don't know. We'll see what happens when the case comes out. If it is Richard Allen, throw his ass in jail forever. Cool. If it's not, find out who did it, right? So it's fascinating that we don't often know. All right, so why does this shit even matter now, right? Why does it make any difference to any of this? It gives our lives meaning. I think people would argue that point, but when you watch true crime nonstop and listen to it while you're sleeping, I guarantee it is influencing you and it shapes the worldview and how you see the world around you, which is not necessarily bad because there are some weird ass people around. And it's a good idea to have all of the gut ready to go so you know who is okay to be around and who is not. It is bad when you don't trust yourself and somebody seems like they might be a little sketchy. I talk a lot about that when I do the serial killer psychology talk because it is really important. And it's often those people that we initially get that feeling from and then we disregard it that become a problem later on in our lives. I've had the same thing happen to me. And, you know, when I first started doing the card game and everything and doing conventions, I had a buddy that came with me to shows, and it ended up later on that he was a complete piece of shit and caused me all kinds of problems. And has said all kinds of nasty things about me. Now, everybody else knew it except for me because I thought that we were like brothers, right? And I treated it that way because I come from the hood, right? I grew up right outside of Philadelphia. And so when you're family, good, bad, and ugly, right? You could go and do the most heinous shit, and I will be there 110% for you. I wasn't paying attention. And the signs were clear. Now, you know, fast forward 2 years, and he was telling me exactly what he was going to do to me. And I didn't listen because we were family. I made a mistake. But it happens to all of us. We do it in relationships. We do it in friendships. We make mistakes because we put the blinders on and we don't trust our gut. If it feels wrong, don't do it. Sometimes it feels wrong. Make sure you do that shit because that's fun. But they often give our lives meaning. We tend to be addicted to controversy in this country. It is why the news media is the way that it is. And people watch this show and want to argue about it because we love it. It's why all the political ads are constantly shooting shit at each other because we love to be involved in controversy. And it's a shame because what we need to do is come together instead of being involved in all the bullshit and who said this and why they do that, and somebody's for this and not for that. But in our culture, we're addicted to it. We watch it on TV. People watch Judge Judy and all this stuff, and it's all controversy, right? Most of us in here, I think most of us are old enough, except you guys back there, grew up in the age of Jerry Springer, right? And I live in Cincinnati. And he was mayor in Cincinnati, right? But Jerry Springer is the one that first started everybody beating the shit out of each other on stage. Right? And we loved it. People ate it up. You know, I slept with my sister. Like, what? Like, who the hell's watching this shit, right? But we grew up on that. And now we have what we have. If you don't believe people are addicted to controversy, just read the Scarefest fans page right now about the people sitting outside. Yeah, you'll see plenty of controversy in there. All right. We all want to answer the question, why? We want to understand why these people have done what they've done. Now, I will throw another curveball at you, and that has never been the reason why I've been involved. I have always been involved in all of this because I wanted to understand why not me? Like, why haven't I gone out and killed a bunch of people? Because I have the same crazy thought patterns in my head that many of these people have. But most normal people want to understand why. They want to understand how somebody could kill 30 people and sleep at night, or go out and drink and lead a semi-normal life, right? Most of us want to understand that. I never had to do that, but so here we go. In the book, we cover a bunch of people. Elizabeth Bathory is in there. So in the book, I talk about a whole bunch of things. Was she a vampire? What influence did she have on this idea of vampires? Because there is the possibility that when Bram Stoker, he took a bunch of these different ideas, right, and kind of melded them together. We all believe that it was about Vlad the Impaler. Well, Elizabeth Bathory was right around the same time, also in the same region of the world. So there may have been multiple people that were the origin story for Dracula. Elizabeth may have been one of them. And so I talk a little bit about that. I talk about if she bathed in blood or not. Let me check. Okay, good. I'm doing good on time. Cool. Jack the Ripper is another one I cover in the book. Of course, we don't know who the hell Jack the Ripper was. Never will know, honestly. Some people will say that it was H.H. Holmes. That is not true. I was at a show in Michigan, mid-Michigan Paracon. And I was standing at my booth, and there was a lady at the booth behind me, like right behind me. And everybody kept coming up and asking me if I thought that H.H. Holmes was Jack the Ripper. And I kept saying, no, that is bullshit. It is not Jack the Ripper. He was not. And the lady behind me comes up and she says, hey, I just want to tell you, I'm really good friends with Jeff Mudgeon. That is H.H. Holmes' great-great-grandson, right? And so he's the one that has really reported the theory that H.H. Holmes was Jack the Ripper. And so I had these little H.H. Holmes Lego figures at the time. And she bought one for me. And she was taking pictures of all my stuff and sending it to Jeff. And she said, he said he really loves a Lego figure. I said, you tell him that I will send him one for free. But I'm going to put a little no smoking sign on the back of Jack the Ripper on and send it to him because I'm just that kind of asshole. So I talk a little bit about that. I give a bunch of evidence why that is not even possible. There have been several conventions that have been trying to get me and him together to debate each other at the convention. And so I think it would be a lot of fun. I'm gonna have him on the podcast. I've already asked him, he's down. And I will let him speak all of his piece. I will not even challenge him. And then I will take all that information out and immediately go and set up the date. And I'll be like, let's do this thing. It's gonna be fun. But, and he is a very sincere guy. I think he really believes what he believes. I just think he's wrong. There are plenty of people that can be sincere and not have the facts correct and be blinded because of certain things. But, all right. Ed Gein. Ed Gein is fascinating because within the horror community, there is no single killer that has influenced more horror movies and more tropes than Ed Gein has, right? He is the basis for no less than 5 different characters that we currently have that are in our pantheon of horror movie killers. And it's funny because 90% of what they've reported is not true. And I think I have, there's like something like 15 or 20 movies that I list in the book that I go through with how Ed Gein influenced all of this. Which is also funny when I have horror people that come up to me that they don't like true crime, but they love horror. And I don't understand. Because 90% of our horror all comes from real shit that happened. And they argue with me and say, that's so bad. And I'm like, okay, what you're doing and what you're watching, and I love horror movies, right, is the same thing, worse, and normalizes it for everybody else. Why would you not want to look at the real shit and understand the real horror behind it? Because that will give you at least a little bit of respect for it. Because there's not a whole lot within the horror community. And I know Damien and everybody in the whole Terrifier thing. And I love the movies. I go watch them. I haven't seen Terrifier 3 yet. I want to go see that. I was actually considering going and see it this weekend. But, there isn't much more that's gorier and more in your face than what art does, right? And, David does a great job of playing Art the Clown and everything. But, all of those ideas come from real shit that's happened, right? And so we get those ideas because somebody did some horrible shit and cut up a bunch of women and put them in their walls or wherever, So to not look at the reality and only live in the fantasy, I think is a problem. I actually talk about that in the book a whole bunch. I got it on my soapbox for a little while. All right, Ted Bundy. I cover him in the book too. We talk a bunch about, how charismatic was he? Did he actually start killing when he was like 14 years old? Because there was a little girl that disappeared in the community that he lived in. He was 14, she was, I think, 6 or 7. And she disappeared. They have never found her body. She is still an open missing persons case now. But she was on Bundy's paperback, right? And he was already at that time doing the peeping Tom stuff. So he was already going around peeping in women's windows and stuff. And he apparently knew this girl. It was kind of a brief acquaintance. So it is not surprising that this guy that eventually would kill 30 women, maybe more, maybe up to 100, would go and start out there. Now the question is, and my podcast, the last episode, was on Bundy, and we talk about this. The difference is maybe he didn't, how would he be able to hide a body at 14 years old? How would he get rid of it and not get caught? I don't know. I don't know the area either, so I don't know if he figured out a good way, if somebody else helped him. Who knows? Dahmer is covered in the book. I talk a lot about Dahmer. I was surprised at how involved in the case I got when I did it, because my favorite has always been H.H. Holmes. And then when I started writing, Gacy and Dahmer were the two that I was really got invested in for whatever reason. Dahmer, I talk a bunch about, was Dahmer. There's this whole theory that Dahmer was racist because he killed African American people, right? And the thing is, Dahmer killed whoever he was attracted to. And I actually, it was the only time in the book that my editor kind of gave me some shit. She was like, you gotta be really careful what you say about that. And I said, listen, I believe, and from his interviews and stuff that he did, he didn't kill because it was a specific group of people, right? He didn't care. He killed what he loved. And he just happened to be attracted to ethnic men because he killed, the Laotian boy, I can never pronounce his last name, Konarak, and he had sexually abused his brother, right? So, he also killed white men, he killed African American men. He did not kill because he was, he hated people. He killed because that's what he was desiring. It's a very weird thing, psychologically, because you have a lot of people that go out and kill because they hate a certain group of people. They hate gay people, so they kill gay people. They hate, Asian people, so they kill them, whatever. They don't like Christians, they kill those people. And so, you have a lot of that, and Dahmer is kind of a unique case, right? Because he killed what he objectified, right? What he desired. And it's a kind of a flip on psychology. And I described that in the book, and they were like, be careful, Jeff. People were like, it's not about that. That's not why he killed. So, there we go. Dennis Rader is actually the last chapter in the book. He is the only one out of all of these guys, and mainly because they're all dead, that I talk to. So me and Dennis correspond, not as often now as we were. We were pretty regular when I was writing the book. But I know his surrogate daughter. She has his will and has to spread his ashes when he dies. But I was never really a fan of the BTK case. It was not something that I was super involved in, mainly because I thought he was stupid as shit. He thought that he was really smart, and then he got caught in the dumbest way possible, right? He asked the police, can you track this floppy disk? And they say, no, of course not, we can't track it. And so he sent it to them, and they immediately track it and arrest him a day later, right? They also went and got one of his daughter's pap smear, right? They got that to get the DNA off of it and make sure that they had it correct, which was a whole nother thing. She was apparently cool with it, but it's kind of a weird thing to go and request that. But they did, and that was how they determined that he was at several of the crime scenes. Now, Dennis is an interesting case because he is a guy that stalked the women that he eventually killed, right? And screwed it up every single time. Every time he went in. This is a guy that stalked these women for months. He had a list of 50 women that he was actively stalking. He called them his projects, right? And he would go out and stalk these women. And he knew exactly when they were coming home. He knew when they went to work. He knew who was in the house. And every single time he went, there were unexpected people at the house and he killed. I don't know about you, but it seems like somebody was not doing their job, right? If I'm going to go and try to figure out what somebody's doing, I probably would decide not to go the night that the boyfriend stays over, right? Maybe you would know that. Like maybe there's 2 cars in the driveway or something, or there's like extra, like 2 glasses of wine on the table. But Dennis didn't feel that way. When he felt like he needed to go and do it, he would go and do it. Now, Dennis is also interesting because he was very much into the BDSM stuff and the tying himself up. And he would do the hotel parties that he had, where he would wear some of their clothes and do all kinds of things. But it was never a case that I was really into until I could talk to him. And so I asked him what he wanted to include as his legend. And what I included in the book was what he asked me to do. He wanted me to include the theory that he was the Zodiac killer. So I went through and I did all the research and the possibilities that he was a Zodiac. He was not the Zodiac, but the FBI has questioned him 4 times on it. And then in the beginning of the chapter, he gave me some weird stuff like a lot of the like Wikipedia and a lot of the podcast or the documentaries get his birthplace wrong. He was actually born a town over from where they say he was born. And honestly, I don't remember what it was, but he told me, he was like, no, I was born over here. So I added that in the book. And then he told me that he sees demons on his floor. And so I added that. And he said, this was really funny. He said that he believes everything in 3s. And he said, like the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, Mother, Father, Child, I think. And then he said, Dennis, BTK, jail. I was like, that's pretty appropriate. like that's for sure how that shit happened. But yeah, I thought it was really funny that he would tell me that. So I said that there was going to be some question answer kind of thing at the end of this. And so you guys got any thoughts? Any thoughts on any true crime? Any questions? Go ahead.
You like to investigate serial killers. Have you done any investigation into the potentially ongoing serial killings in Chillicothe, Ohio?
So I have not been in Chillicothe. I have a buddy of mine that lives there, and he has mentioned that there's some stuff going on. There's also some active stuff currently going on in Chicago. There's 2, possibly 3 serial killers in Chicago. They may be different people. I did do some investigating into this idea of the smiley face killers. So if you don't know what that case is, there is a nationwide idea that there is some kind of crazy cult that is like drugging and abducting and torturing gay men that are in their 20s and then throwing them in a river to kill them and throw them in the river. Most of the cases have been closed, saying that they were drownings. I was at the location in Pittsburgh. I went to college in Pittsburgh, and so I went back there, and right underneath the 6th Street Bridge there, they found one of the bodies in there. There were actually 2 found in the Pittsburgh area, one on the West Virginia side of the river. I didn't go to that one, but I went to the 6th Street one. And as I stood there, and if you watch the Route 666 that I did there, one of my YouTube channels, while I'm doing the video there and I'm describing all of this stuff, there's probably no less than 12 people that run by jogging. There is no way that body was in the water for more than 5 hours and somebody saw it, right? The police said that the body was in the water for at least 3 days. There's no fucking way that that's possible. Like, there are so many people that run past that bridge every day. It's a jogging spot. This happened probably 5 years ago that they found a body there. There is no way that that's possible. 0. There is too many people in that area, hundreds of people going by there every single day. Like, I was there, I think, at like 8 a.m. in the morning, and there was already like 12 people that went by. I can't imagine that nobody looked down and saw a body lying in the water. Somebody did. It didn't sit there for 3 days. But no, I haven't went down there and checked out any of the stuff and showed off. Anybody else got anything? Any thoughts on any documentaries and stuff? Because there's a lot out there. What do y'all think about Menendez? That's a big thing right now, because the family is now petitioning for him to be released, or for them to be released. Sorry. What do you guys think? So the Menendez brothers killed their parents in the 90s. Actually, now it's funny how we think back in history, right? I thought that, remembering in my mind, I remember watching the OJ trial, and then I remember right after that watching the Menendez trial. I didn't realize that the Menendez brothers killed their parents before OJ, right? Now, I think what happened, and I'm not sure, because I haven't looked yet, but I think their first trial happened and this trial was before OJ, and it was not super publicized nationwide. And then the second trial happened after the OJ trial. I think that that's why I remember it after OJ, because the big trial happened after that. So I think that that's the case. I need to look and check out the dates, because I don't know if I'm wrong or not. I had a friend ask me the other day online, publicly, what I thought about the Menendez brothers. And my response was, I don't understand why it took the family 35 years to get together and now come out and support the sexual abuse allegations. 35 years is a long time, right? 5 years, I can see maybe there was a lot of things going through the court system, they couldn't speak out, whatever. 35 years of letting your family rot in jail and not saying anything, and now you come out in force saying, yes, my brother did this and this and this, and he was a horrible person. What happened in the last 35 years? Why didn't y'all say anything then? It seems very strange to me that that's the case. Now, that doesn't mean that it didn't happen, right? It's possible. If it happened, I think maybe they did serve enough time. The real question in that whole thing to me is, are they a danger to society now? Because that's what really matters. They killed their parents. That is for sure, they did it. So they should have went to jail for some time for doing that. Does that mean that they should have spent the rest of their life? Would they go out and kill other people? Probably not. Same thing with, what do you guys think about Gypsy? Gypsy's out now.
Oh, she's a hot mess now.
She is for sure a hot mess now.
I think she needed better support because she didn't get it. She came out and she's basically like a teenager that never lived now. And
Yeah.
It's not looking good for her.
Yeah. One of the things I said, I've got a friend of mine who really, really fought to not have her released at all, right? When you see Gypsy talking about the people on social media that are coming after her, it's a friend of mine that's doing that. I don't agree. I never agreed with that whole strategy, mainly because I always felt like if she's gonna fuck it up, let her fuck it up herself. I don't need to help her, right? like she came out of all of the nasty shit that had happened, and she did what she did, right? I don't necessarily believe that she didn't have a hand in it. She may have also stabbed her mother to death. I don't know. I think that there is a high probability that she was right there with her, with the boyfriend. But with that being said, we don't know that for sure. But I think it's not okay to sit there and go after somebody because she came out and she's now a quasi celebrity. There are celebrities out there that can't stand that pressure, that crumble because of all these people following them around and asking them questions and cameras and all of that stuff in their face. And I don't know. It would be a hard thing to do, but I think that, is she going to go out there and kill other people? Probably not. Is she going to bank off the celebrity and the fame? Hell yeah, and so would I. If I got a golden ticket to go out there and do all this stuff, hell yeah, I'd be right there with you. But I don't know. I don't necessarily think she should have stayed in prison her whole life for that. I think it's interesting that he's still in prison, right? And that they have no connection now. I think the shit that she did with her husband, that was dirty, man. She did him really dirty. He really tried to be there for her, but she just used him to have somebody, and that's a shame. But how many of y'all watch 90 Day Fiancé out there? Yeah, another guilty pleasure, right? And like you see that shit happen all the time. If you're gonna go try to marry somebody that you ain't ever met in person, you deserve what you get. Anyway, but I love watching the train wreck that happens. Oh, believe me, I am riveted watching every one of those shows, and I'm waiting for the day that one of them kills the other one, because it's gonna happen eventually. They're gonna get somebody on there, and it's gonna become a true crime case, which is gonna be fun. Maybe not funny, but it'll be funny in retrospect, I guess. All right, guys, thank you so much. I know they're getting ready to come up here, and he's giving me the sign, like, get the fuck off the stage, Joe.
Now, we've got another starting here in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, so come up and see me at the booth. If you got any questions, want to talk, I will be up there doing the thing. The booth number is 519. So if you haven't come and seen me already, make sure you come up and see me. And thank you guys for chilling.
You'll be here tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be here all weekend.
Fantastic. So you've got some time to go see him. Thank you all. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go.
Actually, y'all might want to hang around for the next one too, because it's on people who have survived serial killers.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So it's doing that.
Pardon?
You guys? Yeah, I figured you came in towards the end.
So yeah, it should be good, because it's a great follow-up to talking about true crime and then rolling into survivors of true crime.
Oh, right in the eye. Yeah, I actually ended up talking about a bunch of that too.
Yeah.
Because I threw up some pictures of Kathy Kleiner up there, and of course nobody knows who that is, which is a shame. She was one of Bundy's victims. Yeah, survived. Yeah, we'll have fun, you guys. Let me see the book. You get a book. Oh, sorry. Good luck this weekend. Have fun.
Look, she's picking. We ain't gotta be like the first row though.
Yeah, we do. It's not big.
How about like back here?
Such a brat.
Keep going down.
Like over here.
I don't want to be right up on there for real. No, so it's not a movie. We're gonna be listening to 3 girls who survived.
I want to know what are the girls?
Listen, I'm nosy. I need to know too.
I know. Where's the girls?
I don't know, but it's cold in here.
Why is it-
I'm not sure. Maybe they have a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know.
Can I help you?
Now remember, when they start talking, we stop talking. Okay, so if you have to talk, get your talking out now.
Talking, talk, talk, talk.
I'd like to come in.
Exactly what I figured.
She would have liked this one. She's got into serial killers really well. Yeah,
Turn your phone up.
and she would like the last one, the true crime, so. Good. Good.
You might start booing people during conversations you're not interested in. Listen, I just reposted this. It says, when I die, just go ahead and say how I died in the post. Making people search my daddy's sister's half brother's uncle.
And this is going to be streaming.
The cost is unnecessary.
From the Scarefest.
Because whenever you do
We don't
something
like
like, oh, I'm searching, I want to know how they went.
We don't like the final, but we don't like the
Is he the one who, it was right down the street from me? Or is he like, killed his girlfriend and like shot himself?
Probably about, let's see, what time is it now? 1:30, so maybe 2:40, or sorry, 2:15, because the next one won't start at 2:30. And you're Brianna? Excellent. Serial killers?
Yes.
This is the place.
I mean, it's women who survive serial killers. That's why they say the final one, because they didn't go next. These region in math, they already surpassed the first grade goal. Like, let's say he needed like to graduate in the first grade, he needed like 13. His school fees already smart.
Everyone have a good time this weekend?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Great, great. Is this your first Scarefest? Anybody got first time Scarefest? Good, good. A lot of people in there. A lot of people.
Very.
Yep.
Way more.
Come on in.
No, I was trying to fix my hair.
Please have a seat. You all hear some serial killers? Yep. Come on in, sir.
But I'm hiding my book. I'm hiding.
I asked, I was like, what about these? She's like, I know what you do. I don't think it's a concern at this age. Yeah. Because I think I don't see that you're there. So I was like, but I don't remember what grade you was ago. But she's like, if you want, I'm just going to go out and but I don't think they're going to be a concern. I said, well, if you don't tell them, neither do I. So we're fine. And sometimes if he slows down, he can see somewhere. And we've been practicing to do the same.
Oh.
It gets me sometimes, but it takes me a minute.
Did it die on you?
Yeah, we got a carpet.
He gets it. It's really a.
One challenge is the only empty spot I'm gonna drive is right there.
Okay.
Good.
On the wall?
Yeah, the wall.
Gotta
Yeah.
grass.
We had one over here, but there's no empty spots on it. It has like 2 plugs and like 3 years. Actually, there's one over there.
I saw a girl version of it though. Then she's like on a big cart with a bunch of pumpkins.
Just do it.
Oh.
Yep. Look at that.
There we go. Okay.
Nobody touch it.
Pray, everyone pray.
This will be the go passport.
Yeah, okay.
Come on in.
You get to do the limbo.
Okay.
I gotta unplug that real quick, man.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm good. I've got her out, so we're good.
Anyways, which one is it?
It's at 1:30. It's 1:30 right now. So, you see,
Sorry, technical difficulties,
Nope.
everybody.
It happens.
he's got the patience of a squirrel.
Wait, can you give me mine?
So do I.
What?
Yep, right there with you.
You didn't get
No,
mine
can you
yours?
give me my bag?
I've got a goldfish pond. My attention lasts less than theirs does. Or actually, it's probably pretty close. They show up to get fed, and that's about it. So,
Can I have my bag? Can I have my bag?
So do you have to pay for photographs? I don't know how much
What? I'm not.
No,
I'm
it's a wrap.
I can probably slide this over just a hair.
Well,
That help?
yes, but I'll just take it.
Gives you just a little slack.
Yeah, thank you.
Slowly saving since February. Yeah. So I've been slowly putting just a couple bucks away here and there. Every year, from February to October. Plus, there's like one quarter to go. And my bank Listen, I yelled at my district. I got so mad at them. I called them on October 1st. Oh, we still check my records.
One thing about laptops now is that you can't take extra batteries with you.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I look at it, and it says, I'm late $275. I'm like, you told me I was I don't $275. Well, it was $214, the end of the $60 late fee. I said, take that late fee off, it's your, are you telling me it's not my responsibility to make sure that you pay the office manager, yes, and if you do it, because I was responsible.
Fucking lower this down.
And I'm like, try to pay an extra $275 yesterday. But I'm like,
Is that right?
Yeah.
That work for you?
Yeah, then I'm like,
Excellent.
how do you keep raising your?
Okay, so folks, welcome to Scarefest again. Our next great seminar is going to be Brianna Bright, who's going to talk about real life final girls, 3 women who survived serial killers. Take it away.
Thank you, sir. There are names I could list that many people in this room would recognize. Names like Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer. When serial killers are brought to light, we see their documentaries and news stories, follow their hearings. And it's not unusual why. As fairly healthy-minded people, we find serial killers fascinating. We're intrigued and mortified by their lack of motive, their high murder numbers, and their brutal techniques. There's a part of us that wants to understand them, either through a desire to survive or just pure curiosity. We're drawn to the enigma of serial killers, but their infamy is a sharp knife, granting them attention and cool nicknames while a veil is drawn around their victims. We're not talking about them today. Now, before we proceed, please know that we will be touching on topics that may be disturbing to some, so please continue at your discretion. Here are some other names you may know: Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers, and Freddy Krueger. Do you remember the names of the women that brought them down? There's a term in the horror industry for the women who survive to the end of a horror film and defeat the killer. They're called final girls. And today, we're leaving the fictional realm to meet 3 real-life final girls who, through trickery, physical prowess, and fortitude, endured and escaped serial murderers who had already destroyed several lives. These final girls overcame unimaginable ordeals, survived dismemberment, escaped containment, and faced down doubt to put their assailants behind bars. The stories I'm going to tell you today about Mary Vincent, Kate Moyer, and Lisa McVeigh sound like something straight out of a slasher flick, yet they have gone largely ignored by the media. We'll look beyond the prevalence of serial killers that engage the public mind to recognize and commend the women who brought them down. Lisa McVeigh was 17 years old, riding her bike home from her job at a donut shop in Tampa, Florida. It was 2 a.m. on a chilly November morning in 1984. In the darkness, Lisa felt a pair of hands fall upon her and yank her off her bicycle. Lisa was forced into a vehicle and tied up. At this point, she's already going into survival mode, using little things that she learned from watching crime shows on TV. She tightens her jaw to loosen the blindfold so that she can still see just a little out the bottom. She picks up details about the car. She lies about her age and name. She does as her assailant tells her to do. Lisa is taken to the kidnapper's apartment where he rapes her. This was, unfortunately, not new for Lisa. Her current home life was a nightmare all of its own, as she was sexually abused by her grandmother's boyfriend almost daily. He did this while pressing a gun to her head. In a heartbreaking quote from one of her interviews, Lisa said, "I figure I've been sexually abused for 3 years. What's one more time?" She used this as her armor against panic. She uses her experience with abuse to not set off her kidnapper into anger. She constructs a lie. Lisa tells the kidnapper that her father is very ill and that she is his sole caregiver and that he won't survive without her. She offered to be his secret girlfriend, all the while giving him a sense of control and respect. She said, "I had to reach down deep in my soul. I just had a new sense of wanting to survive." Over the next 26 hours, Melissa manipulated her kidnapper while he continued to rape and torture her. In the early hours the next morning, he drove Lisa to an isolated location and left her there, instructing her to leave the blindfold on for 5 minutes after he left. Standing in the cold November morning, Lisa kept waiting for death, for him to kill her where she stood. When she took the blindfold off and started walking, she expected every car that went by to be the assailant coming back for her. But he didn't come back. Lisa walked all the way home where she was beaten by her grandmother's boyfriend, disbelieved by both of them. Eventually, she made it to the police station where she faced more doubt from the officers there. She was so calm and collected that they didn't think she could have possibly gone through what she was describing. The investigator who took over and believed her was Larry Pinkerton. He said he had never seen a victim like her with such excellent recall. Her description of the assailant, his car, and apartment led to the arrest of her kidnapper 12 days later. But Lisa wasn't this man's only victim. He confessed to the murder of 8 women, all of whom had been kidnapped and raped just like her. Lisa was removed from her grandmother's house and lived with an aunt and uncle who provided a loving home for her. In 2019, Lisa was there when the murderer was executed by lethal injection. By then, she had become a police officer specializing in sexual crimes, as well as a school resource officer, dedicating herself to protecting children. She works for the same sheriff's office that arrested her assailant. In an interview, Lisa stated about the middle school she works at that they know I'm Mama Bear. Nobody messes with my kids, and my kids know that.
When I was in Beach Place, I had nowhere to go. It's December. My birthday's March following year. I was going to be 18. They don't house 18-year-olds. The state doesn't house. I was going to be on the street. I was petrified. And they, the social work kid, you have anybody here in Tampa that you know relative that can take you in. I'm like, well, I have an aunt and uncle, but they live in Titusville. I haven't seen them in 10 years. The next day, my aunt Carol and my uncle picked me up. And they took me in. They got me counseling. They show me what a mom and dad are. I call her Aunt Mommy and him Uncle Daddy. They help me on the road to recovery, and I haven't stopped since. I have a voice now, and I'm able to speak for the other ones that can. And I'm going to stand up and be an advocate for them, no matter what it takes. I want to see him coming to him what he deserves. He's still sitting on death row. 30 years later, how is that possible? I don't get it. He killed 10 women. Are there other bodies out there? Yeah. He'll go to his grave. He won't talk about it. I'm sure there's other victims out there that you're notifying. I requested through our state governor, I want to go see him. And I was denied. I was told that Florida is probably one of the last states that doesn't let a victim talk to the perpetrator because they can't control what he's going to say. I get that. I understand that. And that he may interrupt my healing. That's my choice. That shouldn't be their choice to make a decision. I'm going to show them that I prevailed. I'm strong. I want you to know my name now. My name is Lisa. It's like one horrific ordeal got me out of another one at home, and I just want to say thank you. I know it sounds weird. It's closure, and it's stand up for the other victims who can't be there. And those victims are forgotten. They're forgotten. Who talks about the victims' families? I mean, who does that anymore? I do. I do a lot of speaking engagements. I have a PowerPoint. And the last slide is, remember, so I would take a moment in silence. And I was every victim and their picture and their name and their age. I said, let's say a prayer for them and their families. I do. Because I could have been on that PowerPoint.
Half a world away, and 2 years later, it's November again. An Australian, Kate Moyer, is 17 years old, having a night out with her friends in Perth. They drink and see a local band. Fairly inebriated, Kate accepts a ride home with friends in the band, but not wanting them to drive the whole way, she insists on being dropped off and walking the rest of the journey. Kate changes her mind about walking the whole way, so she decides to hitch a ride home. Nowadays, hitchhiking would be the last thing any of us would do, but back then it was common. And besides, the people in the car were a married couple, a man and a woman, and so Kate feels that she can trust them. When they arrive at her home, Kate reaches for the door latch, only to find air. The interior handles have been torn off. Then she feels a hand grab her face, and hold her between the two front seats, followed by the cold, sharp press of a knife against her throat. They drive away from Kate's house to a secluded spot where they tie Kate up and hide her under a blanket in the back seat. It's practiced, methodical. They've done this before. They drive to their house and bring Kate inside. They take her clothes. She's held at knife point while they watch a movie. She is forced to dance in front of them. She is raped by the man while the woman watches. But while this is happening, Kate is taking steps to leave evidence around the house. She feels that if she can't survive, she can at least make sure her assailants get caught. Anytime she gets a moment out of sight, she leaves breadcrumbs behind. Her lipstick under a beanbag chair, a pack of cigarettes in the ceiling, even a letter to her family. That night, they give Kate a pill to put her to sleep, but Kate puts it under her tongue and fakes swallowing. On the pill bottle, she sees a name for the prescription and commits it to memory. Lying in bed next to the man, her foot handcuffed to his leg, she slips the pill out of her mouth and drops it behind the mattress. Kate knows that if she's drugged, that will mean the end for her. The next morning, the man leaves for work and Kate is left with the woman. Kate spends the day talking to her in an attempt to lower the woman's guard. Kate deduces that they have kidnapped other girls, women that Kate recognizes as missing people she has seen on the news. There's a knock at the door, and the woman pushes Kate into the bedroom, threatening her into silence. Seeing this as her only chance, Kate goes to the window. It is locked, but she breaks it, opens the window, and falls one story to the ground below. She hits her head upon landing, becoming concussed. Disoriented and terrified, Kate starts running down the street. She tries each door she passes, finding each one locked. Jumping a fence, she's accosted by a dog. It barks and lunges at her. Kate flees the yard and finally finds another person. The man is a vacuum salesman having a smoke break outside the shop. Kate comes up to him sobbing and begging for help. She goes into the shop and tells him to lock the door. Warns him that if a woman comes looking for her, she is not who she says she is. The woman does not come, and Kate is taken to the police station. There, she's given to a rookie officer named Laura Hancock. It is literally Laura's first statement on the force. Laura is told to stitch her up, meaning take Kate's statement as a false report. They don't believe a word Kate has told them. But Laura's instinct tells her that Kate is being honest, and it is with her insistence that an investigation is made. Kate gives them the name from the prescription bottle, and they go to the house. They find every detail that Kate told them about. The lipstick, the cigarettes, even what movie is in the VCR. The man and woman are placed under arrest and sentenced to life in prison. They find that the couple had murdered 4 other girls. Kate's story with her kidnappers continues to this day. While the man eventually killed himself in prison, the woman has been up for parole several times, and each time Kate has been there to keep her behind bars. Every 3 years, due to Australia's mandatory parole hearings, Kate relives her horror to testify against her kidnapper. Kate has been a prominent figure in legislation to change Australia's parole laws. preventing early release. Today, she's a businesswoman, has a family, and she's still friends with Laura Hancock. In 2016 and 17, she held a petition and GoFundMe to push for changes to parole laws and released a book detailing her experience. Since then, things have been quiet from Kate Moyer, and we can only hope that she is living her life in peace.
To this day, Ferguson and many others believe that, without Kate's quick thinking, bravery, and resolve, the Bernies would have murdered many more in the weeks to come.
Katie Moyer saved unknown young ladies' lives.
In 2016, the 7 News team reunited Kate and Hancock for the first time in 20 years.
What is the bond that you have?
I think the bond is that we shared a pretty traumatic experience together, and you become pretty close.
But we got through.
We did.
And you're safe. And you're here today.
She still worries, you know.
I still do.
Do you worry about her?
Yes.
Our third final girl is Mary Vincent. We'll travel back in time to September 1978 to the American West. Mary was 15 years old, one of 7 children, and in the turmoil of her parents' divorce. She decided to run away and to live with her boyfriend in Las Vegas. But when her boyfriend was arrested, leaving Mary all alone, she decided to hitchhike to California and stay with her grandfather. Hitchhiking was a common way to get around in the 70s, and Mary was walking with 2 other hitchhikers down the freeway when a blue van pulled over. The man inside offered to give Mary a ride, but only her, despite the van being empty. The other hitchhikers warned her not to get in the car, but Mary was exhausted and desperate, and the man was older, quote, a grandfather figure. So she took the ride. After about an hour driving, Mary fell asleep. When she woke up, she realized that they were going in the wrong direction and demanded that they turn around. The man claimed that he'd gotten lost and pulled over in the middle of a deserted road to take a bathroom break. They were in the middle of the California desert, the earth cooling in the September evening. Feeling unsafe, Mary slips out of the car and bends over to tie her shoe, getting ready to make a run for it. Then everything goes dark. Coming in and out of consciousness, Mary is taken to the back of the attacker's van, where he ties her up and rapes her several times. He falls asleep, wakes and rapes her again, all through the night until the sun rises. Mary begs him to let her go, set her free, promising not to tell. The attacker pulls Mary out of the van and gets a hatchet from his toolbox. In one swing, he cuts off her left arm below the elbow. Then he cut off the right arm. Mary is kicking and screaming while he chops. At this point, Mary stops fighting, growing still, in shock. The attacker drags Mary to a nearby cliffside and throws her over the edge. Mary falls 30 feet down. Mary lay at the bottom of the ravine, tired and cold, just wanting to sleep. But in her tired, horrified mind, she thinks that she has to get up, because if she doesn't, it'll happen again to someone else. She presses the stumps of her arms into the dirt, congealing the blood and slowing the flow, a survival technique she learned in the Philippines. Then, with no arms and 4 broken ribs, 15-year-old Mary climbs the 30 painstaking feet back up the cliff. This takes her all day. When she finally gets to the top, it's nighttime again. She follows the sound of traffic back to the road and walks all night trying to find help. A convertible with 2 men inside begin to pull over, but the sights that beheld them, Mary, naked, her severed arms held up over her head, covered in blood and mud, like something from a horror movie. The car quickly drives away, too afraid to stop. Finally, someone does stop for Mary, a couple on their honeymoon who had gotten lost. They put Mary in their car and drove as fast as they could to a telephone. She's lost half the blood in her body and had to be airlifted to a hospital. With Mary's help, police were able to apprehend her attacker, and Mary faced him in court, her testimony leading to his conviction. Upon his sentencing, the assailant threatened Mary, saying that he would someday finish the job. Unfortunately, at the time, the maximum sentence was 14 years, and her attacker was paroled after only 8. Mary, living in fear of his threat, stayed on the move, changing addresses and hiring bodyguards. In Florida, in 1997, Mary's attacker took the life of a woman named Roxanne Hayes, stabbing her to death. Mary Vincent pushed through her fear and traveled across the country, from California to Florida, to face her attacker once more. There, she was forced to relive her trauma, describing the horrible events. Her attacker was convicted once again, and this time he died in prison. Mary helped legislators pass a new bill that extended the minimum sentencing for criminals like her attacker. For a short time, she was a speaker at public schools, promoting safety and helping to put a stop to the trend of hitchhiking. She turned to art as a coping mechanism. She crafted prosthetic arms to hold paintbrushes and began creating portraits and paintings to help her heal and fill the nights when she couldn't sleep. In her latest interview in 2023, Mary confessed that she hadn't created any new art, as she has found comfort in her husband and 2 sons. She said that she hasn't drawn a thing since she met her husband, saying, quote, "With him, I'm living life instead of drawing it or reading about it."
I never knew that there could be people like that in the world. And I pray to God I never know another. He was sentenced on death row, but he wasn't executed. He died of cancer. I didn't feel relief when he had died. I needed to know what was in that dark soul of his. I felt that I was robbed of that opportunity. But because of my sons, I saw the relief on their faces that made me realize, okay, that's good enough closure for me. I don't have to worry about my sons' lives anymore. It's God and my sons that keep me going. They keep me loving life more than most people. I appreciate it more, and I'm just glad that I'm given another chance at life, that I didn't die. I'm a survivor. I survived.
In movies, the final girl is the last person standing after a killing spree. Not only did they survive, but they found a way to stop the killer. They are resourceful, clever, brave, and sometimes just plain lucky. Lisa, Kate, and Mary aren't fictional characters. They are real women who suffered and continue to fight even today. But they embody the idea of the final girl. A woman who rises up in a world that projects so much violence onto women and puts an end to the carnage, finding the power to do so within herself. At this time, I'm happy to take any questions. I'll answer as best I can. All right, thank you so much for coming. Enjoy the rest of the convention.
Stop talking like that. No, I don't like it.
Wait, without wait. But I want to know what was the name of it.
Yeah.
You want to shut this off?
I think it was all the way up anyways. You can see the volume. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need to buy something so I can put this in. My stickers are excited. That's good. So that I won't inadvertently. Yeah, so the tree actually. Oh, jeez. That's so irritating.
You made me stay up in my mindset.
This is the Appalachian Witches. Okay, come on in. You open the door. Come on in for Appalachian Witches.
Gracious alive. Okay. Oh,
We're having a good time today. Seen a lot of people up there. A lot of people. You know, that's what the panels and seminars and all that stuff is. It's as much as anything, it just gives you a respite from the madness of the main floor. But they were telling me there's supposed to be 30,000 people here today. That's a lot of damn people. I mean, that's bigger than some towns. That's a lot of people. Because when I came in this morning, I mean, and it was after 10, so the VIPs had already started floating in. So, and maybe even a little after 11, and those lines were still huge. Did you all? Is this your first time at Scarefest? Yours? Okay. So it's your second time? Okay. But I'm saying, is this the first time you've ever been to this convention? Okay. Have you all been to Scarefest before? Second year? Coming back next year? Because, you know, if they got 30,000 people in this building today, we're going to do it again next year. Actually, they've already signed the contracts to do it again next year here. So actually, there's no place in Lexington that could accommodate these numbers. Pardon? There's no place in Lexington bigger. This is the place to accommodate the largest. Now, there's some areas in the building they haven't taken. There's another floor downstairs that's coming next year. On the other side of the hallway, there's a bunch of space over there. There's like some ballrooms and stuff like that. I think that's coming next year too, just to accommodate the size of the group. They have another convention here in the spring. It's Lexington Comic and Toy Convention, and I work it too. Total number is bigger, but it's not so specialized. It's not just horror and paranormal. It's all forms of pop culture mostly. And then you go to buy toys you've been playing with when you were like 3 and you think, oh, I remember that. I want to get it now. The great thing about it is it doesn't matter whether you're like 30 or 80, you're going to find stuff you like there. But horror is its own kind of specialty. Horror fans are loyal. If you go to more than one of these conventions, not Lexington, but if you go to another convention in Montana or wherever, you know, you're going to see some of the same people. You're probably going to see Felissa Rose and Kane Hodder and, you know, those people. So, yeah. And well, John Kassir, the voice of the Crypt Keeper from Tales from the Crypt, you know. And come on in. Who? Yeah. And again, it's kind of the usual suspects, but every year Kane Hodder's got a line. He's been here maybe every year but one or two since I've started coming to these things. And I've been coming to him, I don't know, 11, 12 years now. First as a guest and then as I work it. And he's always got a line. He's here every year and he's always got a line. And they're signing something, you know, whether it's Hatchet or Jason or whatever. Yeah, I think he does that too. And they've done other stuff. A few years ago, they had a ghost hunting with killers or something, and they had 3 or 4 of those guys, and they were off doing ghost hunting. I think they did a hatchet thing too, where they were actually throwing hatchets. Of course, they also did the Scream Queen Bolorama at the place across the street, Lex Live. So that was entertaining. And they had real Scream Queens. So, well, Felissa was there, and they had a couple of other ones. So, did anybody go to the karaoke last night? Over at Lex Live, they had. Do you know where Lex Live is? Across the street from the Hyatt Hotel. There's a big building there. There's like a parking garage for part of it, but it's also a movie theater and bowling alley, and they've got a big restaurant in there. It's a great place to go watch ball games if you like sports. But they have a bar area, and they had a little stage set up, and people were doing karaoke, or Scarioke as they call it. So how many times can you hear a flying purple people eater, you know? Come on in. So you got any more autographs left to get this weekend? Anybody hoping they run out of money before they run out of autographs? No? It can happen easily. And then you just hope you don't walk by somebody who's got a movie prop going, oh, that's really cool. Sure, I'll pay $800. Now what am I going to live on the rest of the weekend? Shit. And it happens to all of us.
My favorite was finding the surprise celebrities.
You know, it is kind of neat. And you do find those from time to time. You know, they may not have been asked as a guest through their agent and all that kind of stuff, but sometimes they just get their own booths and set up and start selling. There are a few of those here. Yeah. I saw him because I helped vendors. Pardon? I helped vendors check in on Thursday and Friday morning, and he walked by, and someone piped in, he's my favorite character in that movie. And Donna did. I said, so he walks around Walmart for 3 hours or 3 in the morning, which is true. If you ever walked in Walmart 2 or 3 in the morning, that's kind of what it looks like. Come on in. Come on in. And this also is live streaming from the Scarefest YouTube page. Come on in.
I'm looking for someone.
Pardon?
I'm looking for someone.
Oh, okay, sorry. Please have a seat. Yeah, might as well sit up closer here. You know, more there.
You go all the way up from them.
What are you all in line for?
What am I supposed to do? Don't worry. You need to see the same pictures. You need to pull up what I said.
So have y'all been to any of the Q&A panels this weekend too? Fright Night or Scream or? Well, actually Scream's tomorrow, I think. Fright Night's going to be fun. They're doing Halloween right now, I think. Or no, Halloween's coming up. I think they're doing Blair Witch Project right now. And they did Phantasm. That's just a fun film. You know, it came out when I was a teenager, but it's just a fun movie. Unfortunately, Mr. Sarandon's starting to look kind of old. Yep. You know, Where I work, I'm a supervisor, and I had employees. They've changed departments now, but I had them, and I was 5 years older than their parents. I was like, God. I mean, and the thing is at least one of them, she was a grown adult. She's mid-20s. She's got a little girl, nice person. I'm older than her dad. God, I'm old. Yeah. What are you all looking for? What are you all looking for? This is the line, but it's starting to move because it's a long line. You all wait for line? I'm Scott. I'm run the room. You all need well,
Mostly gonna grab us food at the concession stand. Yeah, so check it out. Pizza, mac and cheese, nachos, pretzel, populations, and at first I just said 2 pizzas. Yep. I didn't even take that. Well, they have a fan in their butt. That bathroom
yeah, it's let's not have
How are y'all? Good, how are you? Y'all coming?
Okay. It's good about that time. My name is John. I'm kind of keeping an eye on the room today. What do you all need right now? Okay. Now, we're streaming this live on our YouTube page for Scarefest. Do you all need will you use the projector here? Okay. So I've got a HDMI cable. It's not terribly long. Come along, come along. I'm going to apologize now because I saw about this panel and all I could start thinking was Monty Python. And I started wondering if you all weighed the same as ducks. there's a whole thing where they've got a witch. They're going to burn her. They put like a carrot on her nose and all this other stuff and a fake wart.
She's a witch.
She's a witch. And they're
I've
ready to
seen
burn her.
that. Have y'all seen that Monty Python? She's a witch. I know she's a witch.
Well, she turned
Well.
me into a newt. And then they're like, what burns apart from witches? Oh, witches. And then they deduce, well, what do you burn apart from witches? Wood. Great. Does wood float? Yes. What else floats besides wood? Very small rock.
Witches.
Ducks. So if a witch weighs the same as, if she weighs the same as a duck, she's a witch. So they take her to the scales.
Yeah.
And she gets on the scales and she weighs the same as a duck, so she's witch. Okay, do you have an HDMI port?
I don't know. Let's see. What's got this sucker? Literally. Yeah, I've got one.
Yes, you do, right there. That works quite well.
All righty. Let me get our presentation. Let me tell you, when you get old, I'm sorry, guys, it happens. You put your presentation right here so you never forget it or leave it. Do I have a USB?
That sit here pretty well for you?
Yeah, I think it works for everybody. Well, maybe. Okay.
Everybody know why you're in here. Are you in the right area? This is some mirror magic, moon magic, and witches. Appalachian witches. All right. Now for everyone to be.
Okay,
No,
so
go-
yeah,
yeah.
real magic, the moon, mirrors, and the witch's ladder. 3 Appalachian witches.
Only there's 2 of us today.
There's 2. There's one
Sorry.
down. There's a witch down, guys.
2 Appalachian witches.
One, they got the one.
Quit it. Oh.
There you go.
We'll give it just a couple more minutes and I'll go and close the door so you can have a little quiet.
Oh, God, I said no. I said
Kicking
no.
the
Last
nails.
minute, God. That was a snapback. I'm not used to having nails. You see that?
Hey, sir, does anybody know the password for the internet? Yeah, don't leave.
I don't have that. I'm not sure.
You might not let me in. It's being weird.
Probably internet down here, but it's not
Okay. Why is it doing this? All I want is my presentation. Please connect your device to the internet. Why do I need the internet? Oh, it should be offline. It's set. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's which? Okay, it's gonna. All right.
So you all have something to talk about with this Hunter's Moon we just had.
Huntersville, what are you talking
Hunter's Moon.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's always something. My goodness. Let's see. Why's it doing this? Well, it's showing it. Let me see if okay. So I've got one more thing I got to put in and we'll be ready. USB. Okay. Make sure that it's working.
Oh, that's for you to pop your slides back and forth?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you.
And I know the moon affects people. My mom's a retired nurse. She used to work 3rd shift at the hospital here in Lexington.
Yeah.
People got weird when the moon got full.
People are weird anyway, but
Well,
you're right.
yeah.
Weirder. And I'm going to tell you something that's interesting. Do you know scientific studies say that isn't true? They've done 100 of them, and I'm with you. I think that it definitely affects
There's a
people.
reason they call it lunacy, Yeah. And I know I have a friend who's a retired police officer.
Mhm.
Full moon coming, people get weird,
They do.
and it's funny, but I don't know why you can't explain it scientifically. I mean, the gravity between the Earth and the moon or the gravity on the earth is affected by that.
Yeah.
That's why we have the tides. So
No, you're exactly
makes perfect
right.
sense. So.
You're right.
Are you all here for Appalachian Witches? Come on in. Have a seat and enjoy. I'm going to close the door for you.
Thank you, thank you.
Where'd you go?
Yeah. All right. Howdy, guys. So, I know you're here for Appalachian Magic. So, if you like to convert to Christianity, we joke. Yeah. No, I'm just playing. So, this is Appalachian Magic, and this has to do with the moon magic, which is ladder and mirror magic. So, it's going to be exciting. Then you're going to hear a little few things that you might not know about, maybe a little Appalachian lore. Who is from the Appalachian right here? It's just about what? No, there's a few. I'm like, shoot. But anyways, it is a special little part of the area, as you know. We did get hit by the hurricane. Sorry, I didn't mix up.
Well, we had tornadoes too. We had one hit Blowing Rock, North Carolina, right up to my house.
Mine, I just had the power come out and trees down. So our hearts and our well wishes and healing energy goes to the ones that are still suffering for that. So if you have an opportunity to actually donate or do any difference for that, then please go out and do that. I'm dingy as shit, and or dingy as crap, excuse me. It's always better when you take the customer back and fix it. But anyways, if it goes, whoa, it's a tornado or a hurricane. They're interchangeable for me. But anyways, so we have that. So Pat, if you would like to start off with your moon magic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how many of you are magic practitioners? And can you hear us in the back? All right, excellent.
Well, we forgot to tell them who we are.
Oh, well, for those who don't know, I am Pat Bizarro Peeve. Sorry, I haven't been drinking. Peeve. And this is...
I'm Ashley Connor, and Misty Connor is normally supposed to be here, but she's a little under the weather. And kidney stones will get you down, guys. Just so.
Yeah. And of course, Misty always does it upright, so she doesn't just have one, but she's got two.
double the fun.
All right. So thank you for being with us today. How many of you all are magic practitioners? I apologize. Oh, I like that, Okay, most of us do. I'm gonna tell you, for those of us in the hills and elsewhere, we have our magical ways, and we always have. We just didn't call it that. When my granny would stitch or knit a baby blanket, well, every few stitches she'd say a little prayer over that, right? She'd say a few words as she went along. She put her, what we call intent, into that baby blanket, that baby was just going to be A-okay, right? It was like a gift of more than just something tangible. There was that intangible granny witch love that went with it. If you were living up in Pennsylvania and you had some cows and you were worried about them, their cows, right, being sick, because if your cows got down, what we call got down, and they died, that family was without milk or without, the resources that cow could bring, because if you had excess, you could take that excess to town, right? Well, what you do is you paint what they call a hex sign and put it on the barn. Those barn signs you see, they're just not pretty. They're also magic, and the magic was to prevent things like fire or to prevent your cow from getting sick. So you wanted to have those on those barns, and that's why you see so many of them, especially when you go towards the north or out in Ohio. You'll see a lot of them there. Now, that was some of our heritage where I grew up in the West Virginia Appalachians. You might see that because we have a lot of Germans who came into the Appalachian region. Mostly though it was Scotch Irish, and then there was everybody else because there was such a number of the Scotch Irish. And to this day, in the area of West, down through West Virginia, going into Virginia, into Caswell County, Buchanan County, there's a high number of beautiful redheads down through there. Because one of the things that happened is, and I don't want to say we're like the royal families of Europe, and there was a lot of inbreeding because there was some, but very little of that, even though back in the day, it wasn't considered, the terrible thing that it is today. It wasn't uncommon, no matter where you lived on planet Earth, to maybe marry your third cousin. But now don't forget, the Bible says, don't marry your second cousin. And Grandma said once, if you know not to marry your second cousin, you should have the common sense not to marry your first cousin, right? All right, so the Bible was a big part of the magic in the Appalachians and beyond. One of the things that my granny would do is put 23rd Psalms, she'd open that up, and she kept it near the door, pointed towards the door. And that was supposed to keep evil people out. All right? Keep evil away from the house. And when you think about it, witches do things like create witches' balls. Have you all ever heard of those? Now, a witch's ball, what you can do, and this is a really easy thing to do if you're interested, and it's for protection. During the Christmas season, you can buy those balls that are empty, and you can put like a red string. If you're lazy, you can just shove the string in there a little at a time, right, until it's filled up. But most people will cut strips, and as you're cutting strips, put your intent into those strips. What do I want to use this for? Now, I usually use the red string. Why? Red is a color of protection. So I love that each and every one of us who are wearing one of those little badges, mine's not, but most people are red today, right? So we have a little bit of protection. And also in the Kabbalah, people will wear a red string around their wrists, if you haven't noticed that. That's magic. And I love when you look at the Jewish Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism, one of the things that I love about it is that they believe in the Shekinah. Does anybody know what Shekinah is? Shekinah is the female aspect of the Godhood. Oh, I love that, don't you? Because I've always felt that it's kind of a balance, don't you? It's not just some big guy. I mean, this is my personal opinion. I don't try to change anybody's, but it's just not some big guy on a throne. We're talking energy here, and immortal energy that has a balance, maybe, of both male and female. So let's look at this. One of the things about the moon that they tell us through scientific study, and believe it or not, I was a college professor. I worked at Southwest Virginia Community College. I rarely say that because I'm not exactly their most popular ex-employees you can imagine, because academics are very open, many of them, to anything that can be quantified. Now, what I mean by quantified is measured. But here's the stickler in the scientific study, and I love this when I see people in the paranormal bring this out, that we have to have, academic rigor in that we need scientific formula. Well, unfortunately for us who actually live this, that requires the final step. And the final step is replication under exact circumstances, right? And that doesn't exist for us. How many of y'all in here are paranormal investigators? Okay. For those of us who have done that, you know how frustrating that can be. You can go into a location and you will have a mind-blowing experience, right? And you go back to the next 6 months and have absolutely nothing at all happen. Because why? Well, we're trying to figure that out.
It shows the exact circumstances. Does it have to do with the instrument, which, by the way, the most powerful instrument that you could have in paranormal investigating is not all this fancy equipment, it's yourself. You are the instrument. You can feel vibrations that we call frequencies, right? When you're very open to that. So just something to consider. Now, they say that through scientific studies that the moon does not affect us. But I'm willing to say this. To be able to tell, we would have to have, say, if we're doing a really expensive study, 1,000 people who are exactly the same. Exactly the same, okay? And not only that, but all of these people would have had to have said, I am being affected by the moon. Now, I can tell you, you could put me in Fort Knox under 16 floors, and I could tell you when the full moon is. I can. And why? Because once a month, I don't sleep. The full moon this month was on the 17th. So I have not had sleep for 36 hours yesterday evening when I drove in here, right? So I was extremely tired. I'm not by myself. There are many, many people who are affected. Like the gentleman said, he said they call it lunacy for a reason. And that was actually back in the Victorian days when they called them lunatic asylums. There was a reason for that. But here is what I find interesting. This is a scientific study, and they have found, and this is a legitimate University of Indiana medical school, deaths by suicide increased significantly during the week of a full moon. And what is bone-chilling about this is how many at night watch or are on their computer looking at the screen? Oh, terrible. And they say, get those blue blockers, right? Yeah. Okay, so get the blue blockers. But they are saying that you are under, now we don't have the force of the gravity, but the light itself duplicates in some ways the light of the moon if you're under a very full moon and you're looking up at the moon. So what they're wanting to do is extend this study and see if those who do a lot of late night scrolling are more prone to suicide. And I love that. I love the way that they're reaching out and looking at this. So yes, it does affect us. If the moon can move the waters of the Atlantic and the Pacific in the tides, how could it not affect many of us on the earth? We have that level of gravitational pull during this time of the month. And then just real quick, understanding lunar energy. We just talked about that. There's a real energy here. So why not connect to that energy and use it in manifestation work, right? And then historical perspectives of the moon. Now, what do I mean by that? The moon has affected us since we lived in caves. Since the first man wandered out of the cave trying to avoid the saber-toothed tigers and looked up at the moon, which was lighting their way at that moment. Can you imagine what that meant to these people? And if you look at civilizations all over the world, the moon makes an appearance, not only in culture, where we will see beautiful renditions of, say, a moon goddess like Inanna or Nana from Sumerians, but it was in their culture itself, part of connection with that moon. The moon cycles of, creating crops. What time of the month? If you are a gardener, you're going to plant your crops if they go underneath the earth in the new moon or the new moon phase. But if they're on top of the earth, like say corn, then you need to go to the waxing phase. So they look at patterns. And then the role of intent in manifestation. If you aren't motivated, if you don't put intent into spell work, it's like praying and not putting your heart open and asking for that from from divine source. It's not going to happen. You have to have intent. You have to give a razor sharp focus on your intent. What do I want? Now, I'm going to tell you all a true story. I had been married for many years and had divorced like many of us do, and no animosity. He's a good man, and we still see each other every year at my sister's Christmas party. But after about 3.5 years, I'm like, I'd like to have a mate. I'd like to have somebody sitting on the front porch with, right? Somebody to change my oil. So what I did is a very simple spell. And I will tell you something about love spells. You have to be very careful. You don't want it to be negative. And how could that be negative when you're looking for love? Let's say I look over at this man right here. May I borrow him just a second? Okay, no, you can sit there. Let's say I look over. Look how happy this couple is, right? At least they're showing it. I think they are. All right. So say I look at him and say, okay, that's the one I want. Now I know he's married to Mary Jane over there, but I want him. So I'm just going to put that intent, and I'm going to make a mess of their marriage, okay? I'm going to at least do that in some cases. Now, how could that be possible? You're trying to overcome this man's will. His will, his happy will, is to sit here with his wife, is it not? That's right, he's happy. My intent is to focus on him and to decimate that well and to have his focus move from his wife to his true love to me. And even if this man was single, what you're doing is you're focusing and saying, I want you anyway. And a lot of times that's a bad idea for you. Because have any of y'all ever read Practical Magic, the book? You know what I'm talking about. So this lady, once this guy, she finally gets him, now she can't get rid of him, right? Because it's magic. All right. So what I did is I lit a white candle and put a little piece of, and I'm giving y'all a witch's secret, single women that want this. So put a little piece of pink quartz next to that light, and I prayed, or spelled, whatever you want to say, right? I said, divine energy, your daughter would like to have a mate, and I want the person that was meant to be with me. I want the person that completes me. Sound like that Jerry Maguire movie, but it's true. Completion is everything, right? So 2 weeks later, there he was. And listen to this. He had actually grown up in Arizona and had recently moved to North Carolina from LA. So, I mean, think about it. How could that happen, right? That's amazing. The right man for me should not have even been in the vicinity. And we have been literally together every day, and it's a beautiful thing. Spell work or prayer is a beautiful thing, but you have to have intent. When I asked that, my heart chakra was open, and I asked for a very real place. And you're going to find out whether you cast a spell or you say a prayer, when it comes from the heart, and especially, I have to admit, when you do it for someone else, and it's not a selfish motivation, things happen. They really do. And I gotta hurry because I'm hogging the whole day. I gotta get my partner up here. Okay, new moon. This is when you set your intentions, all right? So if you're using the moon in magic, set your intentions then. Waxing moon, you're building the energy. You can actually feel it, some of us, okay? As it's building towards a full moon. The full moon, culmination and gratitude. Always have gratitude. No matter what, always be grateful. And it brings a lot of joy in your life. And then waning moon, release and let go. And now?
Alrighty. So, we're going to be talking about the witch's ladder first. Is that how you climb up in your coven? Is it a syllabus how to be a better witch? No, it's tying a rope. And that's what we're going to excitedly talk about today, guys. All right, so the first recorded, I'm going to hit you with these boring facts so that you sound really smart with your friends when you're around the bonfire, okay? So, first recorded in Wellington, Shropshire, that was demolished in 1878. So, the first evidence of this, they were at this house and they tore down the ceiling or whatever and they found them. And of course, they're sketchy as crap when you find something that's braided and they got brooms and, witchy type stuff. Of course it's gonna be bad. They were probably like trying to put all bad stuff on the town and take all their cows, you know? But actually there's multiple uses for these witches' ladders. It's not just negative. You can do negative. They say if you put it under a bed and they have to find it, you know, if y'all seen Supernatural, don't get me started on demons. Anyways, so if you see that, then they try to find these grip goose bags. But they also use witches' ladders in that type of way. You're supposed to catch them, either find them, burn them, you know, extinguish them, or whatever. So back then they found 2 of those, and it was feathers from a chicken, bones, things like that. That's normal because those are things you collect around your house. Now you gotta remember, I'm an Appalachian witch, so these are not like closed practices. These are open for anybody, these witches' ladders, right? So, Appalachian witches, they tend to shuffle their magic around because we's poor, okay? We can't get them same ingredients as anybody else. So whatever we got around the farm is what we're gonna use. So, I would probably use and have used fodder twine because it comes off hay, right? Very prosperous, things like that. I have chickens. I would use my chicken feathers. Black for me is protection, things like that. It can also be more negative, you know. Bones, because I would take the elements of the animal and put that in there. And I would tie whatever intentions I want. Like if I wanted something happy, I would sit there with this witch's ladder, and I haven't even told you what it is yet. But you sit there with what I haven't told you yet, and you concentrate on your intentions for that, okay? So that is a different way. Different way to say it is witch's ladder, rope and feathers, and all that other. There is another Viking version. I know if you've ever been to the beach or somewhere that's really tropical, right? You'll see a string of, you know, wood, and you're like, oh, that's a fancy wind chime. Actually, it's a Valhalla ladder. And the Vikings would take pieces of wood from all their travels, and it was like trophies. And it was made for protection, everything like that, and they'd tie it in that knot, and they would set it out there for protection. So that's technically a witch's ladder, but it is Valhalla ladder as well. All right, so it's made knotted cord, hair, charms, knots for the specific use intended, just like I was saying. Also, that is another fun little way you can incorporate that into your life. If you have long hair or a beard, however you want. If you're a lady with a beard, I don't care. So you do that, and in your beginning of the day, you braid your hair and you have your intentions of what you want to set out. If you want to be very important business-wise, you concentrate that. You visualize everything you can out of the possible best outcome, your business meeting. If you just want to be more personable to people around you, think about that when you're braiding your hair, whether it's just a small braid in the back or a big, you know, like French braid. Also, dreadlocks sometimes are very spiritual. And people are like, don't touch my dreadlocks. You know, I put a lot of intent in that. Think about that. Your hair is very powerful in any witchcraft, as well as your spit or any other fluids and things like that, because that's your DNA. Everybody's seen Craft. And she grabbed that hair and, you know, she did the spell work on that. So hair is very important too. A lot of people, I did this when I was engaged to someone that was in the military. I cut my hair off and tied it in a braid and I gave it to him for protection to know that I would always love him. I don't love him anymore and I got my hair back. It still smells fabulous. I endorse Herbal Essence. Someone get me free products. So, all right, so I have that one. In Italy, the version comparable was first found. It's called Witch's Garland. It's consisted of cord, black hen feathers, just like I was saying, hidden inside a person's mattress, like I was saying. They thought it was bringing negativity in there. But witch's garland. Think about another version of garland that everybody does, and you don't think of the magic in it. Around Christmas time, you'll do the popcorn strings and the, you know, little berries and things like that. And think about how much joy you have with your family, because you know you're not doing, I mean, maybe you do it for fun. I don't know. I'm not judging, okay? Everybody's got a hobby. But think about the time you're spending with your family. You're putting and decorating that tree, stringing that popcorn. Would you do that on a fun Saturday night? No. But you're actually doing that to actually happiness and things like that. So that is a form of witch's garland. It might not be knots, but you're actually stringing something up with a tent. Next one. So I'm talking to you about everything it could be. So what it really is you can braid. You can just do knots if you're not good at braiding. Macrame, garland, like I was saying, anything like that. Some people believe that they do, well, you do intentions, but some claim there's a pattern. Some like to do, I'm dyscalculus, so what that means is I can't count. Also terrible with money. I'm not buying anything from any of you guys because I confess this. If you told me a car was $40,000 and it was a Pinto, I'd probably believe you because I have no value in numbers whatsoever. It's a disability. That's why I'm always overdrawn. Anyway, So that's why numbers don't click a lot with me. Some people are numbers, so I added this into my presentation because some people have powers in the numbers, and you have angelic numbers, of course. So some claim the pattern was 40 beads and 40 knots. I ain't got time for that, but earlier versions, we always have that special 3 number. So it's 3, 9, and 13. You can go by angelic numbers. If you're really into tarot card and they're number-wise, you can take that. So say you want, say it was negative. You want something to fall apart, right? So you would go to the tower. You want to rebuild it to get it on common, good ground. And you would take the number of the tower card, and you would do that many knots and have that in your mind. Lover's card, you go to that, see what number's on the bottom of the lover's card, and you would do the knots in that type of way. Your birth number. Now you take your month, your day, and your year, and you add that all together so you have a single digit, and then that is your zodiac number sign. And then also any lucky numbers. You can do knots and braids. You can release, gain, and trap. So that sounds crazy as crap, but I read this, I was excited about it. It's ridiculous, but stupid facts I'm all about. So I was like, okay, so when was the first, witch peddler that was selling these witches knots, right? So apparently back in the pirate times, it was important to have wind for your boat. Guess they're faster, right? So these witches would go out there in these windstorms, and they'd take their knots, and tie these knots, and catch all that wind, put it in this belt, and then sell it to the pirates. So then the pirates, and I just imagine them being on a ship and being like, all right, we need a little wind, untie that one knot. And they're like, skirt. And then, the next second knot, they're like, oh God, we're going to get there 2 days ahead. It's like, skeet. And then they're like, don't ever touch that third knot. And they're just zooming through, So anyways, that was a way that they actually sold it. And the pirates were buying those knots, the witches' ladders, to release that wind to have the power to get across the seas. So I thought that was amazing. Basic founds, like I said, personal items. So if anybody's ever been to Salem, Massachusetts, there's this one shop that has tons of this. I was like, what the hell are they cleaning? What are they doing? But it was witches' ladders. And it's different colors, different stuff. You can even put little statues in it, whatever means something to you. Even take the satchel bags you got today, and if you have rocks or stones or something that you can't put in there, you can tie in that satchel and put it in the witches' ladder. I always do positivity because I like to bring that in my life because I'm a negative person. So I would have, positive little stones and pictures and things like that to bring happiness in my home. So you have that. Representations, they'll take stones, beads, trinkets, and different colors ropes, like I was saying, different fabric. So another way to incorporate that, say you have a t-shirt and you're really happy that day, but you're going to throw away that t-shirt, but it just has that memory. Okay, I'm a hoarder. I'm Appalachian. Don't judge me. But say this shirt, it might not fit, but you love it and you have good memories. You cut a piece of that shirt off and put it in there and have that memory throughout. So that's a different way to incorporate it as well. Ribbon cord, like I said, you can soak it in oils if you're more of a smell type person and you want to have lavender and happiness. All right, other ways to consider this is crocheting. Remember, like she was speaking about that before. If you ever had a crochet and the baby's coming and you're crocheting, I'm addicted to crocheting. But it's good for ADHD and anxiety and depression, by the way. And Alzheimer's. They've actually shown that helps in studies there. So fun little fact there. Anyways, so when a baby's coming, grandma will knit them a lovely shawl or blanket or something. And you just feel so great on that thing, even though it's rough as a damn scrub pad. It's because she put that love and intent into that. And the hard work and that love she put into that. It's really not magic or any type of ladder and things like that. It can be elaborate, as simple as you want. Not magic specific or close practice, like I was saying. I've already told you, garland with the cranberries, they actually represent protected, positive energy, courage. Popcorn is prosperity. So how do you make it? Well, I'm telling you how to make a string. What are you gonna do with that string when you're done? That's my next part. You can make friendship bracelets. So you want something positive, things like that. You can all do this together. You can do braids in your hair, jewelry, a keychain. You can put it on the wall. You've always seen those nice macrame things. You can also incorporate magic into that. A belt. And then some people release their intentions by burning it after because they believe if you're a fire witch or more someone that's into that, you burn it to release it. I always think of burning as killing any magic there or putting in a string, things like that. So it's all your special own flavor. So, like I already told you about the Vikings, they would show them in that, and they would also put wood in there. I forgot this part. This is why I got this. I got ADHD. You You could put bones, because I love bones, things like that. You could do carvings of any ruins, put bones in there, because the animals that you feel connected with, your spiritual animal, or what the animal represents. Always look that up, okay? And how they passed away. Don't be thinking, oh, it's a beautiful falcon, I'm gonna fly above things. If that falcon had a horrible day and got hit by a tractor trailer and then a little bug afterwards, it's not gonna have good intent. So make sure the animals died, not a happy death. I know it ain't happy, but you know what I mean. So, driftwood, symbol of death, transformation, reborn, a journey ahead with peace and tranquility. So, a common little chant, you can always Google those. I won't waste you on one knot, spells begun, things like that. You can always Google it, write one of your own. Me, I can't concentrate on that because I want my natural magic to go through in my concentration. If I'm thinking, crap, I gotta read about that first knot, then it's gonna break it off for me. But it's all about you guys' magic. The planets, that's another one. If you are more connected with the sun, that means I am, so that is one. The moon, you feel. Jupiter's to teach. Pluto, desire. Mercury, think. Venus, love. Neptune, dream. Saturn is achieve, and Mars to act. Those are all numbers as well. And how you do your birthday. So that is what I have on our witches' ladders. Do you have any questions on that first? I know I'm spitting these words out, guys. You're wowed at the speed. No, I didn't. Where are you mixing it up? Are you done with the moon? Did you need to go? That was in between the next one. Or you want me to go to mirror magic?
Well, you can go ahead. I mean, I can go back.
Okay. All right, so the next part is my lovely sister's part. So this is my first time doing this speech because, like I was saying, Misty has a kidney stone. We're going to do some knot magic and well wishing. So, all right, so a mirror. If you're very vain, such as myself, you love a mirror, okay? You can put oil on it, you can smoke the mirror, things like that. Mirrors are very important because the first mirror was roughly 8,000 years ago in what we call Turkey. It was made of obsidian. And also, as you can imagine, this could be why a lot of, how do I say this? The richer community back in the day looked so nice. In the poor community, you're like, oh, she could have got that dirt off her face or something to wash off a little bit, you know? Because it was shown to be a status symbol. If you had a mirror, you were rich, you were popping, okay? Obviously, you can see yourself. If you were poor, you didn't. So it was more of a status symbol. The invention of the silver glass mirror is accredited to the German chemist Justus von Liebig in 1835. Misty wrote that out. I don't know if that's made up. We'll just say that because that's a fancy name right there. Ancient Egyptians as early as 2900 BC used mirrors that were polished bronze shaped in a flat round disc that represented the sun god Re, R-E, or Re, however you say that. Also, Egyptians would shine up their fingernails and they would see the reflection in that, and that would put them in the trance to do scrying. So that is another way that they actually use kind of a mirror, the reflection. At one time, like I said, the wealthy had them. Pools of water were first used for the reflective surfaces. Like I said, you know, always in the movies, you see them looking around in the pool and they're like, ooh, they get scared of themselves. That's why they didn't have a mirror. So you have that. Another way is to scry or to foresee the future. A lot of people do scry. I do scry. You have a crystal ball now. That's the fancy way if you're a witch and you want a status symbol. You get a gemstone if you're real fancy. Those are expensive. But so they would take pools of water or oil or stare into them, and they can actually put themselves in a trance. And you can do the same thing with the ocean because it's a reflective surface. You just need something to stay constant to get your mind out of your body, if that makes sense. And they could actually foretell the future. And if it had ripples, it meant there was a bad future coming. Roman believes what you saw in the mirror was your soul and it could get trapped. Has anybody heard if there was somebody passing away in your house, or if someone was passed away, to cover your mirrors? It's all heard that. That's a superstition. I was like, man, that's crazy. Good gosh. But I've heard it growing up too, and I was like, why do we always think like it? What are they gonna do with that mirror? But it's actually to make sure their soul doesn't get trapped, because that was an old tradition. They thought that and they believed that mirrors are portals. Just like Bloody Mary, when you're standing there and you want to be an edgy, cool kid, and you don't want anybody to think you're a wussy, and you're really like, please God, don't let her show up. You do the whole Bloody Mary thing 30 times in the park, because you don't want to let your friends think you're a wussy. Yep. So I've been there a few times. So anyways, I thought another thing is the 7 years bad luck. I'm cheap. I ain't gonna buy another mirror. I'm gonna use a broken one. That's just me. But the 7 years bad luck broken is it believed that it took 7 years to regenerate your soul. Who knew that? See, you guys can take that and tell everybody out there it's gonna take you 7 years to fix your soul. Have a good day. So you have that. Also, that's why vampires can't see their mirror. It's because they're believed to not have a soul. I was like, wow. But they look good. They are always sexy. I'm telling you what. Yeah. And then obviously if you have a mirror, you're freaked out about it, you're not going to let the innocents look at it. As in young children, animals, and pregnant women. You can't let them look too long because they'll supposedly foresee their death. And that was a superstition with me. Also, I didn't want to take pictures of any animals I got if they were babies. Because I believed, this is me growing up, that if I took a picture and I posted it and showed everybody, then that animal would soon pass away after. That was me. So you have that. Like I said, the first time that was reported supposedly is England in 1700s with the whole if someone's sick or anything like that, close to death, you have to cover the mirrors. They looked in water, trouble coming. Oh, if you stared long enough, now this is contradicting. They say don't look at it too long, but if you look long enough, you're going to see who you're going to fall in love with. But if you see that there is a skull that she was going to pass before being with him, isn't that terrible? Good God, I bet them kids were like, trying to stare and look, and then they probably go cross-eyed trying to stare so hard, and then they're going to believe they're going to die pretty soon. So you got that. Mirrors are portals. Ways to use magic for mirrors. Now that, you can enhance your spell work, cloak something important, binding, warding, baneful workings, truth-telling advocates, and scrying and foretelling. So, one thing that I have actually done, cloaking, place mirror, that's telling me how. But anyways, another way I have is I've taken a mirror and put it out underneath a full moon or an eclipse and things like that. And then I would quickly cover it or I'd spray paint over it. You've all seen the black mirrors, for scrying. And that would capture the essence of the moon and it would make it more powerful. That is one way. You can douse them with oils and things like that because the last thing that mirror saw was the moon. To me, that is more powerful because, every witch loves the moon. I mean, I got a tattoo of those 3 moon symbols because they believe they can bring down the magic moon. And everything done in the dark is so much powerful because you feel like you're the only person in the world, right? So that. Truth telling. So the next she has enhancing spell work. Place mirrors facing upward to amplify energy of spells. Working on spells on top of mirrors. Also, some people believe that you work of the male essence. You work with the sun. Some people do that. I'm more of the night, like moon type person. Trap energies in the mirrors, just like I was saying, such as the moon. Mirrors can be recharged. Remember, mirrors double and triple anything in the reflection they can do for your working. You can do cloaking. That is placing mirrors facing outward to amplify cloaking energies and workings. Cloaks from the baneful workings and harm. Put signifier between the mirrors and face outwards. So you put the little picture in the center, and then you face outwards. So you have that, and use oils to enhance that intentions. You can also, some people believe you put a mirror up beside your door, such as the Bible, to keep negative energy out. So as with the devil, so vain that he'll stare at the mirror rather than come in your house. Bounding. Place the mirrors inward. So you have the target inside, and you actually place it inwards, and that will trap harmful energies in there. You can also do a psychological spell like that, as in it will affect their mentality. Because they're stuck. Have you ever been stuck in a clown maze in the mirror area? You're driving yourself crazy. It's like you keep seeing yourself over and over. So it's a reflection to see their own issues. So that is another negative way that you can use that as well. Warding, place mirrors outward to amplify energies of protection workings, repels energy sent to it. Home, place of work, your body, jewelry, runes, sigils to give more power. You can also use broken glass or broken mirrors in jar working to actually amplify that because it's collecting more energy because it bounces off the mirrors. Painful, I already talked about that one. Mental health work. You can also make someone look in a mirror and break the mirror right in front of them. To do that, be like, oh, I think you got something in your eye. Oh crap, I dropped it. And that is another way for you to kind of trap their essence. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm just telling you about looking at people's mirrors. Okay. Truth telling. Be sure to point the mirror at the person that they're telling a falsehood. It is said the mirror will show the truth or make them tell the truth. Because you got to think about it. If you're looking at yourself, would you tell yourself a lie? That's another way to look at that. So if you have a mirror in front of them, are they really going to tell you the lie or are they going to tell you the truth? Scrying, seeing past, present, future. The dark mirror is to paint black, and it used to be used as tar. Water scrying, they can see spirits, souls, and through portals that you can pass through those. 2 mirrors make portals, which is belief. So also, when you are done with any magic workings that you do with mirrors, make sure you lock them back. Because when you do spell work, then sometimes it opens that portal. So make sure that you do a closing prayer and also do oils to close it to make sure that nothing else can pass through. Okay? That's what I got. All right. Passing it off to Pat. I know I talked a mile a minute, guys. Woo! Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I came on here just to hear that.
All right, I'm glad that Ashley mentioned, like mothers that would cut out squares of their children's clothing, because we have a tradition in the mountains about quilt making. And it's and for some of these women, it's a very spiritual thing. It's also almost like creating a history of the family. And back in the day, you didn't waste anything. Ashley talks about hoarding. It's true. And the reason for that is, say you got an old truck, because we're famous for having old trucks, with weeds growing out of it in our front yard. Well, you get yourself a new truck. I like that. We got somebody's guilty. We got an old truck and it breaks down. Well, you might need, something off of that other old truck. You didn't get rid of things. Things cost money. I asked my granny once. I said, Granny, what was it like growing up during the Great Depression? She looked at me. She said, well, Pat, she said, we didn't have any of them stocks. She said, it was just another day for us. And when you think about it, it's sad. Even down in Rennie, West Virginia, the bank was like a 3-story bank, and it was kind of the center of the financial institutes in that region. And their banker went to the 3rd floor and threw himself off the 3rd floor and killed himself. I mean, for a lot of people, it was very, very real. But for Granny, sitting up in the mountains, and my own mother told me, she was born in 1932, and she told me, she said, Pat, she said, when we'd get somebody coming up, she meant in a car or truck, one of these old roads, we'd run out there and sit on the bank and watch it pass. Now think about that, how the world has changed, right? Even the Appalachian Mountains. All right, magic. I'm going to tell y'all a little spell you can do. Say you've got somebody that's just really evil. Have you ever been around somebody like that? And they're just spewing toxicity, and a lot of it is directed towards you. Remember that intent we talked about? Get yourself a little box and glue some mirror, okay, some little mirrors around. In fact, you can get those little tiny square mirrors and just make a little box and put a picture on in the center. And if you don't have that, just put their name in the center of it. And that way, when they're throwing out that toxicity or they're trying to do evil to you, what's happening? It's bouncing back, right? That's right. And the magic that we use in these mountains is called practical magic. I love the name of that movie, but it's true. So if we're talking about moon cycles, and I was trying to do a banishment of someone, that's a letting go of someone, what cycle of the moon would I use? Anybody remember about letting go? Let that go, right? If I had someone that was sick and I was trying to help them, what cycle of the moon would I use in order to use magic to help them, if I could wait that long? Waxing, yes, waxing, and also the full moon. The full moon is when, both of them are correct. The full moon is when it's at its apex. So if I had someone I love dearly and I was trying to help them, I would probably start during the waxing time of the moon, and then it would culminate at the full moon, right? When I would try to release as much energy as I could in order to be able to help that individual. Now, we talk about tools that we use in magic. Tools are all around us. They really are. I mean, go to your kitchen and open the cabinet. You're going to have comfrey in there, or you may have basil in there. You may have sage. You see what I'm saying? So all of those things we use. Walk outside. You might see a rock that you can use, especially if it's a specific type of rock, something with a little quartz in it. Quartz is it's like the workhorse of the crystal world. Say you're doing protection. In fact, some of your bags have obsidian in it, crushed obsidian. Some of your little spell bags will have clear quartz. All anything black, all of the black crystals are for protection, okay? So you want that protection. But you could replace it with clear quartz because clear quartz works for everything. So we're going to wrap up with some questions in just a moment. But before we do, we've got Stephanie Bingham in the back. And I think, Stephanie, you go on right after us, don't you? And Stephanie is a vampire expert. And she's very, what I love about her work is it's very research-based. And so, you really get the nuts and bolts and the things that, a casual presenter may not be able to pick up on. When I say she does deep research, I kid you not. So you might want to stay for that. Does anybody have any questions about magic or the moon, the witch's ladder, or mirror magic?
I have a question. Who did not get a satchel? I know you lovely with that one. Who else? Did you get one? You didn't. I knew it was in that area. She's like, imagine you like, you did not.
Unfortunately, I came in late.
I got here.
You came out, did you get, yeah, I went on hit her, I was like, hold on, is that that?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't give anybody long hair.
She was in a night.
Yes.
Is there any kind of special uniqueness about that?
That is one thing I did not, when I was doing my research, and I should have, I didn't see, but when you think about it, the force of the moon is pushing on a pregnant woman's body, and I could definitely see that happening. I will tell you this that I find really interesting. I'm gonna let y'all guess. What month of the year do most people die? And by most, it's 20% higher than in August. What month? When would you want to die if you had to choose? January, because people kind of just give up because they have 3 more months before they see a real spring, right? Before they see the sun again. So January is the month that you will see a spike in deaths always. It's like 251,000. And then it's 20% higher than in August, because who wants to die in August? You know what I'm saying? There's so much. You've got the fall, you've got sunshine, you've got all of these things going on. So, but that's a great question.
Your question was, what was it about pregnancy and moon? I wondered if, not that the gravitational pull, I understand all that, but I wondered if there was any kind of uniqueness that is one.
Oh, uniqueness. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, absolutely. You can actually get necklaces that'll tell you that. And I'll tell you, and it'll have your moon phase. You can look up the date you were born, the time you were born, just like, the Zodiac Cafe. It'll tell you exactly all that. It'll tell you exactly the moon of that year. Also, the significance with the moon and my little farm is that usually they'll give birth right before the moon, or right after the moon.
That was the question.
Yes. But it has to do with that also, with like atmospheric pressure changes. It'll have that magical. So, yeah, that's pretty cool.
But you're right, yeah, every aspect of the moon. I was born under the Hecate or Hecate moon, and that is a new moon. And so I have certain traits like deep intuition and that sort of thing. So yeah, and she's right, you can go online and check that. Does anybody have a need for a spell? Oh, do you have a question? No? Don't want to put you on the spot, sorry, honey. Does anybody have a need for a spell we might be able to help you with? No? Life is good.
Somebody think about me.
Yeah.
I don't have a need for a spell, but we're Sirens of the Supernatural Podcast. What got y'all involved into the spiritualism, the spells, the moon, and how did that come about?
Well, with me, I came I was raised by my mother and grandmother. My mother was a palmist, and my grandmother, she worked with what she called the spirit board, which, most people call the Ouija board, but the words for it way back in the day was spirit board. So I was raised with this.
Hey, well, we were born on a little secluded farm. My grandfather was Puritan Baptist, so it's just gonna give you a background. The other side of my family was Hellraisers. So they were very heavy Irish. I don't know if you can tell that from my personality. But anyways, they were Irish. So they don't talk about the past a whole lot. They say if you don't take care of your family, you get tarred and beaten. We were raised very country. So in my little secluded farm, we did weird shit. Okay, when I went out in public, they knew I was odd. Okay, we'll say that. There was one whole summer I didn't go to Walmart but once when I was in school. So we'll say that was weird. Growing up, my best friends were goats. I mean, that probably has to do with my personality. I do a lot of the talking. But anyways, so I grew up just doing little odd things. It was always superstition. You'll always hide it in folklore and superstition. If you look in the Appalachian, they'll say, go to the river, and if it's turning this way, you take the rock and you put it on your forehead. And it does prayer and things like that. They're like, but it's not witchcraft because we do it in the name of the Lord. So they did not very much. So if you look at the folklore, that is heavy with that. So I was never told I was a witch. But later on, when we came out with the book, my dad was like, oh, yeah, by the way, your grandmother was a wart. She was in line to be a wart remover. We didn't call ourselves witches. We were healers. If you were a witch, you would have been burned, charred, you would have been outcast in the community. We were considered healers. So if you look in the old Pentecostal, they're laying hands and putting oils on there. It's very similar to what we do now. A lot of the Appalachian witchcraft, one thing is, I want to be able to connect with anybody, and if witchcraft is able to help you guys throughout your life, then I don't care who you pray to. I mean, if it's my belief, your belief, whatever, you know, whoever you reach for a higher power. But a lot of the Appalachian, like witchcraft, would be pulled from the Bible. And I've actually got clocks on a book to say, there was no Bible verses, how are you Appalachian witchcraft? So that is different. They're actually believing Christianity, but like I said, they hid and be healers of them. I specialize more with animals.
Okay, and we're going to have to wrap this up. And listen, if anybody needs reading, we have a table outside, and also we have a new book coming out. It's actually the first version of it is the ebook, and it is on Amazon right now, and it is about today's presentation. Thank you all, and we appreciate applause.
I'm like, nobody's going to show up, man. Clive Barker, horseshoes. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of your convention. Stay out of trouble. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. And should that.
Actually, this is not a bad group for a seminar. It's a pretty good crowd.
Good. They happy? All right.
Plug it.
Yeah, got it. Perfect. Oops.
Yeah,
So we got Stephanie next.
Yeah. Are you all sticking around for the next one? Yep. Fantastic. The more the merrier. Again, this is live streaming on YouTube's Facebook page. Scarefest YouTube page.
Yeah, there's family. He was one of the. Like, you know, when they were left, I don't know, like, does your oven not leave or message me? Like,
Come on in. We do have this streaming right now. I thought what I said, but it's on Scarefest YouTube page, streaming. So.
Perfect.
And there's an HDMI port. Okay. Okay, here's the cord for it.
I'm just trying to get the
Okay.
That's the button I'm looking for. Come on, there we go.
Love your outfit.
Thank you.
We don't have vampires here. We just get the ones who play it in the movies.
I mean, you know.
Oh, we do have Chris Sarandon upstairs.
Yeah. Going to work. Well, that's not where I want to be. There we go. Perfect.
Oh man, dressed like Lydia. Come on, that's beautiful.
Do you need anything else?
I don't think so.
If you like horror novels and that kind of stuff,
Sometimes.
there's a great book. It's called A Night in the Lonesome October.
Okay.
It's by an author named Roger Zelazny. He normally wrote more fantasy. And each chapter is a day in the month of October.
Okay.
And it's about two different sides, the openers and their closers. The openers are trying to bring things through the gate, and the closers are trying to keep it stopped.
Oh, okay.
The lead closer, and these are kind of the good guys. The closers are the good guys because basically they're bringing through elder
I
gods,
figured.
Cthulhu, all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. Well, anyway, the main characters are the dog or the pets. They're familiars or whatever of these things. Like the main one is a dog. It takes place in London in the late 1800s. The main character is a dog named Stuff.
Okay.
And he works for his master, Jack,
Jack.
who's very good with a knife.
Oh, that's not good.
No, they're the good guys.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And then there's a witch.
Mhm.
And then there's a doctor who works in a castle nearby, and there's always lightning flying around. And there's a guy who wanders out.
It does sound good. What is the?
It's called The Night in the Lonesome October. You can buy it in trade paperback. The bad guys, and they're all based on movie monsters or some. There's a guy named Larry Talbot. He's an American.
Of course.
Who gets weird when the moon gets full.
Strange how that happens.
There's also a strange count from Transylvania.
I mean, gotta love your Transylvania.
He's got a familiar. It's a little bat. So
Adorable.
and all of them are, and it's great. So
Sounds adorable. I'll have to look at
it's
that one up.
absolutely fun. I would check it out.
Absolutely.
And the thing is you read a chapter a night in October.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
That's a
it's
really
a
good
thing.
idea.
So you all ready to hear about vampires? So you all don't think vampires suck?
Yeah. Some of the days.
Well, yeah. Everyone here have a good toothy grin or appreciate a good toothy grin? No? So. Okay, well, Stephanie is going to tell you about
Vampires.
And when we
Exactly. It's not all
this is
the
live streaming on YouTube, the Scarefest page, so
Perfect.
take it away.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Hi, guys. Is it everybody's first day at con? Second day? Yes? No? Second? Made it through the line? You sure? All right, everybody. My name is Stephanie, and I am here talking about vampires today. I am actually a historian, and I specialize in the paranormal history of the U.S. And try getting that through grad school, guys. Telling a professor you're going to study the paranormal doesn't go over well, but it's a lot of fun. So specifically, I ended up at vampires here when I was looking at some of the weird things you can find in the press when you start going back and reading old newspapers. If you're ever bored, it sounds stupid, but pick like a newspaper from the 1800s and just start reading the headlines. They are insane. And we're going to show you some really crazy ones here today. But specifically, we're talking about vampires in the US. So we've all heard about, our Transylvanian counts and fun stuff like that. But in the US here, we had a different type of vampire. And it got a little strange. I think that's the only way to place that, right, guys? Are you going to let me do it? No? Oh, joy. Ha. So, what is a vampire? We know what we think a vampire is today. In modern media, if you're going out, you're watching a great vampire movie, that is a reanimated corpse. It is crawling out of the ground. It is searching for the blood of the living. You know what I mean? Like you're looking for something that is legitimately a reanimated corpse. But this is a very modern idea. The idea that we always thought of a vampire as this reanimated, shambling thing is not what you're going for. The time period we're looking at, a vampire was something distinctly different. You're looking at something closer to a hungry spirit. So this is a direct quote from the Boston Globe in 1896. Now a vampire, as everyone knows, whoever has seen one, is a blood-sucking ghost, the soul of a dead person which quits the body nightly to feed upon the blood of the living, especially of its relatives and dearest friends. So the idea wasn't so much that you're looking for the actual reanimated corpse of your friends, but you're looking for their ghost. Their ghost is coming out at night, and it is finding its victims, and they are removing your blood via ghost. So you can see why this is a little bit harder to get rid of than our reanimated corpse. Like if, a vampire is walking towards your door, you can see it, you can close the door, you can put something between you. In this case, it is a ghost. It can go wherever it wants to go, whenever it wants to. So this is why this idea was sort of so pervasive at the time. You have this creature that you can't stop. So it became very, very prevalent. All right, so vampires in the New World, because we all know about our counts and everything. But do we know how many vampires have been in the US? Like, do we have any ideas? Like, are there a lot? Are there a little? What do you think, guys? Several. A lot. A lot is a very good number and a very true number for what we're going to be talking about here. So, vampires in history. The Times-Picayune, one of my favorite resources online, they actually have their entire historic articles archived, so you can get a hold of all of them. It's a New Orleans newspaper. So, 133 articles on vampires ran between its start in 1839 and 1900. So, 2.1 a year. From 1900 to 1915, there were 174 individual articles about vampires. And we're not talking about, oh, this person wrote a vampire book. No, we're talking about people reporting occurrences of vampires. They are reporting encounters. They are reporting, we have to go out and deal with a vampire. So you can see how much we jumped in such a short period of time. That's 11 and a half articles roughly a year about vampires in a major metropolitan area in their biggest newspaper. So this is something that everybody in the world essentially was talking about at the time. Now, those reports of vampires generally started when it came to diseases. At this point in time, we don't know a lot about germ theory and how diseases spread. So you have all of these weird diseases showing up, especially something called consumption. We know it today is tuberculosis. If you're having an outbreak of that, clearly you've got an outbreak of vampires. That's the only answer. So a lot of vampires, a lot of consumption. So vampires in popular media. Just a few. I mean, we all know the big vampires, but just to give you an idea of when you're starting to see some of these show up. Camilla, one of the originals there, 1872, Dracula, 1897. So right in this sort of same time period we're talking about. Vampires were the twilight of the time, you know what I mean? It was all over everything. I hate the Twilight vampires, but we're going to go with it. But you see, I mean, Dracula. How many times have we seen Dracula? How many different versions of Dracula are there? It's pervasive in the sort of zeitgeist of the world. And Twilight. Why are the vampires sparkly? So one of my favorite vampire cases, the Villas de Cassettes. New Orleans vampires, very ladylike, very cute, very demure. I'm gonna go with that. Had to, right? I had to. So 1728 is when these ladies started coming from France. There was these interesting theories on who these ladies are. Historically speaking, nobody knows exactly who these ladies were, but we have some ideas. So they were French or European ladies who happened to be in France at a certain period of time, and they came to the US, to the French colonies, as bachelorettes, specifically as marriageable ladies. Now, these ladies were brought over here as daughters of the king. They were brought over to be treated as if they were royalty themselves. You must protect them. You must raise them. They are going to help us. They are doing a great service to their country, or to the country where they may have been stolen. They were sent here essentially to make the gentlemen of this former penal colony a little less rowdy. So they thought, if we can marry off all these men who are down here either working or on a jail sentence, they'll calm down and crime rates will go down. Did it work? No. If you've been to New Orleans today, guys, you know the answer. So they didn't really know who these women are. Historically speaking, we're not entirely sure. There are actual reports of the time of them being orphans, criminals, or actually people who may have been vampires. So the sort of idea of the vampires really came about when these ladies started arriving. They didn't just come to New Orleans, they came to several southern ports, but New Orleans is really where you get this idea of vampirism really taking hold. And that's because these ladies came with cassettes. These are these very large sort of trunk-like things that they brought with them. So you see these ladies getting off the boat in New Orleans to be brought into the confines of the Ursuline convent and the Ursuline nuns to take care of them. And these beautiful women brought off at, nighttime so no one's bothering them, and brought home, and they're bringing off these giant wooden crates. Clearly the only answer is that there's vampires in those crates. Or that inside those crates is the dirt of their homeland, because of course a vampire at this point in time must sleep in the dirt of their home, which is where you get this sort of idea. In reality, what you're actually looking at there is the casket being all of their worldly possessions, all of their dresses, all of any sort of dowry they might have had would have been inside these cases, and of course you want to keep that safe. So when you get these to the Ursuline convent, I'll show you a picture of that here in a second, especially when the new building was built, they're going to place those up in the rafters, essentially in the attic of this building. So you're just going to have one giant open room filled with rows and rows of people-sized boxes. Not creepy at all, right, guys? Totally normal. So they were stored in the attic, and there's these arguments. Some people will try and say that the ladies that came over as this, well, they were society ladies. They were clearly the upper echelon. No, they weren't. There's almost no evidence of that. The ideas of the orphans, prostitutes, that's more along where most historians are going to say these ladies are coming from, but you never truly know what you're going to deal with here. And the ladies arrived, of course, very pale from that long sea voyage with their caskets, and they wouldn't interact with the people of the town. They couldn't interact with people of the town. They were literally sent there to get married and to be chaperoned by the Ursuline nuns. So the Ursuline nuns kept them inside, well away from, you know, the corrupting features of pre-New Orleans, New Orleans. So this is the Ursuline convent. If you see those little dormers up there at the very top of that picture, that is the attic, and that is where the caskets were stored. Now, there was a lot of mystery around the ladies because nobody really knew what we were doing with them, why they were here. Media literacy and sort of being able to spread those knowledge was not great. So the rumors the ladies were working with the vampires that were living in the caskets really started. And that started because, if you notice, those little windows up there, they all have shutters on them. And those shutters are always closed. So of course, as people started walking past, they would see a shutter open. Something must have gotten out. And you come back before dawn and that shutter will be closed because they have to get back inside into their boxes before dawn because vampires, you know, only answer. And then they started to connect a lot of these arrivals of these ladies to a lot of disappearances of local men. How could that happen? So clearly the only answer here is that the vampires they brought with them got them. There was an uptick in a lot of, just in general, things like this happening. Now, what they're not going to really tell you at this point is that the ladies, when they were married off, you don't know who you're getting married to at that point. You're just being married off to someone in the town. It's not great. But if he happens to go missing, suddenly you're an unmarried lady with no nuns watching you who has property and money and you can go do whatever you want. So that might be a better option, but it could be vampires. You never know. So the husband's untimely demise was rather common at this point in time, and of course we have no idea why that would be. None. Another weird New Orleans vampires, the Comte de Saint-Germain. He has a really weird start. This one you probably have heard of. He is a very famous one. Reportedly started out in and around the French courts in the 1700s. Now this guy was supposed to have met Voltaire, King Louis, and Casanova. He was really well known. Everyone has met this man. Everyone found him charming. He was a very good speaker. He was very good with people. He spoke all these languages. He was a brilliant scientist. He did all of the things, which really creeped the people in Europe out. Because clearly, if you're looking for the Philosopher's Stone and people keep seeing you, maybe you found something. So he supposedly died in 1784. Almost immediately after he died, people were seeing him. And we're not just seeing him in one place. You're seeing him all over Europe, in all of the best places, in all of the courts. Everywhere that you go to be seen, this man is there. Every single time. So he is known as a ascended master because of his connection to alchemy and his supposed finding of the Philosopher's Stone, which would seem to go against the vampire thing, but they still classify him. Now, Comte Saint-Germain here, if you've ever been to New Orleans, you'll know the house that I'm looking at here. It is one of the prettiest in the French Quarter, and Count Saint-Germain showed up in New Orleans in the 1800s. Again, you've got this very charming man, knows all these languages, very good with people, and he starts throwing these lavish parties, crazy lavish parties. And nobody's really suspicious because it's just a really wealthy man throwing all these parties and, it's all good. Until one evening when this lady escapes his house. Some say that she actually jumped through the second floor window up there. And if you actually go down there, you'll find that window is still bricked in today because they have really weird building laws there. And once you change the outside of a building, you can't change it back. So they bricked in this window after this event. Some say she's the one that jumped through it. Some say he did, but she jumps through this window and she runs to the cops and is like, something crazy is going on. So she had been having essentially a very odd time. She had gone with this man, this very charming man, back to his house, and then suddenly he's not acting normal anymore. Suddenly all these super strength, essentially very fast, very, very bad speed. And then he had this very bad habit of trying to bite her. And that was sort of where she drew the line. And that is when she escaped and ran to the cops. So she was like, hey, this guy's trying to bite me. He's throwing things around. He's moving way too fast. There's something really odd going there. So the cops were like, okay, sure. And they go to his house and they're like, sir, we would love to have an interview with you about this lady's reports. And he's like, that's a great idea. I'm tired tonight. Let's do it in the morning. And they were like, cool, that's a great idea. So we're going to leave the man who apparently just attacked this woman, tried to bite her. We'll talk to you in the morning. So come back in the morning, guess what? He's gone. He is completely gone. He skipped town before he could be questioned. They found blood stains in his home. And my favorite part of this thing that you'll actually find in some of the news reports at the time, the cops were going through, as you do when you're inventorying the house of these people. You gotta do something to entertain yourself, and you're thirsty, and he's got this great wine collection. So you pour yourself a little drink, and it's blood. It's not great. So that was the one they were like, clearly a vampire, the only answer. So that's Saint Germain. And then we had this little panic happening. So we have all of these southern vampires, and they're the ones that sort of make sense. Like today, you think of a vampire in the US, you think of New Orleans, you think of all those creepy towns. But where the real panic was happening was actually in New England. And this is just weird. So the New England vampire panic was right around the Salem area, because of course it was. So Salem witch trials, 1692, 1693. The vampire started at the very early 1700s, or very late 1700s, rather. There were over 80 recorded vampire hunts. 80. So a vampire hunt at this time was not because you're looking for a ghost. You're not going out and finding, whoever it might be that is a vampire. You're going out and you're exhuming the body to take care of the spirit that is coming out of this body. So again, they're associated with tuberculosis or consumption, all of these random occurrences of it happening again and again in town. That's what you're going to be looking for your vampire. So essentially, if you come down with tuberculosis, all of your friends are going to be like, we have to go find the vampire. So we're going to organize the town, because if you get it, once the vampire gets you, they're going to start coming for everybody else. So we've got to stop it when it starts. So we're going to organize the town together. We're going to go out. We're going to figure out who it is. So that's the part that starts becoming more and more prevalent as time goes on, is the public spectacle that becomes made of these vampire exhumations. So at first it was sort of the hush-hush thing you do at night. The police or, people of the town will know about it, but we're not going to tell everybody until after it's done. Some of these became very public, and the town would come out to see the vampire being dealt with at the time. There were a bunch of clusters of these, but specifically in Jewett City and in Exeter, Rhode Island. That is the area where we're going to have a lot of these occurrences in a very short period of time. So Sarah Tillinghast, that is a picture of her grave. It is now, as you can see, out in the middle of the woods, because where else do you put a vampire? So she was from Exeter, Rhode Island, and her father had this very strange dream. Essentially, he was a farmer, but he had orchards, and he had a dream where half of his orchard died. And he's like, this is foreboding, this is foretelling something. There's doom coming to the family, basically. So Sarah died in 1799, and then all of his still living children started experiencing what they called nightly visitations. So at this point in time, if we think of the nightly visitation of a vampire, what they're going to be experiencing is their sister coming to them at night. And generally, the reports were of her sitting on your chest and just looking at you, stealing your breath. That was very much what a vampire court at this time would be. So the town came together to remove the vampire, and of course the vampire was thought to be little Sarah here. So when they dug her up, as per the newspaper, she was found to be in remarkable condition. The eyes were open and fixed, her hair and nails had grown, and her heart and arteries were filled with fresh red blood. So, given embalming wasn't really a thing at this point, but they were like, this is not how we find most bodies, so this is wrong. So they do the only thing they can. They removed her heart, and they fixed the issue. That is how they actually reported it, as the issue was fixed after one more death. At the end of this time, he had lost half of his children. Just like he thought half the orchard, half the children ended up dying. They fixed this issue by removing her heart. At this point in time, we don't know exactly what they did with her heart. Some of the later ones, we know exactly what they did. So Miss Rose, this lady's name is lost to history. We do not know what her actual name is, but she was found in a village just outside of Exeter. That is where she lived. That is where she died in 1872. The Rose family came down with consumption. Pretty much the entire family got it. It's running rampant at the time. It's everywhere. It's going to happen. She died, and 7 years later, they decided that she was the vampire. Exactly. The thing about consumption is it is a wasting disease. It can take years to kill you. So just because you get it now doesn't mean you're not going to die tomorrow. You might last 10 years before you die. But they decided 7 years after she died, she was the only candidate. And that's because of those nightly visitations. The family was seeing her, so therefore she must be the vampire. Has to be. So the town organized a removal of her, and they found that she was nearly wasted away. So she had decayed, as one would expect after this amount of time, except for the vital parts, the liver and the heart, which were in a perfect state of preservation. That's a little odd. Strange things can happen to bodies, but it's a little odd. And they then disposed of the internal organs and then replaced the body in the grave without the heart and the liver. At this point in time, heart and liver, very important culturally speaking. We're going to remove both if at all possible to make sure that your vampire stays good and, in the ground. This removal was public. They did it in front of most of the town. They came out, they watched. It was like a whole event, because then we could prove that the vampire was dead. The town is safe now, so it was a great little option. Now this is the one that is probably the most famous vampire in the US, and this is from the Brown family. So the Brown family here, Mary Eliza, Mary Olive, Edwin, and then Mercy Lena. Mercy being the most important here. Mary Eliza is the mother, Mary Olive is the older sister. Edwin is the brother. I'll get that right in a second. All right, those are the days that they died. So, essentially Edwin, the brother, was sick. He was very sick, and he was sort of the apple of the family's eye. He had consumption, so they had to send him out west to try and avoid dying. They thought that sending him out west, he could get some of that good, clean mountain air, and it would help with the consumption. Didn't do much for him, but they tried. But essentially his sister Mercy died, and he decided he had to come back for her funeral. Families who had a tragedy, he has to come back. So he and his wife come back, and the neighbors are very convinced at this point in time that there's a vampire. George, the father, is not. He's like, no, there's not a vampire in the family. It's fine. It's a disease. We're all good. It's not a vampire. But eventually, after some wearing down and seeing the state of his son, when he returned back, he's like, we have to try everything we can. So he's convinced to exhume his wife and his 2 daughters. So they dig him up in order to try and save Edwin, because he is not doing well when he gets back to Exeter. So that is Mercy's tombstone right there. You can still visit it. It's a very popular sort of legend tripping spot today. The doctors, the town's father, and the father, George, all were present for all of the exhumations. They were not done at once. The first 2, the mother and the elder sister, were both found to be corpses. They were just dead. Nothing weird there. But when they pulled out Mercy, they found that her heart, in the heart of Mercy, hello? right then. We're gonna keep going. Was found to have. Is it a code? Hello? Hi. If I run screaming, hello? Oh. Sure. Totally normal. We'll keep going. So, where were we? Mercy, right? All right, Mercy's heart still had blood inside her heart. This was a while after she had died also. So they found blood in there, and clearly she had to be the vampire, so she had to be stopped. We had to kill her, the vampire, in order to save Edwin. So it didn't make sense, but logic, you gotta try something. So this is one of the newspaper articles of the time. And then they give us the whole reason or whole action they're going to take. To get rid of the vampire, it is necessary to exhume the body and burn the parts, generally the heart where the vampire lives, and administer the ashes in some manner to the living and afflicted ones. This is what they were doing, guys, when they took out those body parts. You take it out, you burn it, you mix it up, and then you feed it to the other afflicted family members. So your family member that has tuberculosis, they're going to get essentially a slushy of heart juice. Not very effective, but that's what they tried. They were looking to break the energetic connection between the vampire and the victim. Because at this point in time, keep in mind, our vampires are very ghostly. So it's not just like you can stake their body down and keep them in their grave. That's not what we're trying to do here. We are trying to keep them from coming back to you and stealing your life force, stealing your breath on a nightly basis. So Edwin ended up dying in May of that same year. He did not last much longer than his sister. And he was in the papers, the story was in the papers all across the country by May 21st of the exact same year. So 3 weeks later, you can find this story in every major newspaper across the US. This right here was massive news. And that's the difference between this case and all of the others. Mercy was the daughter that the town felt was a little strange when she was alive. She was a little headstrong. She had opinions. She thought she made those opinions known. She was not the sweet little meek thing like her sister or her mother was. She was not this beloved town figure. So when it came to finding the vampire, she had to be the one that did it, right, guys? There was no better option. But this is the first time you get this truly national coverage of the vampires in New England. And strangely enough, this one right here is the last of the vampire panic in New England that was reported. Because it got so much attention, they were like, what are these people doing? This is insane. Keep in mind, it's not that long after Salem. And clearly these people in the same area still have some strange things going on. So what we're trying to do here is, it's that lovely peer pressure. Everyone thinks this idea is crazy, so we're going to start looking for new ways to cure tuberculosis, like Waverly Hills. Great way to cure tuberculosis. So we got rid of our New England vampires, and then you start having some reports of some things going on in other areas of the US that they're calling vampires that just get real strange. I threw these in here because you'll see. So December 1895 in Pine Ridge, Nebraska, animals started turning up dead and specifically ripped apart. Like not normal dog tearing, but like dismembered. And there was figures seen over these bodies, and they were like lapping up the blood and just being real creepy, think werewolfish almost. There was a cowboy because they decided the only option here is to hunt down this monster that they thought was attacking their animals. So they assembled a little posse, and one of the cowboys decided he'd had enough of the other cowboys as they were out here trying to search out this monster, so he decided to separate from the group a little bit, and he ended up sitting under a tree when this creature essentially jumped out of said tree and bit his neck and was tearing at his face. Not great. So they ended up chasing it. They never found it again. This was one of these like flash in a pan vampires where you get these weird stories, almost werewolf, or if you're into cryptids today, dogman reports. They look a lot like these. And then this one is another really strange one. This one is Big Stone Gap, Virginia. Are you from there? There you go. So the last time I gave this lecture, there was also somebody from right here, which I always thought was funny. So Virginia vampires, not where you expect to see them, but there's a really funny story out of there. So again, you have these animals that are found sort of dismembered, but in this case, they were found bloodless. There's no more blood left in these bodies, sort of chupacabra style, but well before that would have been happening. There was a mine worker, Mr. Rupp, who unfortunately was accused of eating raw meat. Odd habit, but people are different. The sheriff refused to arrest him or really investigate it because he had no evidence this man was doing anything wrong. He just had weird eating habits. It's fine. We're going to just kind of keep the peace, as you do. And then the town drunk went missing. Not too odd until he showed up bloodless and missing an arm and leg. Not great. So at this point, you're like, yeah, something is going bad. Then a traveling salesman also showed up dead, dismembered, and missing his blood. Not great again. And then a group of vigilantes decide that Mr. Rupp has to be the one behind this, so they go after him. So Mr. Rupp there, he escaped, but he, couldn't clean up his house before he left. And when they got in there, it was bloody and had body parts of animals and people in it. So he is considered to be a vampire. His cabin was burned down. Mr. Rupp was never heard from again. Really weird newspaper stories about that one. And it's one of those, it happened, it was there, people talked about it, and then we're just not going to reference it again. Because clearly we got rid of the vampire, right? We burned down the house, he's gone, we're all good. And then this one is my personal favorite vampire story. It's another New Orleans vampire story around the same period. This one, and I will say it, has absolutely zero historical supporting evidence. But there is a lot of references historically back to this story. People talking about it later. Oh, this happened then. But there's nothing from that time period. But again, it's a New Orleans story. So clearly, all of the records were lost to fire or to flood or something like that. That's what they say about this. So know this going in, but still one of my favorites. This is John and Wayne Carter. That's another reason right there that I think it is not the most, up and up, but great. They were serial killers in the 1930s living in New Orleans, and that is where they were essentially hunting. And they were able to keep their cover for many, many years until one of their very, very, very young victims escaped. These brothers were supposed to be serial killers together, and they killed pretty much indiscriminately. They didn't care who it was. Anyone they could take, anyone they could steal and bring back to their place, they were willing to kill you. But a very young one escaped, and she went to the cops, and she told the police she'd been tied up and cut by the brothers with the express purpose of drinking her blood. The cops were like, that's not okay. So they went to the house, and they found between 14 and 17 different bodies or different people inside the house. The little girl survived along with 3 others. She had absolutely no symptoms. She was little. She seemed to have escaped pretty early. We were all good. The older male survivor was said to have become a serial killer himself. The younger male killed his father, and the only adult female to have been one of the 4 to escape this was immediately committed because she was having this issue with trying to bite people, strangely enough. So the brothers were then found and then executed per these later reports. So again, you have this deep history of vampires in the US. But these are all sort of historical examples. What do we have going on now? Because you gotta love a modern vampire, right? So this one is my personal favorite. Again, we get Miss Mercy again. If you're ever up in that area in Rhode Island, you should go see her. You can go to her grave. It is still there. It is open to the public. But be careful what you do. People have found, specifically at the grave, lots of phantom smells. You get there and they will smell what they think is perfume. Rose perfume, violet perfume, things like that. Very floral, very of a certain time. There are some disembodied lights sort of dancing in this cemetery. If you are familiar with ghost hunting, you'll know the kind of things that we're talking about there, just that weird light that draws you out. If we were in the American South looking at that, you'd be looking at a fee-fillet. Don't follow lights into swamps. It's a bad idea. So you're going to have people that are either sitting on her grave or sitting on her headstone, often feel themselves pushed, sometimes rather violently, because we should not sit on people's tombstones. It's a bad look. Lots of people have seen full-bodied apparitions of her sort of walking in and around where her body is buried. And then you have this last one there. People of the area think that if you are followed home by Mercy from her grave, she is a harbinger of death, and you or someone in that household will soon die. So this is where you get that sort of legend tripping. I'm going to dare you to go to Mercy's grave to see whether or not she follows you home. So those are reported essentially since her death up to now. Still more bloodsuckers. There's got to be more. So Mr. Rutt from Big Stone Gap is still seen in the area. You can still find reports up to, I think, the last 10 years was the most recent one of those reports I could find. And people disappearing are seen to be linked to this. The Carter brothers. Supposedly, if you're walking along in the French Quarter at night, you can be propositioned by a pair of men who are apparently the Carter brothers. That's the only answer. Jacques Saint Germain is seen near his old home quite often, actually. It's in the French Quarter, and he's either very charming or he's going out of his way to scare people. You'll find lots of reports of him sort of lounging near the street lamps and just being, you know, the awkward vampire. Casket Girls. Now, this is the one where we get to some really weird stories. So we again have this issue with that opening and closing shutters in the Ursuline convent. Now, supposedly the shutters are screwed shut so they cannot open. But people still to this day report walking through there at night and seeing those shutters open, where those vampires have escaped from that attic and they are wreaking havoc on the city. If you come back by dawn, they'll be closed. There are rumors of bodies found on the stairs of the convent. Now, there are several different versions of this story, but again, we don't have good records of what has happened. But essentially, there are people that are supposed to have gone to the convent to check out the vampires. And they were found bloodless on the stairs of the main entrance, which had been outside the actual convent wall at dawn. So very strange things there. And then there was this occurrence at Katrina. It's one of the more recent sightings of this particular thing. During Katrina, we all know what happened to New Orleans, the floods and all the things. There is a report that on one of the first planes into the city after Katrina was a gentleman sent from the Vatican. And he was sent there to take care of the convent. Quite clearly, somebody has to come in there, decide what's wrong with it. But he also told the person who was driving him to the convent, or getting him to the convent rather, that he was going to go first and foremost up there to make sure that he could re-screw those shutters closed to the attic. That was all the comment that was made, but it was enough to make several people very, very uncomfortable at the simple thought that we could have a reason to send someone all the way from the Vatican to New Orleans just to make sure that nothing escapes from that upper area. So if you're looking for sources, come see me. I will give you something you can actually read. Those are really small. I'm terribly sorry about that. They are all there, though. Does anyone have any questions?
I just picture the vampires now like Nightmare. They're the
Right?
When you said that, that's all I picture now is her just sitting on the chest like the incubus.
Exactly. Well, the incubus being a type of vampire of the time, you're dealing with the exact same, or the correct idea. Like, that's exactly what they would have been thinking of. Would have been an incubus, a succubus, something along those lines. An old hag would also be a type of vampire that they would have been familiar with at the time. But you get sort of this Draculization of vampires later on, you know, the furry palms, they're going to crawl up the wall and be all lizard-like. But that doesn't sell to a modern audience, so you have to make them, you know, let's statify them. We have to make them attractive. We have to make them human. But they liked their monsters as monsters back then. Anybody else? Yes.
Who's your favorite fictional vampire?
Is that even a question? I mean, I have to go with Lestat because that was my sort of introduction. I realize he's a horrible character, but he's still going to be mine. Anybody else? Yes.
See, we went to Silence and Supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
And podcasts, and we love to do stuff like this. You doing all the research and depending on which version of the vampire.
Yes.
Have you ever like sat down and kind of done like a time basically like this person could be trying to research and try to see if anything is true?
To some extent, yes. There are some modern cases where people thought they were vampires that you can have some very interesting things. There are some historical occurrences that when you look at them, look very much, not necessarily like a modern vampire, but I find that a lot of these vampire reports of this era look very much like modern Dogman reports. I cannot get that out of my brain. Once I started thinking that, I just got really stuck on it because you have this idea of these big monstrous creatures, vaguely humanoid in shape, that would stand up and tower over you and then slash you with their claws. It just gives Dogman. And there's a lot of sort of historical occurrences that I feel like fit into that, but I've never found one that I can find the actual both newspaper records and either a death record, a grave site, something to be like, yes, this person died the way they said they did, and that's really weird. You can find one or the other, but you can never find both to sort of put together, which is very unfortunate. Anyone else? Yes.
How consistent were the stories with like the type of lore, like with, you know, a ghost style vampire versus the cryptid style vampire? Like, do you see that develop over time, or is that something like, are the rules set at the time, or are they just making it up as
They
go?
seem to be set regionally.
Okay.
So you'll have your southern region, you're going to have ghost vampires. Northern region, you have ghost vampires. Anything that is sort of rural, you have cryptidy vampires. And that seems to be pretty consistent until you get the advent of Dracula. And once Dracula gets there, we don't have ghost vampires anymore. We have Dracula vampires. Nosferatu.
Do you have any idea where they got the idea of feeding the heart to people, like where that originated?
I don't, but knowing the cultures of the area, you're looking at Europe and you are looking at specifically not Eastern Europe, but Western Europe cultures. So it had to be something rooted in those floors, but I've never found like this is the exact. Anyone else?
So with it being like the ghost vampires, it's not like they're using their body.
Yes.
And they're not sucking blood, they're sucking like the life chi. So why is it so significant when they see blood in the heart that they're automatically like?
So they're connecting tuberculosis to vampirism at the time. So when you have tuberculosis, you are coughing up blood. So the idea being they are causing that coughing up of blood and they are able to essentially take that from you and bring it into themselves. Like that is how they are nourishing themselves. So it's just the same as the modern vampire idea. They just don't have that fang to neck easy explanation. They just took it as, because we are causing this, we can then feed off of it.
So when they see the blood in the heart, they're like,
yes,
that's where it came.
Exactly. That's where it came from. And that means that you are still active and you are still vital. Because the idea was the vampire was a ghost that inhabited the heart. So as long as that was still sort of gooey, for lack of a better word, then you still got your active vampire.
Why didn't they then just do preventative stuff when they go to put them under? They just didn't take the heart out then.
I mean, that would make a lot of sense. But
You're just wondering if they were
we'll
so.
crack out
like-
a Ouija board later and we'll ask them. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you so much, guys, for coming out, and I hope you have a great rest of your con.
Well, we can do some research on some of the stuff you have.
Absolutely. If you want to shoot me an email, I can send you all the sources.
Okay. Yeah. And do you ever do any podcast?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if I can do that, if you can, like, wherever your email's at, I can send you something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who do I send it to? You got a card or something?
I don't have a card on me. It was a massive weird day getting out of here. Are you on Facebook, Instagram, anything?
On Instagram.
Okay.
Supernatural.
Sirens?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Helps if I type it right.
Yeah, we're based on all the socials and on TikTok. Supernatural Sirens.
Of course.
Yeah, but like I said, we're on YouTube, Spotify,
Okay.
Instagram, Facebook.
Yeah, absolutely. What are you doing? That would be perfect. I'm trying to.
Yeah, we love stuff like this.
Absolutely. People underestimate how weird. Yes. That one, I would come across that in the middle of the night when I was, so I just followed you guys. And I will shoot you a message. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll see if I can find any more because I believe there are a couple more Virginia ones that I didn't include. That one was just wild. Like those stories, completely wild. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you guys. Hi there.
Recommended reading. So really anything like I'd love to learn more about like folklore and family in America especially, but really anything that you have enjoyed.
Absolutely. Let me see if I can find how my brain works.
Yeah, no, that is perfect. Ooh, that sounds really
a lot of. Is it?
Everyone
Oh, yeah, it is.
okay. That's it. But then, like a year later,
Okay. Thank you so much. You too.
Well, we need to get our sort of head
Oh, it's just
way back.
That's a long time ago.
Decade or so.
Appalachian.
That guy our opera house.
Yes, Oh, do you? Absolutely.
Famous advertising here.
Absolutely.
Come see us sometime.
Absolutely, we will. Thank you so much.
Very well done.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
full color.
Full
color.
Oh, that's adorable.
We are live streaming the show.
Oh, excellent.
The show from Scarefest YouTube channel.
Okay, excellent.
Yep, I've got it kind of the feed up here.
Okay, no problem. I
But,
don't need the projector, so can I just shut it
Yeah, you can
down
shut
for
it
this one? Okay. Do I want to? Yes. There we go.
Okay,
Thank you.
good.
That way I don't have it shining in my face. So I'll use that mic then. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
And they don't
Yeah.
want us to move around because there's live streaming. So got it.
Great.
I can do that.
Yeah, because we rearranged this a couple of times because it was back further. There was no light.
There
You
was
just
no light, yep.
you turned into a ghost just standing there because nobody could really see
I
you.
get it. I get it.
Yep.
No problem.
You'll have a podcast too, right? You how often do you put out your podcast?
Twice a week.
Twice a week.
Although right now spooky season we do once a week because
Yeah.
we're stretched thin. So plus we were in North Carolina.
Well, that presented its own set of challenges.
That it has its own issues right now. So yeah. Hi gang, come on in. Friends of the bride and then friends of the groom. Okay, we're good. All right. So this is the pre-show banter portion of Erie, Unnatural Kentucky. Yes. So if you were looking for the panel with Matthew Lillard, I'm afraid that's the other one.
Yeah.
How we doing? Everybody good? We're here to talk cryptids, monsters, ghosts? All right, good. I see a problem, people in the back, I get it. I understand, I do the same thing. So I know how it goes. So, but we've got a few minutes, so I'm here to get settled and figure out what we're doing. So
You know, the great thing about the cryptids and stuff is the fact that regardless of what our common image is, there's always something to those histories because those tales would not have developed over millennia.
So we'll do some bonus stuff since if you are tuning in on YouTube and those of you here, before I get into Kentucky, I started with 3 best-selling Florida books. And so I did a lot of cryptids of Florida. And you were talking about history of some of them. One is the kind of the one that kind of started it all. I ran a haunted attraction for 20 years in Florida. There were, and it was called Hellview Cemetery. It was based on the lost cemeteries of Tampa Bay. And we tried to base it all on local lore and legends. That's what got me started collecting all this stuff.
Mhm.
And there was one legend I kept hearing, and all the kids who would volunteer in our haunted house would always be like, "Are you doing mini lights?" I'd be like, "What's mini lights? I've lived here 20 years. I've never heard of mini lights." And they're like, "Oh no, you say her name 3 times and she appears in the mirror." I'm like Bloody Mary. And they're like, "Well, yeah, kind of, but different." I'm like, "Okay." So I didn't think much about it, but we threw it into the haunted house. We had a mirror effect. It was a lot of fun. And nobody knew what we were talking about. So decades passed. I ran this thing for 20 years. And I kept hearing different versions of this story. So another one was, it's not mini, it's, if you say mini lights 3 times, these little green lights come out and chase you. I'm like, okay, well, that's a little different. That's a different version. So then I decided I'm going to make a little LED effect with little chasing green lights. I figured, all right, I'll do that. And then when the haunted house got shut down by the city of St. Petersburg because they hate Halloween, and we also had 10,000 people a weekend going through my backyard, so it had gotten a little big. But I started collecting all these stories, and I'm like, what am I going to do with all these stories? Now I got to really look into them and get the history and stuff. So I go down to the St. Pete History Museum, and I start looking into these legends. Nothing on many lights anywhere. Like, it's such an odd name. So as I'm talking to people, I go over, and the south side of town had a completely different version. You get to the south side of town, and everybody's like, "Don't go messing with mini lights. Don't go messing with mini lights. Mini lights will get you." And it's like, whoa, it's escalating. And then you start asking, and they're like, okay, so mini lights, it's not a real name. Her real name is Minnie Lightning, and she is the voodoo queen of St. Petersburg. And she has her gator boys, and they will come and steal your children. I'm like, whoa, what have I discovered? This is new. I've never heard this. So I started asking around, and again, everybody's like, no, we don't talk about mini lights here. I'm like, it's so different. North side of town, one version, kind of a cutesy, Mary, Bloody Mary. South side of town, whoa, what happened? So I'm digging into the history. I'm digging into the legends, and I start finding there's a story from the 60s about a Mennonite lady who ran a boarding house that caught fire. She had searched. Come on in. We're just doing a little pre-show banter here. I'm giving bonus stories. We don't start for a little bit. But it's like, okay, so a Mennonite, maybe that was mini lights, Mennonite. Maybe that's it, right? And no, we figured it out. And it literally fell in my lap. I opened a book, and I was looking up a completely different legend at the St. Pete Museum of History's archives, and this little thing fell in my lap, literally fell in my lap. It was a fan that you would use to cool yourself off at a tourist attraction that was no longer there in St. Petersburg. And it was for an alligator farm. And this alligator farm had this fan, and on it were 2 little kids being chased by alligators. And suddenly the pieces start clicking, and you start thinking about the legend, and you start hearing the stories. Beware of mini lights, beware of mini lightning, or gator boys will get you. Beware of mini lights, they'll steal your children. And it all clicks. The alligator farm, to entertain tourists. Now, have any of you ever visited an alligator farm in Florida at all or anything? What do alligators do all day? They sit and do nothing, right? It is the most boring thing in the world. They're logs, they sit there. So they came up with a brilliant idea to entertain the masses, is if you throw a small child into the alligator pit, the alligators will suddenly run around and try to eat them. So they were stealing children from the south side of town, the minorities, the lesser poverty-stricken, and the ones that wouldn't be noticed, and throw them in the alligator pit to be chased to entertain tourists. So the legend that came from that is beware of mini lights, the gator boys will hit you. Was beware of the men with lights, the gator boys, they will steal your children. And that's the real story behind that legend.
Yeah, the legend's less frightening.
Legend's less scary, right? A voodoo queen who has little alligator men that live in the sewer. And so that's when you start digging into this. You start going, whoa, what have we discovered? So and so we'll be talking a little bit more about some oddball things, but will be fun. So we've still got about 10 minutes. So y'all have fun, talk amongst yourselves, or if you have any questions or anything, feel free to shoot them out at me, but I'm going to grab a drink and we'll get ready. So there's a bonus for being early. I did not go through Tennessee and pick up moonshine on the way here. This is why. Very special. Oh my goodness. So where are you folks from?
Eastern Kentucky.
Eastern Kentucky. So like Paintsville, Pikeville, or Prestonburg. Okay.
No, Breathitt.
Where?
Breathitt.
Brackett. Okay. I've family lands in Louisa. I'll be talking about that a little bit later. So that's good. And you guys are from all over. I know you guys. So and then anybody else Kentuckians here? Oh, a lot. All right, good. Figured. How any West Virginians yet? Because they sneak in. So no. All right. Anybody from Ohio yet? Nobody? Okay, good. So, so we can make skyline chili jokes all day. Okay. I'm talking with a paranormal group that is investigating a house currently, and they are in South Florida, and they're trying to figure out if there's a Robert the Doll connection with this house in Florida. And since they saw me on the documentary, they reached out and was like, "Hey, you're the Robert the Doll guy. You know all about Robert." I'm like, "I'm not Robert's keeper. I'm a friend of Robert. Robert lives in Key West, and David Sloan's the guy you're talking about that." But you do one documentary. That's all they let you talk about. So,
do you know of any stories or anything of Whitehall, like over in Boonesboro?
Oh, Boonesboro, yeah. One of the things we're going to be talking about there is there's a creature in that area. This has apparently been around for decades.
Well, I had an experience there a long time.
Okay, good. I'm eager to hear. So good. Well, I will talk about that. That's one of the creatures I'm going to talk about today. Is in that area. So good. And then afterwards, come talk to me.
There was a group that said they had done a show that had some Whitehall stuff in it. I can't remember who they were. It aired in Canada.
We get the problem with guys like me and a lot of paranormal groups. We film things for a lot of just general stuff. Like some documentarian will say, "Hey, I need you to do this documentary with me." Yeah, no problem. I'll come on. I'll talk. They usually dress me up nice in a suit, and sometimes they make me wear my spooky contacts because it looks better on television. That was my Ancient Aliens appearance. Thank you for about a minute and a half, Ancient Aliens. We love you. Yeah. Ancient Aliens fans, season 3, episode 2. Thank you. Talking about Spook Hill, and that wasn't even. I didn't film that for Ancient Aliens. I've never filmed anything for Ancient Aliens, but I was on it. I filmed it for a German documentary about gravity wells, gravity hills, and there's one in Florida called Spook Hill. And that's one of those areas where it looks like you're going uphill when you're actually going downhill. It's an optical illusion, but just park at the bottom of it. You park in neutral and you roll backwards up the hill. Ooh, it's spooky. But if you have a level, and you put that out there, you're like, oh, we're actually going up this optical illusion. But I did that, and I did this big speech for that, and I was like, it's a gravity hill. They're all over the world, and a lot of them are just optical illusions, and they're easy to figure out and all this. And they cut that. I did like a 30-minute thing on this. They cut it to, for Ancient Aliens, is me about a minute and a half going, so there are gravity hills all over the world. And that's it. It makes me seem like, I'm like, really? One of anybody been to the Mothman Museum over in West Virginia? Okay. The guy who runs the Mothman Museum, amazing guy, David West, he did an interview with a show, and he's like, I'm not saying Mothman is evil, but there are people who associate him with evil things. And of course, the documentary, The Unsolved Mysteries, that just aired about 6 months ago, Mothman is evil. That's the part they cut, and that's what they kept. So that's television is television. Just remember that. So it's fun. I've completely forgotten what I was asking about. But yeah, that's the documentaries do weird things with their stuff. So, but come on in. We're all good. We're all so friendly. I'm getting ready to start. I think we have the 5-minute warning now. So,
anybody wants to move up a little further? They could.
It's all fine. I can reach the back of the room if I need to. It's all good. They are convinced that Robert the Doll is haunting this house. And I'm like, Robert doesn't leave Key West. They're like, well, they're convinced. Apparently there's a doll there that they think the spirit has left Robert and is in that. So I'm like, no. I will call you in an hour and then I will explain how that is not what's happening. We love Robert. Robert is the bestest boy. We will never talk bad about Robert the Doll ever. So, because when I did that documentary, the week after I did that documentary, both my kids were in car accidents and almost died. So I wrote Robert an apology letter and said, I'm sorry, I don't know what I screwed up.
Ready to get started?
I am always ready to get started.
Fantastic. So we have Mr. Mark Muncie here, and he's going to talk about Erie travels and unnatural Kentucky.
Unnatural Kentucky.
That's
yes.
when they have an undefeated football season.
Yeah, that would be unnatural. Yes. But hi, gang. Thanks for putting up with me there for a few minutes. So I am the author of the Erie Travel series of books. Famously, Erie, Florida was our big bestseller. And then Freaky Florida, and then Creepy Florida, because they wouldn't let me leave the state. Because they were all bestsellers. Famous for Cracker Barrels and CBS's all up and down Florida, you can find them. And then I finally got to do Erie, Appalachia, which is where I'm from. I'm originally from the tri-state area, the corner there that is Ashland, Ohio, Louisa, Kentucky, Huntington, West Virginia, all that right there. I'm right there. That was where I grew up. And so what started all this for me was decades and decades ago. My family land had a holler monster. Most people have these stories in this area. There's always the haunted house down the street. There's the creepy old building we don't talk about. There's the legendary thing that shows up every Halloween or every Friday the 13th or something like that, right? Well, in my area that I had grown up in, we had a story, and it is the dumbest thing ever, right? Because I wanted to hear creepy things. I wanted to hear ghost stories. I wanted to be scared. I grew up In Search Of, and grew up in all these crazy things. I knew about Bigfoot. I knew about Nessie. I wanted things like that. And they're like, no, this is our creature. It's got the body of a cat, big cat, like a panther. It's got the head of a man, misshapen head of a man, and it glows. And then, to make it worse, it's got a wooden leg. One of its legs is wooden. And it jumps from tree to tree. And if you're bad, it uses that wooden leg, it's whoop-ass stick, and it'll knock you off your horse. So you gotta be careful riding through Goble Ridge. Okay, so you hear all this crazy description, right? So as I've learned doing all this research on these things, people are not good at naming monsters, okay? We have the big hairy guy, we call him Bigfoot, Sasquatch. In Florida, they call him the skunk ape because he smells bad. You know, we're not good at naming these things. He's got big feet. He's also giant and hairy. Come on. So there's a sea monster in South Georgia that comes in the Allahatma River. So he's Allahatmaha, which I love the Cherokee name for it. But no, what do we call him? Alti. So it's like, okay. There's one in Florida that is just like, that's a native, a similar, like a sibling of that one. But because that one in Florida is the color of boiled shrimp, because he's like an albino one, do they call it the albino monster or the St. John's River monster? No, they call him Pinky. Pinky. Well, this creature, wooden leg, cat body, head of a man, the bench leg. The bench leg of Goble Ridge. How can you be terrified of that? It sounds like something out of South Park. So I was growing up thinking this is the dumbest thing ever. And then sure enough, 10-year-old me, out in the woods one night, I was ready to be abducted by aliens because I had just seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind. So I'm walking out in the woods. It's also a really great place to stargaze because it's in the middle of the woods and it's dark sky territory out there. For those that don't know, that means there's no cities nearby, so there's no light pollution. You can really see the stars. That's not quite Greenbrier area, but it's pretty close. It's beautiful. It's building up now, but it's still pretty good then. But I went out there looking for lights, and something happened that I can't explain. One of the horses that was in our field came running by me. And I hear the hoof beats, and it runs past me, and I'm like, something stirred up the horse. Well, as long as I don't see the other horse, I guess it's just this one running. And second horse comes running by me, and I'm like, oh, okay, something serious going on. And I'm like, I know there's some bears on this property. I know there's some other animals on this property. Maybe I should be a little more careful. And I'm like, I have a Red Ryder BB gun with me. This is not gonna be good. And I start watching, I start looking, it's late at night, and I see this glow come running through the woods. And I'm like, this is what stirred up the horses. And then it's kind of a greenish glow, about 3 feet off the ground, and it's galloping past almost like a horse, maybe like a panther. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. And I start looking a little close, and the head was away from me, but it was glowing, and it kind of turned back towards me. And I still get chills to this day talking about that incident. And I realized I had a bench leg story to tell. And that's when I start figuring out, oh my gosh, my grandfather had a bench leg story, my grandmother had a bench leg story, my uncles, my aunts, my entire clan all have bench leg stories. None of these people lie about anything in their life. These are the people who have been making fun of me for going out looking for UFOs, but they all have a bench leg story. So I'm like, okay, there's something here. This is something I don't understand. But the more I research it, the more it doesn't make sense. So that's what we delve into when we're going into these things is, what is it? What does it make sense? So I'll talk a little bit more about the eventually at the end because I love him. He's my family cryptid, so I have to talk about him. But you mentioned earlier Boonesboro area, right? We got a letter for our podcast we do. It's called Erie Travels. It's on twice a week on all your favorite podcasting platforms and YouTube. And one of the listener tales we get letters people send us, hey, saw something weird. What is this? And all that. And we like to delve into it. One of the ones I got was from Boonesboro. And they said they had a creature that they had been told their whole life about that was, again, dumb name, because that's the way these things are. They had a creature kind of near Whitehall area, but also near the old fort. And it would jump from tree to tree. And it was basically like a mini Sasquatch, but it had horns. So some people thought it was like a sheep squatch. Have anybody heard of those before? Sheep squatch. They're kind of like the goat man of Pope Lick. He's probably one of the most famous ones. Anybody know Pope Lick monster? Okay, few. He is the only cryptid with a real body count because he lives on a trestle bridge in Louisville. And if you go up on that trestle bridge, the Pope Lick monster will get you. That is not true. If you go up on that trestle bridge, you will probably die because it is an active train trestle. And you'll either get hit by a train or you will fall off as you try to play Lost Boys and hang from it as the train goes by. And it is a couple hundred feet to the ground. So people have died doing this. So please don't go looking for that one. You can go visit the bridge, look up at it and go, wow, there might be a goat man up there. That's all you need to do. So this creature, though, they were describing it, horns, jumping from tree to tree. Now, I have heard a few other legends of this in this area, but they had a name for it, and it was called the Boon Devil. And according to their granny, now we get a lot of meemaws and peepaws who tell us these stories. We love meemaw and peepaw stories. They said that the reason it's called the Boon Devil is the natives summoned it because they hated Daniel Boone for bringing the white men through. And so they summoned this creature to kill all the white men that came through, particularly ones wearing coonskin caps. Daniel Boone didn't wear a coonskin cap historically. That was a Disney invention in the 1960s. But it did sell a lot of coonskin caps. So it also almost caused the obliteration of raccoons for a little while. Unintended consequences. But so the story was this one family lived on this land and they had seen it their whole lives. Generations had seen it. Stories had been passed down. So what is it? What is this creature? Now, world studying, I hang out with Bigfoot hunters. I hang out with UFO hunters. I hang out with ghost hunters. Some of the Bigfoot hunters have talked about smaller Bigfoot, right? Little ones that jump from tree to tree. In Florida, they have a great name for one, another dumb name. There's a town in Florida called Two Egg because you used to be able to buy breakfast, 2 eggs there for $1. I think it was probably $0.25 back when it was named that. But still, the town is Two Egg, so their creature is the 2 egg stump jumper. How's that for a name, right? So that's gold. But could be worse. The town next to it has the Barden Booger. But this jumper jumps from tree to tree. It's like a smaller Sasquatch. And some of the more spiritual side of the hunters say it might be similar to fairy creatures or creature of the Fae, which the Appalachian Mountains, guess what? It's the same mountain range as the Highlands of Scotland and Ireland with those same legends. We just did a Brexit about 1 million years ago and the countries split. So maybe those folk legends passed over, maybe some of the creatures passed over. So it might be something like that. Again, it's one of those we don't understand. Now, the minute we read that letter, we got a few people replying. One was a professor at the University of Kentucky, and he was very angry with us reading that letter because it was so historically inaccurate. Daniel Boone never wore a coonskin cap and all this. And he's lived in Boonesboro his whole life and never heard that story. The very next letter was another family who lived in that area, and they were, thank you so much. I saw that a few years ago and nobody believed me. And now I know. And so that's one of the big things we've discovered is if you report it, it's less crazy, right? Everybody here probably has a crazy Uncle Joe who saw Bigfoot in the 70s, right? Or the 60s, or some crazy relative that saw this. And if you think about it, and then you put their information, all right, well, he said he saw it in 1972 on this road in Ohio, and he talked about it his whole life. And if you put that into one of those databases, the Expedition Bigfoot has a database, BFRO is a database, and you look and you suddenly correlate it, and there was like 17 other people saw Bigfoot that weekend in that same location. Crazy Joe isn't crazy anymore. And he saw something that he doesn't understand. It may not have been a Bigfoot, it might have been a guy in a ghillie suit, who knows, but he saw something. And that's where one of our big things on our podcast is we like, please report, because that's where this stuff comes from. All right. And that's my next monster. We're going to go to, this story takes place in Huntington, West Virginia, but it's about somewhere in Kentucky. And it's a place I have to be careful when I name it, because I've been told by the company that still runs the land there that I'm not supposed to talk about it anymore. So I'm going to be a little cryptic for my cryptid here, but you should be able to figure out what I'm talking about, because I'm not very good at that. All right. So Huntington, West Virginia, I get a letter from a family that says, hey, Mama, I love they call her Mama Cumbers, because she used to give them cucumbers every time they visited. So Mama Cumbers, she kept every letter everyone has ever sent her. It's what she did back then. And so she has a bunch from the late 1800s. And we were going through them, and we love listening to your show. And we've got some that don't make sense to us. Would you please come and look at these? There's 3 of them that I want you to look at. And so I go. Now, I'm only getting the side that was sent to her. I don't have her replies. Right? So the first story is, the first letter is from a cousin who works in Olympia, Kentucky, not too far from here, and works in a mine in Olympia. And the letter is very 1800s. It's very, hey, Mama, how's things going? Can't wait to see you at the reunion. Blah, 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 daily work, all this. Looking forward to the wedding. Something weird happened at the mine. I'll write more about it if you really want to hear. Next letter. I'm like, oh, I'm excited. This is like 2 weeks later. So I'm assuming her letter gets there, that she replied saying, yes, tell me more. And then I get the next one. Okay, we were drilling for a new vein in the mine. Okay. And this is an iron mine in Olympia, Kentucky. If you Google, you might figure this out. All right. Because they're still there. They were drilling for a new vein. They couldn't get through. They heard weird noises behind the wall. So the second letter, they blasted through the wall because they were tired of waiting. When they blasted through the wall, we saw something. They were web-footed creatures. He said creatures in his letter, eating a bear. That we had come into a new cave system. We had blown open the wall into this new cave system, and these things were eating a bear. They had long, stringy hair and big, bulging eyes. What should we do? Men are terrified, don't want to work no more. See you at the reunion. John. All right, so I want to know what she wrote, because, man, that would be epic. But third letter comes in. Well, Mama, we had a great time at the reunion. It was good to see you. I wanted to tell you what wrapped up. Boss man got tired of us striking. He finally hired some gunmen to kill the creatures. And they hauled out 3 bear carcasses and 6 of the critters. And these bogeymen ain't gonna bother us no more. And there you go. Now, that's all I've got are these 3 letters. What can I do with that? As I'm doing folklore and I'm doing history and all this, I'm like, I can't just take one person's story as gospel, right? This is pretty cool because it's written down. So thankfully, I'm able to look up newspaper archives and dig into some libraries and such. Turns out, Lexington Herald, there's an ad from that week, the missing week of the letter. This such and such mine hiring gunmen to kill bears in their system, paying $10 a carcass, which is a lot of money back then. So yeah, I think we got confirmation that something happened. I don't know. There's no saying frogmen or bogeymen or anything like that, but that's about as close as I think we can get to something living in the cave system. And now Mammoth Cave system, we don't know how deep it goes. We're still finding new life there every weekend. There are people down there mapping new tunnels that they've never found before, still to this day. And we don't know. So what is it? Is that a cryptid? Is that a thing? So it's called the Olympia Bogeyman. And if you want to research it, you can look up the mine in Olympia that had a very big disaster there a couple years later. They were blasting into another wall, and the dynamite didn't go off the way they wanted, so they went to check on it, and then it went off. And 30 some odd men blasted. So anybody here listen to Old Gods of Appalachia, the podcast? Way in the back. It's a fictionalized podcast, but they took that story and moved it to Harlan, Kentucky. So if you listen to that, they talk about the 37 or something that died, and that's basically that story. They translated it, but they haven't put in the frogmen yet. And I'm wanting them to. So the Olympia Bogeymen are just some creepy things. So, my lovely wife hiding in the back there taking pictures. She's the illustrator for our books, and she gets to be the forensic sketch artists for these monsters as people describe them to us. So she gets to talk to original witnesses with me and gets to draw them as close as we can to that. So ours look a little different from some of the pop culture versions that you see. Like our Mothman looks like a flying Sasquatch because that's what Linda Sigmund and Joe Scarberry, the original witnesses, describe him as a flying Sasquatch. All right, so moving on. What do we think of that one? Was it a little different, right? Okay, so we've got our famous alien encounter in Kentucky. Everybody familiar with Hopkinsville? The Hopkinsville Goblins. They have the Kelly Green Man Days if you want to go to the festival down there, which is a lot of fun if you're into UFOs and all that. And then there's the Withville, Virginia, which is right down there. They have a UFO festival because they had a sighting not too long after. But a little north of there, near Pikeville, which is right in Hatfield and McCoy country, which if you ever follow that story, that's a deep dive all of itself. Even the miniseries didn't do it justice, I think. But they have a critter, and it is very unique that it's hard to describe. Imagine, if you will, if that King Kong versus Godzilla ended with a love story and they had a child, because it's supposed to be half reptilian and half Sasquatch. Don't ask me how, don't ask me why, but they think it came down with the UFOs that were seen over Prestonburg and over Pikesville and over Paintsville. there was a whole string of UFOs in the early 1990s. And these were early days of cell phones. There are some cell phone footage of these flashing lights in the sky. They're terrible, but they are there. And for all those people, oh, nobody ever gets them on camera. Well, they were terrible, but we did get them. But then this creature was seen several times. And the story mimics the Flatwoods monster story of West Virginia from the 1950s, almost to a T, to the point where I thought somebody had just copy-pasted and put it over. Because a young man, he sees the crash, or something goes by, he sees a fireball in the sky, he gets his friends, they go up the mountain. The only difference is they don't have the mom like Flatwoods did, but they do go up, they do have a dog, and when they get there, this creature, who knows what it is, comes out of them from a cave. And it has red eyes, reptilian head, but a furry lower half. Very strange. I have 4 witnesses who swear to this, and they will go to polygraph tests. All 4 of them also have strange issues now with their eyes. And the doctors say it's radiation poisoning, of some sort of side effect of radiation poisoning, which was the same thing the family that found the Flatwoods monster in the 50s had very similar cases. So this one doesn't have a name yet because I've only talked to the families and they haven't given it a name. They just say it's the creature. So I'm hoping that we get a better name than something stupid. But I have a feeling our limited capacity for naming monsters is going to come back and haunt us, and it's going to be something like the
Gorillazilla.
The Gorillazilla or something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Kingosaurus. Who knows? It's going to be bad. But keep an eye out listening for that one. And if anybody says, "Hey, I saw this weird thing, Eastern Kentucky," please let me know. Drop me a line at erietravels.com, and we'd appreciate it. Now, we are going to venture into a little bit of ghost territory. I think I got a few more minutes. Because ghosts are always interesting to me. I've worked on a few, as a consultant to a few ghost shows. I worked with Dave and Steve up there on when they did the Tampa Theater in Florida. I've worked with the guy who shall not be named in Vegas. That's a team. No. But when we did him with Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, which if you go on the tour of Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, they have the best way to introduce the tour. They go, okay, over here is where the ghost show found our ghost, but over here is where our ghost is. So again, television and reality, a little different. But anyway, this is an interesting spectral creature because it's a creature. It's not a ghost of a person, which is the most common. And animal ghosts are heard of, but not something that you hear a lot about. But this one is apparently the ghost of a Sasquatch. Never thought about that, right? Never, ever thought about that. So this one is a little more western Kentucky, near Somerset, which is an amazing area. Has anybody been to Somerset, Kentucky? Have you been to the Paranormal Museum there?
I have not.
There are 2 now, because the 2 guys who ran it had a fight, and now they each have half the collection. One's in a house because he didn't get the place. The other one is in the courthouse. I love that the Paranormal Museum for Somerset is in the basement of the courthouse. You walk in like, oh, I'm going to court. Oh, wait, I got to go downstairs, and there's the aliens and the big. So that whole town is great. And they have a lot of history. There was cult activity. There was all kinds of crazy stuff in that area. But the creature there is seen in the forests around there. Hunters have seen it. It is not your typical Bigfoot. The reason being, he's gray, very, very gray. So maybe he's old man Bigfoot. But People say he flies. He flies, like flying Bigfoot. So he's a ghost, right? That's what some of the hunters say. He's a ghost because they've seen him fly through trees, seen him fly through forests. What the heck is he? So it's an unusual story, but we have 4 Bigfoot hunting teams have recorded this and have placed it on their records of having seen this creature. And it's been reported several times. So now we all think, oh, it's a crazy story, right? It's a crazy, that can't be real. 4 Bigfoot teams. Now, when you go to a Bigfoot conference and you talk about anything other than Bigfoot, like if I go to my Bigfoot conference and I talk about ghosts, they look at me like I'm insane. And if you go to a ghost hunting conference, you talk about Bigfoot, they will look at you like you're insane. If you go to a UFO hunting conference, they won't talk to you about anything because they're afraid of everybody. Because they know. They're coming for you. So, but so it's so weird. These guys are willing to go out on a limb like this. I've had a few Bigfoot hunters that are on some of the TV shows send us things where they've had some oddball things happen with a Bigfoot hunt. And they go, we can't put our names out there because then we'll never be allowed to talk at another Bigfoot show. Because I think an alien passed us while we were talking about Bigfoot. We saw a UFO while we were hunting Bigfoot. So that's the kind of thing that happens with this world. So the fact that these guys are willing to go on record really says there's something to this. And I love the name of this one. This has got a name. And this one I actually like. He's called Cottonwood. Because that's where he's covered in cotton. And he looks like somewhere between cotton and wood, and he runs through the woods. So Cottonwood or Cottonwoods. What a great name for a ghost Sasquatch, right? So circling back to the beginning, my bench leg story. My crazy monster in Louisa, Kentucky, with a wooden leg, head of a man, body of a cow, or big cat, something like that. Small cow, big cat. A lot of different versions of the story over the years my family had passed down. I finally wrote about it in our book, Erie, Appalachia. And we started doing the podcast a short time after that. And I got a letter from someone who lives here in Lexington. He came by and saw us yesterday, which was nice of him. He's like, hey, I know that story. I'm like, really? He's like, I'm related to that story. I'm like, well, then you're a cousin of mine because everybody around here is all cousins. And he's like, no. Here's the story. I'm like, ooh, excited. So Goble Ridge, Kentucky, was early settlement, which is now Louisa. Gatesville Lake, now because they put a big dam there. But in the day, there was a peddler who used to go out on that, and he would go from house to house, and he would fix pots and pans and sell you trinkets that he collected, and basically the rolling thrift store / whatever for your family. And he would make some money while he was doing all this. Well, a group of bandits figured out this guy had cash. So they decided to ambush him at the base of a tree. And right on the road there. And they knew he had an ox cart. So when they murdered him, he fought back with a stick, trying to fight back that he had broken off of that tree. And when they murdered him, they killed his cow to hide the body, and they buried it all together. Now I'm like, this is a twist. I had never heard of this story. This is escalated a little bit. And then they go, and that's the bench leg, is this vengeance spirit that has raised from that. That's why it's got the body of a baby ox, the head of a man, and the wooden leg. That's his stick. And I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. So how did you hear this story? Why do you say you're related to it? He's like, oh, my grandfather was hung because he was one of the bandits that killed the guy. And they caught him and they hung him here in Lexington. And I'm like, what? And you're proud of this? He's like, oh yeah, he's an infamous family relative. We love him. He's wow. Small world, right? And all that, and now that stupid legend of a wooden leg cat monster that is now it's a vengeance spirit that jumps from tree to tree and hunts bad guys. Well, thank God I was a good guy still then when I saw him. So, but anyway, so now you know these things are everywhere. And when we were doing Erie Appalachia, every color has a monster. Everybody's got a story. It's just getting it out of them. Because a lot of them, they saw what happened in Hopkinsville. The people in Hopkinsville reported it to the police. We were attacked by little silver men that flew at us with a green glow. Where do we get the term from that? Oh, little green men from Mars came and attacked them. And that's all the newspapers talk about. And so the families don't want to talk about it anymore. The Flatwoods monster, probably one of the most infamous encounters with aliens and documented thousands of times. The whole family went into hiding. Wouldn't talk about it until just a few years ago when they finally went to the Mothman Festival and saw how popular that was. And they said, oh, there's money? Okay. Yeah, the Flatwoods monster, it's real. It happened. Yeah, but that's what happens with these things. So we say, just document. If you saw something, say something. If it's the weirder, the better, because you never know. We were at a conference in Tampa, and I had gotten a letter about a guy saw a thing that was a truck driver had seen that looked like a horse made out of vines, and it had chased him and was going 70 miles an hour, and he saw it on the road. And I didn't think anything of it. I'm like, well, I'm writing that down. That's kind of cool. I put it in my little file for later. 2 years later, another truck driver says he sees the same thing on the same stretch of road, almost to a T. They don't know each other. They don't work for the same trucking company, but they do the same route, and they saw something completely different. That one we're calling the kudzu kelpie, and it's already trademarked. Because I like that name. But that's about it. So I am going to take questions. If anybody's got any area they want to know if they got a monster or a holler monster that I haven't been able to fully document or anything, or if anybody's got a story they want to tell, we're happy to hear it.
You say Cottonwoods in Somerset?
So near Somerset, a little north of Somerset. It's in a little holler there called, what is it? Something Springs.
Sand Springs?
Sand Springs, yes.
Yeah, that's in my county. Yeah.
There you go. That's where he's been seen by Bigfoot hunting teams up on one of the mountains there. That's foothill of Appalachia. So, I think it's Sand Springs. Yeah, and it's a little north of Somerset. It's kind of like a half hour north of Somerset.
Yeah, so Rockcastle County,
right there. Right. Yeah, that's it. And there's a Bigfoot hunting team there called Dirty South Squatching, and again, dumb names, but we love them. And they're out. They were the first team to spot it, and now a few other teams have reported it. There's a place in North Georgia that has nothing to do with the TV show Expedition Bigfoot, but they're called Expedition Bigfoot, and it's probably one of the best Bigfoot museums in the country. Have you been there? It's amazing. We love that place. It's an actual research center. They have books that you can go in and just sit and read, or you can go through the museum, which has got tons of footprints and everything. They have the only Sasquatch butt print. So, yeah, it's impressive. It's not Mothman statue impressive, but it's pretty impressive. But it's a great museum, and they have their own database now for recording sightings, and they're a little more lenient than some of the other ones. Even Matt Moneymaker from BFRO is finally allowing oddball stuff. It's in Delonga, Georgia. It's Blue Ridge, Georgia. Yeah, it's right at the North Carolina border, a little south of that. So, what's cool is you can see there's a bunch of waterfalls right there that are really pretty to visit, and you can go to where they make Cabbage Patch Kids. So that's the creepiest place in the planet, because they have birthing ceremonies and you can actually get birth certificates. You don't want to be any part of that, but you want to talk about strange cryptids and all that. So, yes.
You got any cryptids from Indiana?
Indiana has my favorite, the Beast of Busco is probably the most famous cryptid from Indiana. It's a giant turtle in a lake, and this guy basically spent every dime he had trying to catch it. He moved onto this land, he'd heard stories about this giant turtle called Charlie, and the family before him had it and everything. When he didn't believe him, he didn't think anything, and then one day he was out on a boat and saw it. And then he's like, this isn't that big a lake. We got to catch this thing. I'm going to make millions of dollars. I'm going to sell it to Ringling. I'm going to be rich. So he makes the biggest fishing net in the world. He hires the world's greatest alligator hunter and things to come. And he winds up having an electric company come and shock the lake to try to drive it out. It's a giant snapping turtle. Nobody ever sees it. Nobody ever catches it. He goes broke and loses the farm because he spent all this money. The best part about that story is when you see the listing for the selling of the house and all the items, it included the net, the giant fishing net to catch the turtle. The guy wound up actually working for the electric company that he had spent all his money trying to shock the lake with it.
Where exactly is that?
It's in Busco, Indiana, middle of nowhere, kind of right-hand side. So kind of on the east side. A little north of Indianapolis, I think. My other favorite creature there is called the squids, the oil squids. Anybody heard of this? This is a fun one. 1970s, this reporter gets a whistleblower, says the Jeep factory that's in this town called Evansville, it's the primary employer in the town. They've been dumping exotic chemicals into these pits in the back that are native burial pits. And they're dumping these chemicals into them. And there's something growing there. So the EPA shows up to investigate this factory, but they are tipped off that they're coming, so they steer them through the factory. And the factory's beautiful. It's great. I don't know what anybody's problem. Nobody goes out back to the pits. And they're like, dodge the bullet. So the next week, they're out there working their butts off to clean up those pits and clean them up before, in case they come back, which they were coming back. Because the whistleblower said, you didn't check out the pits. That was the whole point. So the EPA guy comes back. They've cleaned it up. So no documentation. It was fine. It was a clean report. But the foreman, years later, said, oh yeah, we cleaned up those pits. We got rid of some stuff. And what was in there were these things that looked like squids, but had giant eyeballs. And they were rolling around in the mud, and I kept one in a drum because it was so weird. And it's in a big oil drum in my house. And the reporter was like, can I see this? And he showed it to him. And apparently it was dying as he saw it. And he's like, we've got to get this studied. We got to figure this out. And the foreman's like, no, this is mine. It's my trophy. There were dozens of them, but we killed the rest. And it's like, what is this? What did they find? And all this. And so that reporter tried to make a campaign for a long time to make Evansville Squidsville. Because he wanted to, and there's actually a super rare collectible for monster hunters and monster enthusiasts is if you can find one of the pins he had made from the 70s to make Evansville Squidsville when he was breaking this story and nobody believed him. And I'm still convinced someday somebody's going to find a foreclosed house and they're going to go out in that shed and there's going to be an oil drum and somebody's going to open it up and there's going to be something in there that's Lovecraftian nightmare that's waiting to happen. So, but thank you all so much for coming. If you want to hear some very weird stories, we're Erie Travels. We're on all the major podcast platforms and YouTube. And we're on twice a week and we tell lots of stories. And then out there, right by the main panel room is our table. We got our books and my lovely wife will draw something fancy in them. And she's the talent. I just do words. So, but thank you all so much for coming and we'll see you on the other side. I think it's UFOs next. So if you want aliens, stick around. Aliens are cool. Are you guys the aliens?
Yep.
All right, awesome. Nice to meet you.
We met you
Thanks,
at
guys.
Dragon Con.
Yes, I was gonna say we now I remember. Oh my gosh. So Dragon Con was nuts. So yeah, this is crazy
Are
too.
y'all gonna be going back?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the plan. So yeah, I know. You got to deal with it. So it's one of those. It's
Take a lot of pills and get ready.
just caffeine and an emergency. Oh yeah, what the kind of bird. So anything.
Yes.
So good luck, guys. Have fun. We'll see you all. Thank you so much. Thanks for the question. So it was a pleasure.
My experience was more. I was in that Whitehall Mansion.
Okay.
Later. Mom working. And we got to run around the place. One day they were closed and they were just like cleaned us. And me and him were just wandering.
Yeah, don't touch.
But anyway, we were up on the corner area, like the second level or something. And you can look down over the huge, tall mirror. On the stairway, down there, the stairway. There's a narrow, narrow hall. It's not narrow, it's really. And we come down, there's a top corner, the stairs go down. And you can hear it. I said, there's something up in the head. I couldn't get no detail. It just looked like smoke almost. And he was like where you are. He was looking at this thing, and I seen him kind of turn his head, and he turned back and looked at me, and you seen it, didn't you? He said, I did.
It's something that you don't understand. And that's all it is. It happens. That's it. So
Nobody
many.
else
That's the stuff we love. And so I'll dig into Whitehall and see if I can find any other sightings and stuff. Yeah, that's always, I would fit it in. Sunrise Museum, Charleston, West Virginia has a seminar where there's weird music and everything's playing and all that, but they saw something in the mirror, just everything out of sight. There's a reason we're not supposed to have mirrors.
So they did like a little kind of historical thing, they talked about it. And he didn't get to go through the mansion, we just done this last year. So I guess EKU owns it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
And so we didn't really get to go through there because I was telling them about it. It opened up in the ground.
I wonder if there's somebody who, has access.
And I said, it's hard to get.
Probably. Yeah, that's Octagon Hall in Kentucky is one of those that in Franklin that we're doing. And that place is amazing, right? But again, they used to be.
Are you Dr. Kiefer?
Yes.
Fantastic. My name's John. I'm working the room, so anything you need.
Good luck, guys.
I need a power for
Okay,
my
the only
laptop.
plug I've got is back against the wall there or against this wall, unfortunately. And I don't think I've got anything that long.
Well, I haven't seen that one yet. So I know they just announced 8 for next year. Oh, for real? Yeah. Loader Shutter just did a big announcement about it. So.
My only concern about too much is in the light.
The guys who did Blair Witch back in the original days, Dan Mernick and others, they did one called Skynet. Not so much. And it's found footage of a guy. It's a whole movie. So look it up. It was fairly recent. I want to say about a year ago. Okay. And it's pretty good. So I'll take a look. All right. Have a good one. I gotta get back to my table.
I thought they were doing.
No, they're doing the UFOs. You got it. They're good.
In biology.
And the charge never lasts as long as you want in there.
Now, I do need you to back up to the projector.
Okay, I'm hoping this is long enough.
I do have one at the phone.
It's not going to be coming on. Oh, that should be longer.
Really?
What we can do to help get you set up here. There we go. That shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, that should work. Did you have a specialty in biology or?
Ecology.
Okay.
So I do nature research on tiny things.
Just trying to make sure it's about the right height for what you need.
So it's live streaming on the Scarefest.
Yeah, Scarefest YouTube channel. It should be on there. Actually, it's live right now. And then Will, how do you pronounce his last name? Will Imreach? Okay. See if I can. Focus is fine. Pardon?
Is it your live streaming?
Yeah, it's on the YouTube channel for Scarefest. That's not too bad. they do a Comic-Con here in the spring, and a couple of years ago, I got to do a Q&A panel with Giorgio Tsoukalos, he's the aliens guy with the hair. Yeah. So he was a neat fella.
Oh,
Yeah. He's a good guy. Well, actually, the one who had the most fun is my brother's daughter. She's a true believer, no question. And I arranged for her to talk to her so we could come to the convention, but we made a phone call. She was tickled to death. Yep. The only time she got more excited when I told her I was sitting next to her favorite Power Ranger.
yeah. One where I crossed on with that other property.
I don't know if it's,
Hanging
yeah,
on the fence.
yeah, it's Scarefest 16.
What that is.
But I don't know what.
Hey. Plain as day. And it wasn't like a yell, it was just like a speaking voice, like it was 10 foot.
Actually, it might be under Scarefest Radio.
And there's nobody there. Just me. And this dude cart was laying on the fence.
Maybe that's what it said.
Who really spoke to me? He got me some shit.
You all having fun?
Yeah.
Good. Very good. They're a lot easier than that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to move it.
Yeah. Did you see the lines this morning?
Yeah, I mean, I was stuck outside. I already bought my pass yesterday, and I was stuck outside for an hour and a half.
I know that. Just.
They finally were just like, screw it, just open the doors, let them in.
Yeah. Well,
GPS for his run.
someone told me, and it's not verified.
Yes.
30,000 people.
Today's Saturday.
You know, I was on the floor before noon, and it was already pretty packed. But I'm like, I gotta get out there and hang around long as we got here, start doing my stuff down here. So it's nuts. For sure, that movie, right?
The rat.
They've already rented those places. And actually, they're having more spaces. They're here downstairs. There's a whole kind of wing down there. You got a touch. And then there's a lot more space across the hall.
Are you serious?
Use the whole ballroom.
Oh, yeah.
We should be able to do a lot more.
My only thing is, able to be done is if they know they're getting ready to do a
Lizard
photo
man.
op, kind of off the line. It's like, you're waiting, like,
Have you ever heard of Framing?
No, have you?
Yeah.
It
People
waits.
waiting, like, oh, we're gonna go take pictures for an hour.
Then you gotta stay there.
You're the man across from.
A lot of times what they'll do is when they have a photo op, then they have a panel, either before or after that. And then they may decide, you know what, after the break, maybe we'll get something to eat, all that kind of stuff. So but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But sometimes,
Just so people don't waste their time, and then they don't get to meet them.
right, and I think the other tough part about that is you don't know, because some people will say, hi, how are you, move on. And then other ones are gonna try to want to talk as long as they can. And so sometimes the folks that are running that particular line aren't always efficient as they could be. So I get what you're saying, because it's happening to everybody who goes to conventions at one time or another. So it does kind of suck.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. They got a lot of stuff here. You know, kind of whatever horror movie franchise you're into, they probably got it here. Friday the 13th, and Halloween, and Scream, and Fright Night, and you know, Phantasm, and just the list goes on. And they're doing a panel right now with directors, and they've got Greg Nicotero in there, and Adam Green, and Tom Holland, and Coscarelli. I can't think of his first name. And he has a whole bunch of horror movies, but he did Bubba Hotep. That's one I like. So, well, it had which came out. Oh yeah, so you can't go wrong with that. So.
Yeah, I was wanting to go to the Fanboy Expo the year before last, and Knox one meeting. Think to go.
Campbell's been here a couple times.
Has he?
Yeah. He's actually been in a bookstore, independent bookstore here in another part of town, and Campbell's been there doing book signings. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. You all having fun here so far this weekend? Very good.
Not as much as usual for me, actually. I don't like having some health issues.
I get it. I completely get it. I had a pacemaker put in June.
Yeah.
So I've been, and you know what? I didn't slow down. I went in the hospital on Wednesday, had surgery on Thursday, Friday I was out. Monday I was back at work.
I moved from Atlanta to Cincinnati.
Yeah. I think I'm busier than I was before. So.
I'm moved from Atlanta to Cincinnati. I'm still not fully moved in. And in between, I got sick.
I get it. Well, a good move is enough to make you sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but you're right. Sometimes you do need a break. Sometimes life does not afford you that opportunity. It's one of my hobbies outside of this is theater. I was working on the play before I had the surgery, and I was back at work on Monday at work. So I really didn't slow down at all.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. But it was funny because what was weird about it was for the most part, I didn't feel that bad. I thought I was shopping in the 20s and 90s, which, you know, that's not good. So.
Oh, she did do something.
Me too. Look right now, instead of working more than I was about one.
Yeah.
She, that what it says?
She, about 528 year olds, really good.
Wait up.
She. That what it says?
Well, maybe IV next time. Get IV caffeine.
Get an IV
Much more than caffeine stream.
Oh,
That works too. Okay, folks ready to hear about some neat stuff? We have Dr. Christina Kiefer and Will Eimrich.
I'm not a doctor, but I play one on TV.
Yes. And they're going to speak about exploring UFO aircraft and alien species. And you are live streaming on our YouTube channel for
Stereo Shoppers. Okay. Everyone awake?
Yep.
Okay, there's stickers around you, by the way, at the end of the panel. If you guys see us at our table, if you find one of these stickers, and I'm pretty sure you'll find one easily by now, you can get a copy of all 6 of the new podcast. Our older podcast is still floating around. You can find it everywhere, anywhere. It's called the K&A Show, and you'll see it under DX, which is the mothership of our UFO podcast. All right, well, as he's already introduced us, I'm going to let her start this because this was her baby.
Okay. Welcome. Hope y'all are doing well this weekend. It's a little crowded here today. Let's talk about some UFOs. So, obviously, you know, occurrences, we're kind of familiar with it, just in the United States. But they're strange atmospheric phenomena that have astonished humans for literally centuries, even thousands of years. I mean, you can ask Will, he's very familiar with a lot of the artwork, you know, from hundreds of years ago, and it's like, what's that in the artwork? And it's like a UFO. Like, what is that? What were they seeing? Why did they put that there? So many questions. So, and unfortunately, back then they couldn't really determine what is that because they didn't have the knowledge nor the technology. But today we do. At least we further, came a long way. Now we can, determine the differences between those strange weather events, whether it be solar eclipses or shooting stars, strange things like that. Now we know what those things are. So, but also we've added to that where we've got satellites, airplanes, helicopters, other man-made devices that are just throughout, they're just throughout our skies now. So it's like, we can identify those things, but then sometimes we're like, okay, what is that? That don't look man-made. So we've kind of came to the conclusion, we've dubbed them unidentified flying objects or UFOs. And recently they have also been categorized as unidentified aerial phenomena or UAPs. Yeah. So, UFO sightings, I mean, the term UFO was first used by the Air Technical Intelligence Center of the U.S. Air Force in August of 1954. And they decided that it related to any airborne object which, by performing aerodynamic characteristics or unusual features, does not conform to any presently known aircraft or missile type, or which cannot be positively identified as a familiar object. So there's that definition, but the term unidentified aerial phenomenon, or UAP, I mean, it's kind of been around for a while. It was termed in the 60s, and it was just, kind of more encompassing, where it was used to describe any unidentified or unexplainable sights in the sky. So it kind of just really actually covered more of everything. And UFOs more just specifically flying objects, which also, you can also think of, UFOs or UAPs in the water as well. So we're not going to really go too much into those, more aerial, because they're really just hard to see and hard to find. But also, it's funny with the term UAP. I mean, it's been used by the Director of National Intelligence in their report, and their report further categorizes UAPs into 5 different categories. And those are airborne clutter, natural atmospheric phenomenon, USG industrial development programs, foreign adversary systems, and others. But NASA, NASA's got to be special and decide, we're going to change it. We're going to change the definition of UAP. Instead of unidentified aerial phenomenon, we're going to do unidentified anomalous phenomenon. And they just did that in June of 2022. And they're still like, it's funny because it's NASA here. What? You don't believe in UFOs, you don't put much effort into the research, but they actually just recently came up with a department specifically that's going to be looking into those UAPs as they define it, and they define that as observations of events in the sky that cannot be identified as aircraft or known natural phenomenon. So they're trying to get it away from that UFO definition because it's always linked to that little green man, type of scenario. And I don't know, so I don't tell you why they're doing that, but it's just how they are. But so how do we define extraterrestrials? What is an extraterrestrial? So looking into the actual Latin term, so beyond, which Latin extra actually means beyond or not of, and terrestrius, which is the other part of the term, means of or belonging to Earth. So therefore, it's kind of, the definition is in the name, it's life that's not originally from the planet Earth. So, and they've also obviously been referred as aliens. And we need to be a little bit more specific into what we're actually looking for. Because, yeah, there's life that you can probably find outside of our solar system or even inside of it. It's outside of our planet, but it's bacteria, archaea, I mean, in that kind of realm, but what are we actually looking for? We're more interested in complex organisms like ourselves that are intelligent organisms and that, are equal to us or even has surpassed us in technology or even knowledge. So that's really, we need to be specific in what we're looking for. So we're looking for intelligent life. And, Alan Hynek might be familiar, and his 1972 book, The UFO Experience.
That's not Alan Hynek, by the way.
No, no, it's not. He outlines a specific classification system of sub-advising UFO or UAP observations. And these are nocturnal lights, daylight discs, and radar or visual cases. He also coined the term that described contact experiences. You would probably be kind of familiar with these. Close encounters of the first kind, which are UFO sightings at a short distance, or close encounters of the second kind, which are physical interactions of UFOs and the environment. And then our third one, which is close encounters of the third kind. And those would be UFO encounters in which there's an alien creature that's also present and involved in that interaction. So that brings us to our different types of UFOs. So I got a lot of my information on the National UFO Reporting Center, similar to the MUFON, but not really. It's just a database that a lot of people can go to and just post what they saw. And there's a ton on there. There's thousands all over the world. And they're also known as euphoric. And they kind of classify UFOs or UFAs into almost 25 different categories based just on their shape, which they don't go specifically into a definition of what each one actually represents, what it means. So I think a lot of people that when they post something on there, they get a little bit confused on kind of like what category do you put that in. So I kind of focus more on the more reported ones, and those would be light or orbs. We got a circle, triangle shapes. We got the cigar or like a tic-tac shape. The disc, the more famous one. Formation, so lights or any other type of objects in a formation.
The Phoenix lights.
Yeah, and we got a chevron. And also the other category would be an other or unknown. And obviously, like if you just think about it, a UFO can probably belong into a lot of these different categories. Whether it be light, a triangle, it could be in a circle, it could be in a lot of those. So I'm going to go over just those few little categories, not all of them. But I'm going to start with the lights and the orbs. And they're just described as a ball of light in the sky. And they can be different colors, they can be different intensities of light, and they can come in groups, like the formation. So they can come in different groups as well. And they can be blinking, pulsating orbs as well. And their locomotion, that can be, a fast and rate can be go fast and go slow, to just be stagnant and just hovering in the sky. Circle, it's just basically any circular aircraft that is in the sky. They can, have lights. It doesn't have to have lights, either way. And the same thing, with the lights or the light in the orb. This locomotion can be fast and be slow. A lot of been reported. Triangular crafts, they are more commonly seen that they can have lights attached to them, or sometimes they don't have any lights on them. And a lot of times when witnesses see them, they see them moving very slowly and quietly. I have a couple of actual reports that were posted by individuals. There's a cool one on the triangle I'm going to show y'all. And also, they can be kind of like a variation of triangle, like 3 circles are smooshed together in a triangle shape. So there's a lot that you can go with. The cigar shape, UAPs are the tic-tac, and they can be in different colors. These guys can be green, white, gray. rose gold, shiny, even have almost like an aura around it, which looks like it's glowing. And generally when they see these, they aren't making any noise, just like go, you know. Sometimes they can go generally slow, and then all of a sudden they're gone, you can't see them. Now chevron, they just look like a V, and which some people probably might get those confused with a triangle, so they might, you know, either put the chevron in the triangle category. And they can be moving silently and quickly. Formation, they've seen a lot of times more balls of light in formation. Sometimes it could be other objects that don't emit any light, but most of them that I've come across, it's been a ball of light and they're moving in formation. Also, it could be even like craft, like a disc or a triangle, and then it's going through the sky, but also you got a couple that are falling behind. Now, our probably most famous one is the disc. Most common, but it doesn't seem like that many people report on those. And they generally come in a gray or a very dark color. They can also come in colors of green and red, and even have a silver metallic look to them. Now, the unknown section, that's more of, you know, I just saw something in the sky and it looks like a jellyfish. That's very odd. Not too many reports on that one. Now, specifically here, the two images at the very top, they're from the same incident. That one's a light, considered a light, or you can almost say that would be a formation as well. That one occurred on April of 2024, and it occurred around 9 p.m. And the observers, they described there were 6 golden lights. They were flashing red, blue, and green. And they were hovering northwest of the desert near a golf course. It was in Las Vegas, Nevada. And it was funny because they observed it for a long while. They're sitting in the car. So the guy actually got video of this thing. You can go online and look at it. I wasn't able to show it to y'all today. But it's funny because the next day, it got on the news. And that's the image from the TV right there. So it was on the news right there. So, yeah, that one was pretty interesting. Now, for the next one is our circle. That was pretty interesting. There's 6 green lights here in a circular formation. And this happened in, it was August of 2024, and there was 3 people observed this. And so when you have more people seeing the same thing, that definitely adds more credibility to it. And so they got a little bit, actually they have a video of it as well, which is funny because sometimes they get it in a video or a photograph, sometimes they don't, because they just go too fast. But this guy was kind of going pretty quietly into the night, and then it just disappeared. And this one was pretty cool because I also found another video, not of this guy, but a different, report looked exactly like that with the green lights. Now the triangle here, this one had actually red lights on each corner and a big white light in the middle. Now you can obviously see this wasn't a photograph. This guy wasn't able to get the photograph outside his window, but he kind of remade what he saw. And it was just, he said he heard something. It sounded like maybe an airplane that was flying too low, making that weird rumbling noise. So this one actually made noise, and he heard it, and he was like, oh. And that's what happened in, that was July of 2024. And unfortunately, obviously, he wasn't able to get any photographic evidence of it, but still, it's credible. And this one happened in Spring, Texas. So we got a couple more here. Now we got a scar shape. This guy also wasn't able to get any photographic evidence, but they did a really nice depiction of what it looked like. And this one happened in 2016 in June in Missouri. And he described it as having an aura or a haze around the object. And it had no wings, it had no sound, and no vapor trail or anything that was seen in the sky. It was just, and so the next one here, I think it's our formation. Oh, it's a chevron here in the bottom left corner. You can barely see it. I think this is their depiction of what they saw there. And this one happened in 2022 in March. And this one was actually in Vietnam that they recorded this one. And it was chevron shape. It was like silent. It was dark. So it wasn't making any noise. And then it just flew over them and it just disappeared into the dark. Him and his son actually saw that one. So that was a family. And here we have a formation. It's like 4 lights and it almost looks like it's in a cube. Almost to it. Not quite though. And this one happened in 2023 of September. And this is actually in Savannah, Georgia. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that area. But they saw this one. They were able to get a little bit of video before it vanished into the sky. Now we got a disc down here. You can barely see it because it's so tiny, but he circled it with the blue right there. And that one happened, that one's in Greece. And this guy was like, I don't even know what I saw. And this one happened pretty recently, April of 2024. And this one had more of a silvery, shiny look to it. Now, talk a little bit about their behaviors when people see them. And they typically display similar behaviors, and generally, and it's not, you can tell it's not man-made, it's something outside of our realm of aerodynamics that we could even accomplish. Sudden acceleration, going extremely fast from just a standstill. Sharp turns. While the UAP reports say they seem to do sharp turns and also hovering around and just kind of almost like monitoring the area. Generally, they do that silently, so it's kind of odd when some people hear noise with that. And some have shape shifting, so it's one big ball and then all of a sudden it turns into 2, which is odd. A lot of times they describe as cloaking or they'll be disappearing into the sky. They've reported that. And interaction behavior, a lot of times when some of these UFOs, UAPs show up, they might be mimicking, they're around aircraft and man-made objects, airports. Something is drawing them to those locations. Now, our analysis, we've got all of those weird shape-shifting as well, where they morph in mid-flight. And so I want to talk a little bit about, are they displaying any type of behavior that could be interpreted as maybe hostile behavior? Which, obviously being kidnapped by the UAPs, I would consider being hostile. That's just me. I wouldn't want to be kidnapped by some random disc, but there's a lot of encounters where, a UAP or UFO shows up and it's mimicking, a lot of Navy pilots have reported this, that they're following their movements and wasn't a hostile behavior wherever they're going. And also, they're going incredible speeds when they're doing this, and it's they're just almost hey, look what I can do. I can follow you and do whatever you're doing, but only better. So, and also people have reported seeing, these objects hovering and just almost like they're stalking them. So yeah, there's probably a large amount of hostile behavior from these UFOs, UAPs. So maybe potentially something that we need to be concerned about, especially specifically if we're looking at maybe other countries, if they had anything. So obviously our government, it would be, to their benefit to be more in tune to this, to make sure that, oh no, we're not gonna get attacked from our neighbors. But with that, I want to go into some of our alien species.
Ooh, it's so
Oh yeah, I don't know about that. He's got wings that he can fly, so. Yeah. So in general, the definition of aliens or extraterrestrials, that they were originating or existing outside of the atmosphere, but so MUFON, we're pretty familiar with MUFON, but that's the big UFO network. And they're called Mutual UFO Network. And so they have specific goals in mind, but they decided that there's maybe 9 different species. I decided that there's probably more like 4 based on the reports that people have reported on these guys. I mean, if you're only seeing, one species once, I mean, that's not really credible. You need a lot more, occurrences. And even some people say there are almost 80 different species, but I'm like, where are you getting that information? Yeah. So I don't know.
Okay, since I'm from across the pond, I'm the one who's gonna be talking about the aliens.
Yeah.
Okay, which button I hit on this thing?
It's not that hard.
Okay, there we go. Okay. Again, like you said, MUFON has really made a claim about 9. You can break those down into the 4 that she was talking about, believe it or not. And it fits with the ancient alien. I don't like to go to the ancient astronaut theory. It's an ancient alien theory because of the artwork that was created back in the Middle Ages and beforehand, which shows UFOs, and some of them shows the creatures that were in the UFOs. And if you want to go deeper into that at some point, there's some great videos out on YouTube from art historians talking about the paintings back then, where people want to say they're comets or that they're shooting stars, but yet there's people in them. And they're usually in a lot of, they come off in a lot of apocryphal paintings, and they also come into a lot of paintings from trying to depict stuff of Revelations and of Jesus's birth, and a couple of them in Jesus's crucifixion. So it gets really, really crazy where these paintings come out with. And I will be addressing that in one of the aliens as well later. But you also have alien species being shown up in Egyptian hieroglyphs. You have alien species showing up in writings like, I keep forgetting the original writing of Noah's Ark, which for some reason it's eluded me now, but it mentions alien creatures as well, and they're creatures that don't exist in our time frame now going into that ark. Now, this is not, I'm not talking about the Noah story that's in the Bible, it's the other one. It'll come to me probably in the middle of the other slide. It mentions creatures that don't exist now. So were they creatures, but they were intelligent creatures. They weren't like an animal that was in there. There was like another humanoid figure that was saved other than us, human beings. So it becomes the whole alien species becomes a big thing. You have the Anunnaki, which everyone knows from Ancient Aliens. You have, the Syrians really believe that they weren't from the same seed as us. So, in other words, that they are not evolved from the same basic creatures that we were evolved from. So, you got a lot of crazy things. So, if they're right, if their legends are right, that means that there are aliens living among us, kind of like if Superman was real. So you got to take all that into consideration when you start breaking down, and that's where the 80 that I believe in comes into picture. But that doesn't really break down the story well. That's one of those things that's best left to Sophocles and not us. We're amateurs compared to him on that one. But her 4 does bring down the story into a more solid level of understanding.
Until we can actually get evidence from these other species, then your list of right.
Now, here's the famous ones that showed up in Roswell, the Greys. Marvin the Martian was kind of based off of him, but they painted him black. But these are little green men from Mars. They actually started showing up in history and lore in the 1800s. It wasn't something that just popped up out of Roswell nowhere. They actually have a connection with my favorite, Aleister Crowley. Calling them a preternatural entity. He was thinking them more like a demonic creature than an alien, but they showed up in UFO stories, and they popped up when the crash happened in Roswell, and they became known, the Greys. Even though people went the little green men, which is actually another species, they started popping up in Roswell, and they tried to put the Greys into the little green men story, but the Greys and the little green men are 2 different actual species, because when you start telling the stories, the Greys are more inquisitive. They're the ones who end up popping up in our abduction stories and poking us, and like they did to Cartman. And so they seem to do more research on us when they abduct us, and they're not really, doesn't seem like they're wanting to intentionally cause harm. The story with them comes into it seems like they're trying to make a hybrid in a lot of the stories. They're trying to figure out how to mix their DNA with our DNA and make some hybrid creature. Maybe they have, and it's walking around amongst us. But the little green, the Greys there's more stories about them nowadays, and they are the typical archetype of what you would think an alien looks like now when you buy toys or when you see modern artwork or a movie or TV show like The Fourth Kind, which is really cool. And so that's the Greys. Here's the little green men. Now, these guys cause havoc. These are humanoid creatures. They come from the 50s. They started out around the same time as the goblins here in Kentucky, in the caves. Those stories kind of started becoming popular around the same time. And they also came out in children's stories and stuff. They say as far back as the 12th century it's goblins and stuff like that, but if they're really connected to the alien little green men, the only way is by being a nuisance. Like they're troublemakers, and they call if something goes wrong, they're kind of like like the gremlins during World War II in the airplanes and stuff like that. That's what the little green men come out to. Their history is really, really hard to pin down, because everyone wants to say this little green creature and this little green creature and this little goblin and this little elf are all the same thing, and which it can't be, because the story of the elves are they're from Earth, so that wouldn't make them extraterrestrial. I mean, you'd have an easier time saying Jesus was an extraterrestrial than an elf. I mean, with the way the story goes. So it's one of those times where it's hard to put down hardcore evidence on them, like tracing them back, but the job is getting done. And little green men come into a whole lot of stories. They come into a whole lot of accounts. People have reported them a lot, not just to MUFON or people like us, but there's a lot of police reports on little green men. So, the police, whether they believe it or not, they have to write it down and report if they came and visited in your house. And there's just a lot of them, and from a lot of different places. It's kind of hard to believe that everyone's connected to the same story in that scenario. These are the ones that pop up in a lot of more of the
valid and more concrete stories. The paintings that I was talking about, these are the type of aliens that pop up in the Nordics. Tall, humanoid, blonde hair, blue-eyed creatures. The funny thing is you get depictions of Jesus, and I'm not talking like the more recent, coming from the Middle Ages images of Jesus to now has him as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, which in the Middle East is, how did that happen? You know, they weren't Nordics in that area. And these stories, even more recent, alien abduction stories from the 50s on up, the majority of them involve Nordic creatures, humanoid creatures. The biggest difference between them and us is their height. Their skin tone is much lighter than ours because apparently they're in space, so they don't get much sunlight on them. And that they are very calm. They're very, when people start telling stories about abductions or interactions with them, they say it's very at ease, it's very calming, that they have a very charismatic way about them. I think the last known report I heard of a Nordic encounter was from the 50s, where some guy did an interview with someone who supposedly was a Nordic on TV, an alien. And I've never got to see the interview. I never really went into it because when I first heard about the story, I said hogwash. But I've been seeing it reported by more people now, and they're using that story, and I want to look into it more. But the Nordics are definitely, they're like watchers. They watch what we're doing. They see what's going on. Some people also refer to them as possible angels. And that's not how angels are described in the Bible, but I can see where they're getting the idea from. I'm not going to shoot it down because if I've ever encountered one, I don't know. I mean,
A lot of people have connected them with the Men in Black as well.
Mhm.
They think the Men in Black are Nordic aliens because they'll show up and they've got the same description as a Nordic, but I don't know why they always try to put on really bright lipstick. Like, dude, they're not fooling anybody.
yeah, the Men in Black, not those two guys.
Yeah.
But the Men in Black that show up in a lot of stories, especially in the Hellier encounters, they are explained much more in like they're Nordics. Yeah, they're pale facial features, red lipstick, too much eyeliner, like some emo kid, but it falls into the same thing. And the Dan Aykroyd story with the Men in Black is the one that really blows my mind because it shows these guys have extreme strength. They are very menacing and threatening when they want to be. In short, the story about Dan Aykroyd, his encounter with the Men in Black, is he had a show about UFOs that was going to come out in the 90s. And he had it edited in the can, and that he was at the offices of the network to sign it, to put it out, release it on TV. And while he was taking a smoke break, he saw this black car with the Men in Black. 3 guys dressed like Men in Black go in, and then they came back out and left. And when he went back in to talk to the guy who was signing, he goes, "Nope, we're not releasing it." And his office was tore up.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with Men in Black, it's almost like they go around and try to cover up any type of UFO reporting, any UFO sightings. If you're a UFO researcher, they'll come and threaten you, and they're very, very compelling when they
They get the
harass
job
people.
done.
Yeah.
They have a very low fail rate. Reptilians is the ones that everyone likes to talk about, and they claim our presidents are one. And our government is full of them. The reptilian lore, I mean, they look like what you think they would look like, but then they have very good special effects makeup to hide that. Better than Hollywood can have. They are apparently smart enough to manipulate our society, that they get a hold of our governments, tell them what to do. they're huge, popular, controversial topic. They definitely have better technology than we can think of, but they actually exist. They're huge. In basic principle, they have reptilian skins. They're humanoids. They're just like the creatures from the old television series V. They have makeup to hide everything. They're usually taller than normal. They have one of the highest abduction stories, the highest number of abduction stories out there. Yeah, the two theories are they're here to manipulate us so we can be food for them later, or that they're wanting to make hybrids with us.
There's a lot of conspiracies.
Yeah, they're pretty rough creatures. I personally don't know what to think about them. I've never interviewed anyone who's actually had an interaction with a humanoid, a reptilian humanoid. I have not seen many stories or read many abduction stories where I can turn around and go, yeah, that's legit, because it just goes way out there.
Yeah, and because the conspiracies are way out there. Is anybody familiar with the, I think it was 2020 Christmas Day Nashville bombing in downtown Nashville, Tennessee? Yeah. Apparently, the guy, he was really into the conspiracies and thought that, oh, reptilians are taking over, and that was the whole basis of why he blew up. He tried to hit the AT&T building, and that was why he blew up. I don't know how many buildings there, and they're still rebuilding to this day.
I mean, there's a ton of conspiracies, even going into they manipulated ancient civilizations, like ancient Egypt and all that. And I really, as far as I've tried to read and connect the dots to these stories, I haven't been able to, because of just where they come from to start out with. What are their intentions? If they've been doing this so long, we should know what they've been doing to some degree. I mean, we may not be as intelligent in them, but we're not idiots either. We got to give ourselves some credit. But that's the reptilians, and that's the four that really have most of the stories pop up with. And I give 3 out of those 4 high validation, but you can't knock out the reptilians because there's so many stories of them that you're not going to throw something out just because you don't have the evidence to back it up. Especially if the stories keep coming out.
Yeah. So the big question is, can we maybe even connect some of these UFO spacecraft to the actual species themselves? Like, can we determine, like, oh, that's a reptilian or that's a Nordic that's in the sky right now? Some say no, but I think we can base it on a lot of abduction stories, especially famous ones like Travis Walton. I think he came encounter with some Nordics.
Mm-hmm.
And
Nordics and Greeks together.
Yeah. And which that's another question. Like, are these space, craft, are they associated with more than one species? And why is that? Do they intermingle? How's that work? So even more questions on top of that. But I mean, Travis, he saw a disc that abducted him, so we can pretty much connect those two.
Mm-hmm.
But also, the cigar Tic Tac shapes have also been associated with Nordics as well. So I think some of these we can kind of figure out if these species are connected with a specific.
Now, the Tic Tac one's really cool because to me, there's something there that's kind of legit. You have the larger Tic Tacs where when they have landed, people have made connections with Nordic type aliens. But then you have the smaller ones, which I keep saying drones.
Yeah.
They're just checking out what's going on, and then they fly back. There's no one in there, and that's why they're able to reach those high speeds, because there's no one or no creature in there to die from such forces. Because people's like, well, maybe they can handle those forces. Yeah, maybe they can. If this is a humanoid creature that seems to be taller with more mass, I doubt it can handle that much more mass.
Yeah. So I guess the big thing is like, okay, what's the motivations behind their visits? What are they doing here? What's the whole purpose? Which it's hard because we're kind of looking through this in the lens of humans' eyes and not through their eyes. Because, I mean, we think that abducting people and kidnapping them is wrong. They might think it's okay. I mean, it's kind of up in the air. Like, okay, is this something we should be concerned about?
I always
Was
use
there-
this analogy. We go fishing, we pick up a fish, we take the hook out, we put it out in the water. Is that fish talking about an abduction now to the other fish? You know, to them, it's like maybe we're a sport or maybe we're research.
Yeah, or resources. Maybe they're trying to see what kind of resources we have on Earth, whether it's water, minerals, whatever you think. So, I mean, or even when we talk about the reptilians, are they looking for slaves?
Or food.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Nordics we may be related to. Maybe the Nordics started, you can look at it this way, this is really stretching. Maybe the Nordics started the human race. Maybe we're related to them. At some point in the future, they came here and they left us.
Maybe we're the science experiment for them.
Yeah.
So the big question on top of that is, should we be concerned?
Oh, yeah.
Definitely, especially in the lens of, the government and protection from, outside of our Earth. Like, okay, how are we going to protect that? Oh, no Space Force, maybe.
Kind of funny how Space Force popped up after the Tic Tac thing.
I know, right? Funny how that works. But yeah, in my opinion, and Frank Will's as well, is we should be concerned and we should start putting more resources toward this to be like, okay, what's really going on? Why they're here? What can we do about
I mean, yeah, there is the possibility that none of this is aliens. I never throw that out of this. Could be government technology and stuff. Or maybe it is us from the future and we found out ways of traveling interdimensionally through time or whatever. You can't throw any of that out because we don't have any hard evidence. This is more up in the air than ghosts, believe it or not, even though we've been studying it a lot more. This is way more up in the air than cryptids. But the thing is it's something. I mean, millions of us have had experiences now, not just, abductions, but seeing things we don't understand. I myself have had 3 UFO experiences in my life. I mean, all of them, I wasn't looking for it. I wasn't out there even searching for it the 3 times I had it. When I went out and looked for it, I haven't had anything. But, one day just hanging out in the park with my aunt in Costa Rica, we watched this thing go from mountain to mountain to mountain to mountain. And everywhere it went, the power went out. And then when it came over us, the power went out. And we were under it. We saw it fly over us. I mean, it was just a black thing. And the power went out in all the houses around us, and then it went past us, and the power came back on. So it was weird. The other time I was a little kid living in West Virginia, and I saw the thing fly into the Ohio River.
Another concern is like, okay, if these guys are actually flying in our atmosphere, potentially landing, walking around, what kind of health concerns should we be worried about in terms of, bacteria and stuff like that? Other pathogens, are they going to give us the next pandemic?
I think they should worry the other way around. They'll probably come here and whatever we have kills them.
The War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
But I would think if they were able to come here, they would be smart enough to know. Maybe we should be careful with the local biota.
But then here's the other thing. I don't know if you remember Mars attacks. When they do show up and they do become known, what the heck is going to happen to our economy? And then what's going to happen to the people who's going to be freaking out because their religion has been all thrown to squat. I mean, the way humans react. Look, toilet paper is not shipped from overseas, but recently everyone went to a crazy thing on buying toilet paper. I mean, so there's stuff like that we have to think about. I mean, I doubt we'll ever have an encounter like that in our lifetime, but let's face it, we're not the smartest creatures either.
We're about wrapping up time, but this is all of our contact information, Facebook, ads, our website. We have the K&A show that we do podcast. I just started a YouTube series. I still developing it, so it's still kind of in the baby stage. But yeah, go check those out. Follow us on Facebook. And I guess if there's any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts. Yeah.
You might
What
have
did
touched,
you donate?
you might have touched on this, I came in about 25% of it. What's the significance of these 4 species, both being humanoid, both being like bipedal?
That's another thing, a lot of similarities, like what makes an intelligent species go bipedal? Like, why is that? That's, I mean, I don't know if that's something that you noticed, but I was like, it's so funny how they had the shape saying they're on 2 legs.
Now, she did break it down that this 4 is based on what we're searching for, breaking it down to intelligent life forms or more humanoid life forms. Because if you're gonna say general life forms, we've already found that in space, you know, bacteria, cell life, stuff like that. That is life, forms.
Yeah.
But we're looking more as like life forms where we can communicate, where there's similarities, or they show intelligence or something like that. And yeah, in many ways, it is, I found it kind of
That's a big
strange that it's
question.
bipedal. You know, I would think it could be
What
like
is
a dog
this
or a cat too.
evolutionary, path? Like, what is it when we develop more human knowledge?
Once we learn controlled falling, it seems like we get smarter for some reason.
Yeah. Any other questions?
We are accepting donations.
Have anyone had their own experience? I want to share. I've had 2. One was in Nashville, broad daylight, and there's 2 white balls in the sky. They're kind of tiny, but they're so far away, they're huge. But they were right here, and it started, going apart, and I was like following this one, and then I tried to look back, I couldn't find that one, and I looked over here, and it was gone. So yeah, I have what that was. And then at night one time, I just saw a huge bright light in the sky. I was out walking the dog with my father, and I was like, oh, look, there's a UFO. I thought it was an airplane. I was like, wait, hold on. It is a UFO. And it just it was bright, and it got dimmer, and then just vanished. So those were my 2 experiences.
I'll just go ahead and tell you my 3rd one. It happened in Georgia and Atlanta, and I was grocery shopping and putting stuff back in my car, and I looked up, and there was like this metallic object that was dripping. It was like melted metal, but it was just floating in the air, and the metal was floating down. Guy next to me saw it too, and we're both standing there like that. I got home on TV, and even the news was reporting, saying they didn't know what it was. 3 days later, because her and I were talking about doing presentations, I went looking for it, and the guy who saw it next to me, he gave me his card, and I called him up. I was like, have you looked this up online? Nowhere to be found. It's like it got covered up. And it was strange because it was literally like something in the air hanging there that was metal and was just melting.
Done so, correct? I think we ended it.
Yeah, that's kind of rapid.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, well, thank you for coming to the show.
Thanks for coming. Look for those stickers. They're,
They're underneath the seats, some of them probably on top of the
if they're
seats.
next to you, then yeah, you can go.
And if you find it and you come back to her, you get the whole series. Is it like 6 more or 5 more stickers?
There's 7.
7, so you get 6 more stickers.
Make sure you visit them at their table, and make sure you check out their social media.
And don't forget, tag title and tax included, must be spayed or neutered, offer still void in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Thanks for coming. We appreciate it. You have a good Scarefest.
Now get off our lawn.
You all. Good kids.
They're gonna throw us on a table out there, so you can meet us out there and get the rest of the stickers too. Because we have to break down the equipment.
That I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I saw it and we looked at it the whole time and I told you, so I figured.
Thank you.
Which is the table?
Pardon?
Which table was ours out there? So I can start passing these out.
Off the top of my head, I don't know which one was yours.
Okay. So I'll just pop on one.
There's several of them that are probably empty at this point, so yeah. Unless someone starts screaming. Do you all need the projector?
No, I think we're just.
Okay, now there's going to be live streaming on the Scarefest YouTube page.
So we gotta stay at our mark?
Basically the podium there.
Okay.
So.
Oh, no, you're good. There's no rush on our end.
Yeah, none at all, none whatsoever.
All right, so there's a. Oh, those are connected. All right. I was trying to find somewhere to prop this bad boy up, but.
There's 2 chairs behind that table right there.
Yeah.
Maybe you could.
Sorry, we didn't mean to interrupt your thing. Sorry we didn't catch it. We've been down at a dinner table all day. I know.
Put a table on the, or a chair on the table in front.
Yeah, it's
Do we want to put a chair up on the table?
yeah, I was gonna move it, 'cause we'll stand as we talk.
Come on in. No, that was a scary guy.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Many different levels of scary.
Yeah.
Whatever I want to pull it. My brain don't work like yours does. Sometimes I didn't have stuff. Look, you bring my somebody.
What else do you all need?
We got everything, man.
Okay.
We got it all. We just need a couple hundred people. Can you help us out?
Yeah. We'll see what we can do.
Oh, it's all good. It's the best of it. What?
I know.
Someone true crime, serial killers, baby weapons, growing.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta leave it set.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, one final seminar for the evening on murder of Gilead. True crime relics. Just try. Well, it's burger beauty where they collect relics. You see that little ring?
You guys are welcome to sit up and sit close. We are amateurs at this. Like, it is so much easier when we feel like we're like checking friends. This is not presentation-esque. I'm going to go ahead and forewarn you. You can sit as close as you like.
I'm just moving right here. Like, if you want to say it, you can.
It's about murder videos, true crime.
You remember that saw you just said the next time you ask me to do something after you sit down. Sit down. Just stand.
Welcome in, sit as close as you like.
Come on in. Okay, doesn't matter. Choose, they've got some neat stuff.
We like 6:30. What time is it now? Are we late? 6:27. Perfect. Oh my God. I'll be right back.
It's about true crime, they call it murder videos, true crime memorabilia, relics, collectibles, that kind of stuff. Yeah, they've got spring, thing up here. There's a letter, tied to King who was a pretty nasty serial killer.
Concentration camp? Did you not take a history class?
You're just a couple minutes.
Children should never have choices, but an almost 30-year-old man questioned what it was.
You don't have to sit for that unless you just want to. Feel free to come up and come close.
I think we're gonna check out early, so.
That's fine. We're not seminar people.
Do you all have a booth upstairs?
Do I?
Do you all have a booth upstairs?
Yes.
Is it the one with the pictures from Auschwitz and stuff like that?
No, that's not us. Is it, are you talking about the bigger?
Yeah, it was a bigger one.
No, the one like when you almost walk in, just when you know.
Yeah, it's like to one of the sides.
No,
yeah.
that's, Mountain Oddities, and that's our friend Jim. He's got all of them.
I was telling him upstairs there was a booth that had pictures from Auschwitz, and he was like, Auschwitz.
Yeah.
He goes, if you know how long it's been since I was in school.
We had a girl who was in earlier, and she was with a group of friends, and they were just losing their minds, and she's like, who's that mean? And they're like, are you kidding me? And I was like, you are pure and untouched by the evil of this world, because I was like, he's inspired Leatherface, and she was like, like, I don't.
Why are you?
She got dragged, and that's totally fine.
That's kind of his thing too. He got dragged here.
Well, bless your heart. I can't excuse the lack of U.S. history knowledge for that, but you know.
You about ready to get started?
Yeah, man. Let's do it.
Great. Well, we've had panels in here today, or seminars on true crime, serial killers, and lots of other things. But you know what? With all those crimes, there are always a few things left behind. There are always relics, things in the home, letters, lots of different possibilities, lots of objects. These folks collect those objects, and they've spent a lot of time interested in it. So please give them a round of applause as they talk about their package.
We actually covered everything we're going to talk about, so thank y'all for coming out. So this is me and my wife. We've been together for 10 years. We met 10 years ago. I was playing in a touring punk band, and we started. That's kind of where our true crime thing started. We travel the country, go to different places, and then when the show was over, for fun, we'd catch an Uber, have a friend take us to some notorious crime spot, and then we would start collecting relics from there, whether it be a sample of dirt, I love going and put myself in like very dangerous situations. Most of the times where these crimes happen are really bad neighborhoods. So I would be the guy to show up at like 3:34 in the morning, find a guy in a park and say, hey, did you hear about the murder 20 years ago?
No,
And
actually, that was Kansas City. We were in Kansas City touring. That was Bob Berdella. That was Bob Berdella, and we, after shows end, it's about 2 a.m. before the venues kick us out. We make sure our artists are where they need to be, and we go searching for where Bob Berdella's house stood because it's no longer standing, and it's like it was like in between what's 2 lots now. And it's very hard to find, especially about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And then there's a park next door, and it's the same park that he found a good bit of his victims in. He would troll for art students and kids who wanted to party, and that he could get drunk and do all kinds of important things too. So as we're sitting in the park where he collected his victims, we see a man at 4 o'clock in the morning walking a dog with a backpack on, and he goes, hey, let's ask him. And I was like, no, because we'll get murdered, and if you do, I'm out. And it turns out that man had grown up in the neighborhood. Not only did he take us to the exact spot, he had bukus of stories, and he was pretty cool. He grew up there, moved to LA to do music, came back to take care of a sick family member. We didn't get murdered or divorced. So
best free tour guide that I've ever had. So it started with that. It started with us collecting like weird stuff. And then we had booked a band called the Murder Junkies, which there was an artist, punk artist named Gigi Allen. I don't know if anybody ever heard of Gigi Allen? Okay, a couple. Well, his brother Merle would start writing all these killers. So we had booked the Murder Junkies. They came to our venue, and he was selling a bunch of things. At that point, I didn't know you could buy. I was like, what, you could buy like stuff from serial killers? So it kind of started with that. They started with buying piece at a time, and then it got to where, for a while it was an obsession where I had like walls of this stuff, And then from there, we'd have friends come over and they'd be like, well, hey, you want to sell this? I literally had pictures of me at 6 years old selling bullfrogs on the street corner, convincing people they eat the flies in their home. So like automatically I was like, oh, I can make a buck off this. So that's kind of where the selling of those things started. And you kind of have to be kind of a detective. You kind of have to be on the, if a lot of times when a murder or something happens, especially something that's notorious, they're going to tear these places down. So you got to be the guy that calls and finds out who's got the bid on the construction outfit that's tearing this down. Well, hey, let me slide you $500 or $600 and let us either come in there or you get this. Back in the day, it was harder to authenticate these things because not everyone had a cell phone in their hand. So hey, I want you to take photos. The guy shows up with a camera this big, and now you can do everything on the cell phone. So a lot of the older stuff is you have dealers. There's about 20, I'd say, reputable dealers in the United States. A lot of them have long-lasting relationships with different killers from prison that they've wrote. We've never wanted to get that close to them. We've never wrote them.
I couldn't. We talked about it, and we thought about it, and then it was like, well, if we get a P.O. box, or if we do this, or if we, because the first piece we got, like he said, we bought from Merle Allen, and it was from a serial killer out of Alabama called Jack Trawick. And the content of that letter will haunt me for the rest of my life. We actually have a copy of it if you want to come to our booth afterwards. We ended up selling it because I wanted to get rid of the thing, but we did save a copy of it because it was our first piece of murderabilia. Content, not great. It's very heavy. It's super crass. So
the last thing he said to Merle, just him and Merle White, is I remember Merle, I just don't write about this. I've actually lived this life. Because Merle, all of his songs were about serial killers and murder and crime.
I don't remember what I was saying because I'm scroll brain.
Oh, that's fine. Let's try to pick you up a little bit. And I've been interested in that stuff since a kid. Like literally, as morbid as this sounds, when I was like 7 or 8 years old, I had my grandfather who was in the military. Another reason why I'm heavily tattooed is because he had a bunch of tattoos, but he was very ashamed of them. He'd cover them up. But I was digging around in his office drawer and I found pictures of him when he was in the military. It's World War II era. Him and his buddies holding heads, decapitated heads with smiles on their faces. Like, yeah, look who we, decapitated. So at that age, I remember going back to that drawer. It's kind of like that. I remember the first feeling, I said, oh, that's crazy. And I'd go back and kind of push it a little bit closer. So it became, I was just intrigued. I mean, it's a part of life is, death. And they get into this that we also sell human remains. I don't know if we said that. But a lot of those things, like we catch a lot of different reactions from that stuff. A lot of people get really offended at those things. But for me, I think our bodies are just a shell of our soul anyway. You know, I don't care if some dude wants to put my skull on a mantle after I die or collect my palms, but
Hey, get a kick at that.
yeah,
Get a kick out of it.
yeah, I prefer it for sure. So we
So
have,
if anybody wants to read.
yeah. So what I'm trying to say is I have a skull. I have several body parts for sale right now. We do a contract. Come to our merch booth. Yeah. We're just literally doing this, just kind of flying by the seat of our pants. We had a whole presentation, but we didn't bring the appropriate cord to be able to plug it in. We do have a lot of art. This is our most prized possession. We've been looking for something from Ed Gein from a long time. There was a collector out of Florida that finally decided he was going to sell it, and we literally had saved up money to purchase an automobile
And go on vacation.
and instead we drove to Florida and gave this guy our money. And so, but it's, you know, it's very hard to obtain and come by. We've had a lot of relics from the property, but as far as a letter with a signature, they really tried to keep that stuff out of possession of anyone, because even the town, like if you go to that town, like looking like us, it's gonna be like hello, goodbye, you know, as soon as you go in. So.
Well, so we do travel, like I said, and not only on tours and stuff, but we try to take just a driving trip every year, every couple of years, and we try to map it out to kind of what sites we want to go to. Like we've been to Chicago, so we've been where the Gacy House was and the Burger Castle and different things. And so we were going, oh my God, what's your train of thought again?
You said Murder Castle?
I did say Murder Castle.
I thought the White Castle.
That might be it. But
what'd she say?
see, this is why
That's why we need the clicker thing. Yeah, so for years, well, if you think of it, just step back in, take over, and I'll just kind of bullshit for a
I
little
might
bit.
just sit down and enjoy the
Yeah.
show.
So a lot of our stuff we've collected, a lot of it has gone in person. A lot of the items, like we're doing a documentary with a family of a serial killer right now, Judy Guignana, the Black Widow. Okay, cool, I'll let you jump right back in a second. So we try to go to every great extent to authenticate things. Unfortunately, with stuff like this, I could take that to probably JAA and they're probably, oh, I'm not touching that, you know? So you have to do your due diligence and buy from reputable people, which there are people, a lot of them in the US, and we've always done that. Now take it away till you're talking about Plainfield.
Sorry, Plainfield, Wisconsin. So when we plan the trips, we have to do a lot of research prior to going to not only, we have to authenticate the stuff that we collect personally. So I will look for a lot of times case files that have been released by the police if something's been closed. It'll include maps, it'll include crime scene photos. You have to match them up with, because a lot of times they're from the 70s or 80s. A bunch of stuff changes over that period of time. So we'll try to line it up as close and get as close as we can. We've done it with Bundy sites, we've done it with a ton of other things, but with Plainfield, Wisconsin, same thing, you do your research, and in that research, very blatantly, it was all negative, but there were very blatantly things like, you will get shot. Like, don't come here, don't breathe a word of Aggie, you'll get shot. It's a very small, tight-knit community.
So there we were in Plainfield, on the farm.
No, absolutely not. We'll buy those things from people braver or more normal looking than we are. So.
And that's how we get around it sometimes. Sometimes we understand the way we look, but we can pay somebody that looks the right kind of way to go and do something, and that usually works out in our benefit too. Allegedly, that's what I say. So we have
to break out allegedly.
Yeah.
Yes, done nothing wrong at this point.
All right, cool. I was making sure. So yeah, our collection grew to where it got so big, we ended up opening a museum. We had a museum for a period of time, put a lot of money into that. We literally had the local community having meetings about it, trying to shut us down. So I'm the kind of person I like to push a little bit. There's video of this. So I put up one of those big arrow signs going to our business as demonic possession 80% off. And then I made a commercial where it was like me talking about, hey, we're just like you. And then at the end of it, I'm in a cloak, shirtless, And then a door opens and there's a ceremony. As the door closes, you see a guy with a knife coming down. They got like 60,000 views. It got us a lot of attention in the community, which actually a lot of negative, but it helped the business as well. And then,
they have church ladies
oh, yeah.
park out front a couple times and tell us that they're going to shut us down. And it's as much as it's entertaining when people are, really coming at us hard. What we appreciate the most is people willing to have a conversation with us about it.
Yeah.
We'll hear your side all day long. We'll talk to you about this stuff all day long. We don't have to agree or even see each other's side, but if you can have a conversation about it, that's the best case scenario.
Yeah, we didn't want to push our button, so what we did in response to that is we had some kids come in and we had 20% off if you sold your soul. So we had people post with like, we sold our soul to Offbeat and they got 20% off. That's the whole thing on the internet, you can go watch.
But we still have to have a conversation about it.
And then one time I was at a grocery store. I got ADHD, guys, so my brain's gonna work. And the newspaper had just came and did a article on our shop. And one of the things we had at the time was some of Charles Manson's hair, which we got from his main guy. Charles Manson sold a lot of different things. And I'm in line at the grocery store, there's probably 7 people in front of me, and there's this older black gentleman standing there bagging my groceries. He looks up at me. I know what he's talking about, but it took me a second to realize that no one else in the line does it. He just looks at me and goes, Charles Manson's hair. And I go, yeah, man. And that's all we said. And it was the most awkward silence to everyone else in the line. And I didn't realize till I got outside. And then it was like the funniest shit ever. Because I was like, those people there's just a heavily tattooed white guy. And there's just a guy, he looks up and goes, Charles Manson's hair. Anyway, I thought it was pretty funny. But we've got to do a lot of cool stuff. We've got to meet a lot of cool people. At one point, we had an item that Zach Baggins was trying to buy from us. But he didn't want to pay us any money, so we sold it to the
person
in California. And if you guys watch YouTube channels, we were on a thing called Soft White Underbelly, and it was some shoes that Gary Ray Bowles was executed in. So it had the paperwork from his lawyer, had the paperwork from his next of kin. He knew he was about to be executed, obviously, so he signed the shoes. Everything was signed. Went to his next of kin. She was able to sell those things. And we had those. Now it belongs to a private collector outside of Los Angeles. But we were able to, when we went on Soft White, he drove it down so I could show it. So that's probably the thing I regret the most, because it was a cool thing. I know it's kind of morbid, but
The thing you regret selling the most, or the thing you regret?
the selling the most.
Okay.
I regret selling the most. That was like
Well, I thought I was doing really good.
our centerpiece for our museum. I'm trying to think where to go. Like, as far as value of these items, obviously, if a killer, the more notorious the killer, the more valuable the item. If, like, John Wayne Gacy would do occasional painting of a bird or a flower, nobody wants that. Don't paint that. They want the clowns or something kind of morbid, or even like the 7 dwarves. Those went for a lot of money. So the value would be the more shocking the image, the more valuable. It's like kind of like baseball cards too. If you collect something that was like early prison years, like that's going to be more valuable than later prison years. Early, a lot of them, if they're smart enough to actually number things, the lower the numbers, those are more valuable. We actually had a couple drawings from Gacy at one point. One of the main collectors that I respect the most, that was been since the beginning, basically told us they were fakes. So I was like, well, damn, that
There's a very
sucks.
strong possibility that
Yeah.
they're fakes.
I was like, well, man, that signature looks dead on. So we ended up selling to another Gacy collector with it, say, hey, this is what we were told about him. He said, well, I'm going to take a chance on him. So we sold him dirt cheap. Well, come to find out years later, a guy in Savannah now owns Gacy's log, where he logged every individual. And they were absolutely real. Not only were they real, but they were extremely rare. And we bought them for like a couple hundred, sold them for a couple hundred, and they probably, I don't know, 10, 15,000 a piece or something. But one was of Albert Fish, and it was commission, and one was of John Wilkes Booth. Trying to think, anybody got any questions or anything? I used to work really well. Yes, thank you.
Where are you all from?
So we just moved from Nashville. We were in Nashville for a period of time. Now we're in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Okay, it leads into a different question.
Okay.
So, we're from Indiana, and a big true crime thing for Indiana was Shame to Share.
Mm-hmm.
Have you all ever been to the Witch's Castle or anything regarding that?
No, I'm trying to think of Indiana.
We've been to Gary, Indiana for.
Shanda Share. So there's a book done on her. Basically, she was a child, and a whole bunch of older children killed her. It was a jealousy, rage thing. They all are actually out of prison now and like living their best lives. But
Where in Indiana? We're from Indiana.
Madison. The witch's house is in Madison, but they all went to like Floyd Central, so New Albany area.
It's ringing bells as far as professionally, and I know this doesn't, but it will make sense. But me personally, it's really hard because I also deal in like paranormal stuff as well. It's really, really, really difficult for me to be involved in anything that has to do with children.
Yeah, it was a rough case. But the reason I asked is because you were talking about how you have to match up like pictures from then, like back then to now. That's like rubble now. There's nothing there.
A lot of times there will be, so when the police document crime scenes, a lot of times there will be some kind of document. I don't think topography is the right word, but it'll have like it'll be part of the map as it was then. So it'll show like roads leading up to it or where it was, and they'll do measurements and all kinds of like those. That's the best case scenario for me to find in a case file.
I was about to ask, like at that point, what do you do if there's literally nothing like left of that area? But that explains it, like the maps and stuff.
Yes, because we were able to do. We got within. So Ted Bundy, Kimberly Leach, and this was one of the hardest ones for us. That we were trying to hit every Ted Bundy spot in Florida. So the Kimberly Leach site where her body was found, it was found in a pig house, pretty much in the middle of nowhere. It was in the middle of nowhere then. I mean, we got within 20 to 30 yards of it, but it was so grown. I mean, we would have needed a machete to get to the exact spot. But it was extremely remote. And a lot of the reason doing those kinds of things, like I'm really big on energy and stuff. So being there, it kind of helps with the empathy and the sympathy of it just as a whole. And just kind of being there and realizing like this was the path that they took, and you're taking
the feelings, you feel it.
It's like, how did they end up, like, did he plan this? Because how in the hell did he end up in this remote area with this child? You know, it's just, it's
a different feeling when, I know some people probably don't, but I've been looking since I was a kid to find something that felt real to me. Yeah, I never found any religion. I've never looked that way. So I've always been looking for something to feel real, and that's about the realest feeling I can feel when I'm out there and I kind of put myself in someone's, like, damn, how's it feel to know that if you're going out here, it's probably the last trip you're going to take, you know? And we've been to a lot of places like that weigh heavy on us, and there were times like we used to do heavy collecting and selling with Gacy stuff, and it wasn't until like visiting areas and learning more about it, it's like, dude, I just cannot, this dude was such a turd, you know, like, and having kids, you know, so now I absolutely sell it, you know, we have things, but now I kind of just middleman stuff. I know a lot of people that still have a lot of his things that are selling them, so, but as far as keeping them at our house, there's definitely been times we had a separate location for stuff that we didn't keep at the house, because I get asked that all the time, like when we had the museum, people are like, well, was it haunted? And I was like,
absolutely.
There were times it was, but there was a time that nothing happened, and then we brought something in, and all of a sudden all kind of shit started happening, you know? Which I'm still like one of those people, I'm looking for that haunted experience. I've been in some unexplainable things, but I'm gonna have something get in my face and like really.
Shit. And we brought that last rites kit into our shop in Columbus, Georgia. We had that shop for 2 years. Not an issue. Within 48 hours, it wasn't even 48 hours, we had, so I guess our electrical started messing up around that time. I guess like our cameras started, messing up. Like,
What was that
just
you brought in?
it was a last rites kit that was found in the basement of a Catholic church in the late 1800s before it was demolished. We actually purchased it from Jim Mount who you're talking about. He had paranormal teams come in, said it's haunted, and we were like, no problem, we like haunted. And we brought it into our shop, and we brought paranormal teams in, and they were like, no, this sucks, it's haunted, good luck. And then we brought another paranormal team in, just because it was somebody we've been talking to. She's wonderful, and she's actually become a great friend. And she was like, yeah, this is haunted as fuck, I want it.
And she bought it. Yeah, she bought it.
No issues. It left, no issues. So what about tell me about the camera.
Yeah, so
What the
when
guy called you.
I started getting, I had like a Nest cameras all throughout we had like a 10,000 square foot space. It was like a punk rock venue, a oddity store, and then like it was like a speakeasy for me and my friends too. We had a bar that we didn't really sell drinks, we did drinks on donations. But the cameras went from like when stuff would happen.
Live streamed.
I know this allegedly. But the cameras would go off and like bugs would fly by and say, hey, I saw something. But if a person came through, it says person spotted or something to that effect. Well, it went from like seeing things, motion detected to like person spotted, but I pulled up and there'd be nothing. You see like dust or whatever. That could be, somebody say it's a orb. But the craziest thing is one time I said motion or person spotted, I turned it on and I had this big display case with this thing in it, and it looked like it was on fire. It was in the video, so I had a guy living in the space. He was paying me a little bit of money, so I went up there. I was like, hey, can you go check that, make sure it's on fire? And he ran up there and he said, I don't see anything. So I screen recorded and sent it to him as he's standing there in front of it. And as he watches it, you can see he gets spooked and just leave the area. But
Well, I mean, it was a lot more frantic than that.
Yeah.
You called him like, something's burning in the fucking shop.
Yeah.
Why are you not smelling this,
Something.
seeing this, sensing this? And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And yeah, it was a lot more intense. But if that doesn't make you a believer, I don't know what will. But
any other questions?
Yeah, as far as memorabilia, would you say that Gacy's is the most popular? Is it the most out there?
Yes, Gacy is probably it always has been kind of the easiest sell. I think a lot of it has to do around the clown, the fact he was the clown, a lot of the stuff is the clown.
it's consistent.
Yeah.
The media fluctuations really
Dictate,
kind of determine what is of value at that point in time. So there definitely was a time that the Gacy stuff was pinnacle and stayed there for a while, and then the Dahmer stuff started coming out.
Yeah, Dahmer stuff went wild for a minute too.
Skyrocketed, and that went absolutely insane.
We know the guy, his dad actually sold like all of his stuff to a couple of collectors. And one of the guys is in Canada, one is in South Florida. We're friends with him. And they got it for, they spent some money, but what they're selling it for, I saw the glasses listed for, he sold his cremains. Dahmer's cremains were sold by his father. Yeah. Wow. A lot of times that happens behind closed doors, but and there's sometimes things will be sold with an agreement, like a gentleman's agreement, like, hey, I'm going to sell you this, but you cannot even talk about or do anything with it until this period of time or until I pass away. That happens a lot too. We have a few items like that we have in our collection. What else? Come on, let's keep it going.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, what if there's like an object related to a murder, but it belongs to the victim? Well, it was a huge part of the murder.
A lot of times, so we would never acquire anything illegally. We would never have anything that was, someone asked us earlier, what if someone offered us like bones or something like related to the victim?
Like, what if you knew where it came from? Like you knew there was like.
It wasn't like, it was an object that belonged to them.
That belonged to the
Oh,
victim.
so it was a car that, I don't know if y'all know the Holly Bobo case.
Yes.
Okay, so my father collects cars. He has a shop and rebuilds classic cars. He's like obsessed with her murder.
Yeah.
And he with her parents.
Yeah.
When he bought her car.
Yeah.
And she was taken from her car, like right out the door of her car. So we have her car at home. My dad, it'll get passed down to us, and we don't really know what we're gonna do with it. None of us will drive it.
Yeah.
It's definitely got a lot of energy with it, and you can still smell like her perfume to this day in the car. It's crazy. He still drives it on her birthday, and it will change music if it doesn't it'll mess up your music. You cannot play music if it doesn't like it. It will screw up it's not good.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, if something like that would be like,
Yeah.
like
Somebody would collect it.
That's what I want, yeah.
Somebody would.
Somebody would
There are
have
different
that
cases
that.
that speak to different people. I mean, there are some things, we have people come to the table. I mean, we have everything from Jeffrey Dahmer to West Memphis 3, John Wayne Gacy, and we've got a bunch of stuff at our table, and people will walk by and not, they'll glance at some things, but there'll be one thing that catches their eye. And that's what interests them, that's what captures their attention, that's what they want to know more about, or they already know a ton of. I mean, I love movies, but I'm gonna watch the movies that appeal to me. I'm not gonna watch every single movie. So
there would probably be like people out there that would purchase.
I guarantee you that, and so depending on how, just being honest with you, if it were me, I'd find out if, the family was offered the vehicle, and if it, they were just like, absolutely not, we want nothing to do with it. Because the reason that we've been public with Murderabilia and what we do is because we got really, really, really tired of watching people get interviewed who have most likely lived in their mom's basement since conception. And they're just like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm gonna make my money and I don't really care how it makes me feel. And like, that breaks my heart. I can't do that because we've, I'm sure a lot of people in here have been affected by crime, and I know that we have. And, there is another side to this. It's not just these people who did these. There's families that were affected. And so for me personally, before acquiring something, we always want to know where it came from or how it was acquired. A lot of stuff is police evidence that's released. It could be the case with the vehicle. So, especially if you guys are local.
We purchased it from our parents.
So if our parents sold it, I'd say you guys are.
I mean, yeah, he knows them, he's friends with them.
Yeah.
Someone tried to sell us a murder weapon about a month ago.
Oh, wow.
And it was legal. It was sort of like, it was used, and a husband killed his wife and committed suicide. It was an evidence. It got released back to the family, and they had heard us on the radio. I don't want to say what city, but they had heard us on the radio, and I got a call while I was at work, and it's like, hey, are you so-and-so? You want to buy it? And I was like, so send me pictures. And then I inquired about it, and there were several people that I knew and cared about. They were like, dude, that would, stay away from that.
They were very well known in the community, and it was a heartbreaking loss for the community.
Yeah.
They were local business owners, local family, so that didn't feel right.
Right.
We
were just wondering, because we know that we don't want to keep it.
Right.
Because
And I would
energy
try to
that I have
sell
with
it.
it, I just really don't, I don't feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Then, I mean, if it's y'all's and you don't want to keep it, I don't see any problem, especially if it was purchased.
But I would
by
want it to go
parents.
through, like you said, I want it to be like through the right channel.
Yeah. Well, there's several museums that buy items like that. There are several collectors out there. We still talk about this all the time. Somewhere there's a true crime Illuminati that you have to be asked invited in. Because
And
there's
we'd really
some-
love
yeah.
to be invited in, because we wouldn't talk about
Yeah.
it at all. At all.
But like whenever the Unabomber stuff happened, one kid was,
Ted Kaczynski.
yes, it's hard for me to pronounce the last name. But when that happened, the government actually auctioned off like his hoodie, the glasses, like those went to a guy. Those were like 6-figure purchases.
But those all also went to the funds.
Went to the victims, but the fact it was sold, somebody has that in their collection, and whoever that guy is probably got a lot more than just that.
Yeah,
sure. But yeah, any other questions?
Have you visited any Israel Keys sites?
Oh my God, that's why I hate to say my favorite serial killer, because that is the one I'm most intrigued about. I think the main reason is, for one, I was also in the Army, so that's the thing. For two, the fact he would go places and let people come to him. That's crazy. If you haven't listened to True Crime Bullshit podcast, you should go listen to that if you're in Israel Keys. That's a great one.
I was so thorough that I have to tune out, and this
Yeah.
is like my jam.
Yeah.
This is what we do. This is what we love to do. It's called
True Crime Bullshit, yeah. It's a great
and
one.
it is.
A deep dive, extra deep dive into Israel Keys. He was, if you guys heard of Israel Keys, everybody?
No, but I literally just added.
Okay,
podcasts to my list.
it's just interesting because there was a lot of these guys have, like some of these guys only, go after women this size, this color hair. This guy didn't care.
He was
man, woman, whatever, yeah. He just, and then he would go as far as, flying to areas, burying a kill kit, flying back, getting in a rental car to drive to the kill, like he was going extra hard
He's
not to get
the
caught.
poster child for premeditation.
Yeah, for
I mean,
sure.
Dear God, but he is the sensationalized part of Israel Keys was Samantha Koenig was his final victim. He abducted her. She worked at a coffee stand in Anchorage, Alaska, and he abducted her from that coffee stand, pulled her through a window pretty much, and she had several chances to escape, and he just kind of cut her off at the knees, not literally, but he ended up getting her. But the where it really kind of escalated was he left a ransom photo of her, posted it in a public place of her holding a newspaper, and
She was dead at the time.
she was dead in that photo. So he had taken the time to
Stage it.
And
Put makeup on her and everything.
Wasn't she in like a garage or something?
Yeah, it was so right by where his kid, like his
So
family's
he was
right here.
like literally thinking of everything.
Yeah, he
That's
killed
interesting.
her and went on a cruise. And when he got back, said, "Oh shit, my bank account's a little low. I need to figure out how to scam these people." So then he had on ice or it was cold, either
it
one.
was cold. It was in
Put makeup on her and then started getting money. They were able to trace that thing through like debit card purchases or something. But yeah, that was crazy. So there are things out there for sale. I've tried to purchase some of those, but they're so high dollar because there's so little. I know a guy right now that has one of like his invoices. He owned like a construction outfit with his signature. But a lot of them are just they're just probably, I think several years ago before he was talked about a lot, it was a lot less. And now that he has, so I'm kind of just waiting for him to take a dive again. And I'll probably get some for my personal collection.
There might be something released in the future. Somebody may have a collection of whether it's letters or cards, like greeting cards or something like that. If somebody releases, or sells like anything, I think a bunch of Israel, like a family member or something, the value of those will fluctuate.
Because what a lot of these big collectors will do is they'll go and they'll buy everything so they can control the value and the price of it. But when that person finally sells, then it kind of takes a dive down. If you have all the Ed Gein stuff, then you can charge whatever you want for the Ed Gein stuff.
I was gonna say my dream memorabilia would be to find one of the kill kits that Israel Key, which I guess I was told yesterday that another one was recently.
Somebody told me that. I don't know that somebody's talked about the booth, and I've got to do the research. We've been doing this all weekend, but I hope to find out.
The kill kits to me are just.
That's wild.
Put it there and then not, 40 years later, go back and carry it out. It's insane.
Yeah, that's you're not.
I wonder too, the kill kits too is interesting to me, but also like after he confessed and whatever, I can't remember exactly how he bargained, but to keep his daughter, but
Yes,
he
he-
did not leave
For
a
the death
note
penalty.
or a
He
drawing.
did, he left a drawing with skulls. Yeah.
13 skulls drawn in blood.
I think he realized he was at the end of his rope. He wasn't going to get what he wanted because he wanted to be killed right away and not have to face the public humility of it all. And I think it was starting to break and they could no longer control the information. So I think at that point he was like, oh
And
shit.
they couldn't guarantee him the death penalty, and they couldn't. You can't just say, okay, we'll kill you now. Right? That's not how that works. There's still legal. Right. That would be great if somebody asks for it.
And somewhere someone owns those pictures.
Yeah.
And I even heard, now this is just hearsay, but I heard, and I want to say this was with, I want to say it was with Ed Gein, like how some of the items, because there for a while there was nothing in circulation. And I heard there were a lot of things that were kept, like in the downstairs, like court documents with signatures and stuff, and the downstairs of like the courthouse, whatever in that town. And someone went in there dressed the right way and asked to see the records, which I guess in some small towns, and made copies and put the copies back in and kept all the originals. So I've heard of stuff like that happening too.
Which
People
that
going
is
into,
obviously clearly highly illegal to do.
Yeah,
And I'm sure there are people who would purchase those kinds of things, but that is another level of ick, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it would be good enough for me to just see it.
Yeah.
Like, it would be good enough for me to just, it's almost like reading a book. Like, you got to absorb that knowledge and that history and experience it, and that's great, which is why we moved from keeping everything in a personal collection to selling stuff. And that's why, like, for example, our Ed Gein stuff, the only other one that exists in the US that we know of is double that price. We just want pretty much what we paid for it. You know, like, we're not trying to, I'd rather go to another collector who's going to appreciate it and enjoy it, and it, like, give them that same feeling of like, holy shit, this is so cool, because it's such an important piece of history. Even though it's a fucked up history, it still happened.
So are you doing a museum in Bowling Green? Will you do another?
Maybe.
Public
It's anything's possible. Like we COVID kind of shut down the last one.
Right.
COVID was bad for us, but it was also, this is going to sound really bad, but it was also really good for us. And the reason why is because COVID shut us down. And at that point, like, we couldn't really afford even the employees we had. They were like, shit, how do we do this? Like, luckily we had really good jobs working for some like real big artists. So that was kind of paying for a little fun project, which was offbeat at the time. Well, COVID happened, and I was on Facebook one day, and I saw a guy selling something on Facebook and live. This was right when the live streams were starting to happen. I was like, shit, we can do that. Well, we started doing it, and then a month later, we were going and buying whole toy stores out. We built a whole set. We had characters dressed up, and we were getting 1 million impressions on our Facebook. And we kept that going. We built up a community online. Like, now we're close to like 8,000 to 10,000. We're at 10,000 members. But during COVID, we were getting, I was bringing celebrity. Tyler Rain drove down and got on our live feed, and we sat across from each other in masks and sold toys, and he was selling all, because everybody was getting those checks. Like, I was like, I'll give you this as a guarantee. And then his first autograph went for like $200 something. And he's looking at me like, damn, I made a bad deal for myself. I'm like, yes. So like, it was wild. We were having like, literally, because celebrities were just pinned up. Like, they were calling us, and we were doing live feeds. You can still go watch them on the Facebook page. And then after COVID, we kept up the traction for a while. And then we got offered like a really big deal to move and work with an artist that we couldn't turn down. And we let go of kind of doing that. And then the algorithm kind of, after about a year, we tried to jump on there, and we'd go from 100 people to like 5. You know, we even brought a killer on the live. I think we're the first people to do that on Facebook
Well, Live. no, that we got shut down. Like,
They got shut down almost immediately, but right when they came on, it was like already 100, 200. I was like, oh shit.
We were on, I think, for less than 7 minutes before it completely. It was Nico Klaus. He's the
Vampire. Somebody reported, so many people reporting it, I guess, yeah. Because we put live with a cannibal.
Which
Yeah.
is maybe in hindsight not the best marketing.
But
But it also still shows you in the court of public opinion that it's not a thing of, well, let's see what is going to happen in this live with a cannibal. It's absolutely not. Absolutely. And it could have just been like a joke headline or something. I don't know.
And that's a good segue into telling all you guys that we're actually bringing him over to the United States. Like, he's an alleged serial killer. He got 20 years for murder, and where he's from, that's the max sentence you could get. They didn't try him on anything else. He ended up getting out on a loophole and only did like 6 or 7 years. He literally tours around to serial killer exhibits overseas. He's changed his name to come over here. So in the fear, because we don't know what's going to happen when he gets to the U.S. border. They can still look it up and be like, oh, hell no. But he's going to be on his P's and Q's. Now he sells art and a lot of other things. So we're doing a true crime expo in January right outside of Nashville. We're bringing in Nico.
Hey, we're doing a presentation.
So we're bringing him over. We're going to have him interviewed by a detective, like an ex-detective. We've got John Wayne Gacy's final attorney. She was just on the last podcast on the left. What I'm trying to do is kind of, because we do a convention every year at the Corvette Museum. We do it 10 years called Vet City Con. We don't bring any of our stuff out because it's family friendly and we're trying to make some dollars. But this thing I wanted to kind of like the same idea with like for a convention, bring actual, you get all sides of it. You get law enforcement, you get the killer, you get, and you can sit down and actually have real conversations with them. So that's in January, and that all can be found at offbeatboard.com.
And we will be advertising that a little more heavily coming up, but just with the uncertainty of, we're trying to keep it as low key as possible.
So about 60 days out.
Yeah, because it's just real uncertain what's gonna happen with Nico. I mean, everything is in order. He's got a visa, he's got a ticket, he's slated to be here, but he could land in the US and be turned immediately around.
Right.
So that's why we got these other incredible guests to fill in.
Just in case, yeah.
We start getting real nervous, but it's.
And actually, Scarefest is supposed to be a part of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if we announced it yet, but yeah.
Well, I don't know.
We just did. It's live, so. Now you got to do it.
There's a quiet group.
Anything else? Anything else?
What other items are hot right now?
What's the hot or not in the true crime world?
Yes.
Well, Dahmer obviously is still on and popping. Anything Menendez right now is I've seen people sell these little baseball cards. They're just in the background eating like a slice of pizza or something. And 2 months ago, you probably got them for $5 a piece online. Now they're $200-$300, and people are buying them. So that's that. Anytime something comes out on Netflix or anything like that, like that's your best time. As someone who owns those to sell them, that helps out a lot. And what's really great, 10 years ago, like it'd have been a different reaction if we carried this stuff around. Now, like true crime is just like taken over. So I remember talking about literally 15 years ago, and it was not met with the same, everybody was kind of into it, but they were scared to talk about it,
Now people drool.
Yeah.
When they see something from me.
It's why I think.
Well, even when we had our private collection, like it stayed in our home. We didn't let anybody know we had it. It was just ours, and our friends would come over, and it would be one of three things. It would be kind of, it would be horror. It would be like cool, or it would be like, why are you doing this? But it's so cool. But it was like, they'd come over and they'd be like, well, why don't you have like a store, museum? Why don't you show people that you have this? This is really cool. And we're like, have you walked outside today? Like people are getting, it was wild. So I think probably at that time, 10 years ago, we started to try to change the narrative on it a little bit.
Yeah.
And luckily we just did that at a time when the true crime rate hit extremely heavy, or was going to hit in the next year or so. So I think we just honestly got really lucky at our timing with all of this.
And if you get a chance to go watch our Soft White Underbelly episode, and you'll see, if you want to read some shitty comments, who people are going.
Oh, I was going to say, you don't even have to
But
watch that.
I went there,
If
if you've ever seen that, everyone there is like super serious. So right off the rip was like, I want to make this like not that. Because we're talking about something that's kind of dark. So I had put a bunch of shit in my pocket so I could be like, here's this, just kind of bring some, because the first thing I did is I had a human humor spawn, and we took a photo, because that's how it starts off. And I had it like a telephone, and he was like, hey, don't do anything cute. I need you to, I was like, oh, okay, my bad, dog. So then that kind of fucked up my whole vibe. So then I'm sitting down, and with ADHD, I've got this bone in my hand, and I'm just not really thinking that I have a bone, and it's more of like a fidget, So the whole time, everybody's like, he's using someone's bone as a fidget. The funniest comment, someone said we look like Drew Carey and Mimi if they went punk rock. That was fucking rad. I love that one.
I didn't read any of the comments. He would tell me, he was almost immediately on the comments.
I was until there was one that like
until there was one that got under his
because
skin.
like they were like saying something that I have kids, so it was like something related to that. And then there was someone that like there was people making shit up, on there.
There was a lot of people saying like they knew us.
And I was like, okay, I've got to stop reading these. I've got to just back off and let it be what it is.
Well, it's like when people their agenda is to like blatantly lie and say they know you and say like they had these experiences with you. And we're like, we've never been there, or like, alibis are gonna show, like we weren't in that state at that time. I don't really know what you're talking about. So, I just told them to step away from the comment section, and it's been a lot easier since we've done that.
Yeah.
We just genuinely don't, we love doing this. We love sitting in a room with people who are interested in it and want to have a conversation about it and want to ask questions. That's why we do this. It's not for any other reason.
We'll come to your museum when you open.
Well, thank you so much.
I was going to say the same thing.
Well, thank y'all. We appreciate that. We got to wrap it up. I just saw the time. I didn't realize it went by so quick. We're at 4:31. I've seen most of you guys today. I've seen a lot. If you haven't seen our booth, stop by. We got a lot of stuff. Human bones. We got some human up on Christmas ornaments for mom and dad, so stop by and check us out. Anything else?
No, I thought we would struggle to fill 15 minutes, and thank
Yeah.
you for sitting here the whole time with us.
Yeah, we appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Yeah, for sure.
And you want to come up and, if you haven't been to the table,
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
yeah.
want to
This
close
is,
with you
yeah,
for
the head
meeting.
If not, he'll be at the table in a second.
Are you all headed back upstairs to your table?
Honestly, we'll probably go smoke a cigarette first,
And then we'll be right there.
And we'll probably be there within the next 15, 20 minutes.
What part of Indiana are you guys from?
We're from literally like the Louisville, Indiana.
Oh, okay. Like, have you heard of her by now? What is it? Baumeister.
Oh, actually,
Look him up. He's in Westfield in Indiana. He's a serial killer.
Yeah, so
Thank
my
y'all.
big,
Thank you for
like.
coming. Westfield's up above Indiana. Yeah, just right, yeah. And then
Then I drove through there.
Indy also has the, what was her name? Lichens. She's from Nashville.
Yeah, like our biggest, like, it's not even like the true crime, like serial killer aspect, but like Waverly Hills and all.
Yeah, I know. So, yeah.
They were like, they were being grew up to.
Chris Rogers, yeah,
Wherever
March,
she went,
yeah.
it was like right over the on our relationship. We spent first 60
It was like
days of our relationship.
2 weeks in, he was like, hey, you should just quit your job and go on the road with me. And I was like, fuck him. And I did. So.
For 60 days, got like, you guys are listening, I met her or something. So yeah.
So you
did?
Oh, wow.
My dad didn't find out when he took the house in Clyde, Dixon.
Thank y'all.
That was my.
Literally, my dad found out he was prosecuted for murder and caution.
Yeah, we have the Delphi murder going on right now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, we're gonna do exactly. Allen County.
Yep, that's them.
Have you all been to this before?
Not no, this is
This is.
There's no in here.
Hey, dude, I was gonna ask you real quick, is there any more meetings going on here tonight?
Most likely not, mainly because the VIP party starts at 8 in Manchester.
So is it okay if we put our stuff in here? Because we put it in one of these rooms the other night and then it just walks behind it and we just reset tomorrow. So we have to bring it all back out.
Yeah, it should be fine. I just don't know what the employees who work here on the night shift, if they get in or not.
Oh, yeah, the guy, obviously, they didn't mind.
I would put it in this room because it's like the commons room. All no, we're opening session D of spring. His last session for himself is G. That goes on at 10. So when they put session A down in the castle, they didn't tell us where the curve was at. So we knew like we'd be down here. And they found it. But like, we're on TV saying session A. So that's people there now. Most of the team over there. Because most of the team over about 6 was over there.
I was just making sure because I know I said that I
Want to go over? You can.
that depends on 6. Because if I go, we can see them 6. Now, yes, it's not except for 9 yet.
Okay, so 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Pretty good for now. So.
Hi. Yeah, I called us twice in a row. They said the first time it was confused with them, and I handed the phone to Josh. I was like, I don't want to be here.
Oh, we already walked this time. Okay, it's over. Thank you. Right now, when they're done, I'll put the lights on. Oh, this was when you left? Yeah. Yes. I'll bring it. I'll find a place you can walk around.
Hey, Rick.
Yo,
Can you help me get the door to stay open?
you just push it. Harder. Maybe not that one. They usually go.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go smoke.
Okay.
Because I need one so bad.
Are you guys finished in here?
Yes.
Yeah, when did you guys start?
Start.
Earlier, when did you guys start?
What, today?
Yeah.
The first thing was, they opened doors up at 10. And ran through that. Usually tomorrow, like the sessions usually start about like 11, 12. So.
Yeah, my mom was talking something, there was like a meeting in here or something about like exorcism or something like that.
Yeah, for this one, it's usually like seminars and stuff. The next door we have panels from the film festival. So usually the seminars go on the half hour.
Yeah.
And then everything else is like on top of the hour.
Okay.
So we stagger them so no one's missing everything.
Right. Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.